Last night in New York City, smoke like water runs inside. Still out of the trees to pity every living thing that's died. Gonna hit you right, head for the other side. Leave it all behind, never change my mind. Gonna sail away, sunlight's another day. Freedom on my mind, carry me away for the last time. Oh yeah. Life is like the coldest winter. You will freeze the tears I cry. What the hell our minds are into? I've got to crack this ice and fly. Gonna hit you right, head for the other side. Leave it all behind, never change my mind. Gonna sail away, sunlight's another day. Freedom on my mind, carry me away for the last time. Never change my mind. Gonna sail away, freedom on my mind. Carry me away for the last time.
Okay, you're not on yet.
Hey, let's start the show, everybody. Hey, sorry, I'm a little bit late, but I did an early stream where I got lunch in the city. I went in, I recorded a mini video at the Cartier. I almost got arrested, guys. There's no recording inside the Cartier mansion, and I think I recorded like a little bit. They told me stop filming, and then I was like, okay, I'm not filming. And then I was walking the stairs, and they told me, "Hey, we told you stop filming." So I told them, "Well, I'm just like on the stairs. There's nothing even behind me. You couldn't even tell." But they were like, "That's it. This is your final warning. You can take pictures though." I'm like, "Oh, I can take pictures? That's amazing." So I was taking some pictures, and then they told me, "Hey, no photography." Ah! So after that, I was like, "Okay, guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys letting me, size the bracelet. I love everything you're doing. By the way, if you guys are in New York City, okay, New York City, if you're an owner of a Cartier something, a bracelet, a ring, a piece of jewelry, a watch, go to the fourth floor. You can get it cleaned, and you can have free espresso or juice, or you can have a sparkling water. Hey, hey! Speaking of luxury enthusiasts,
What's
Cam,
going
welcome
on?
to the show. Also, we have DC Chris with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, DC. Really appreciate that. Hey,
What's
Cam, are
going
you
on?
in the Bahamas?
Yeah, Baja. Let's go.
Cam is in Baja, having fun, living the life. This is what it's all about, man.
Yeah,
Cam,
look.
how much money are you? Oh my God! Look at the views, dude. Oh my God, that's like a painting.
Yeah, you should see.
Holy,
You should see the other place, the Four Seasons. I took my parents here today. They're
yeah.
like complaining. They're like, "Oh, why this place is boring." The Bahamas. I took them to the Four Seasons. They fell in love with the backdrop of the water. Like they
Wow. Well,
fell
the
like
Four
that
Seasons
property.
probably cleans up and takes care of their property really well.
Yeah, yeah, that convinced them. They were like, "Okay, now we have to go to the Bahamas."
Unbelievable. Hey, Daniel. Daniel, welcome to the show.
You say it's unbelievable, but
Are you seeing this? Look at the
I,
Cam is in literal
yeah,
paradise right now.
I, I,
Literal paradise.
I believe in paradise, and I believe
Not
that,
metaphorical,
yeah,
literal.
yeah, and camps in paradise. How nice.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, very nice.
Though?
Uh,
It's unbelievable.
how long are you going to be there?
This is my last day.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Cam, what watch are you wearing? You got your date just on?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes. That's how you live the life, guys. You got to get out there, explore the world, take your Rolex with you. That you never sell that Rolex, okay? Please do not ever.
This is where that Rolex came from.
That's even more romantic.
Yeah, the blue water and the blue Rolex always reminds me of this place.
We just got a quick message here from the Watch Apprentice, who's been a member for 33 months. He says, "Guys, my Instagram was hacked. Please ignore any requests and don't send any money. If asked, reach out to me first. Thank you." Okay, so I guess well, I sent the Watch Apprentice like a couple of $100. I thought he had a serious situation. I guess that was a hacked account. Oops. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Yeah, it happened to me as well. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. Do not get it's you get hacked when people ask you to fill out some kind of a form. Under no circumstances fill out any strange forms where they ask you to input like your information. Hey, yo, Tim G,
Uh,
welcome to the show.
How are you, Mr. Katz? How in the hell are you? I,
not
I'm
too.
I'm
I'm
only
gonna.
I'm only
I'm.
on for a few minutes.
I'm on for a few minutes,
Okay.
and in a very bad mood.
Oh
But
Oh
no.
no! Don't
I,
say that.
I
Bad
brought
Why?
mood.
El Dorado.
Oh, look at that. There's Cam. He's hanging out. I
Yep, at
like
the
it.
beach.
In the on the beach. I like it. I
Yeah.
like it. How's the chick action there?
Whew.
Well, I sort of kind of brought my own. Bring your own
Chick
B.
BYG. See,
So
BYOB.
did
that's good. Okay. All right. All right.
did you
Yeah,
take some of our
I finally,
advice?
yeah, but I finally got a chance to myself, bro. Look, I took her out yesterday to this
Uh-huh.
place called Albany, Bahamas. It's like one of the most exclusive places in the Bahamas. It's like all celebrities and business people, like billionaires, that
Right.
go there. And she was just pissing about, oh, you
Everything.
didn't take me to fish fry, which is like some like Caribbean food on the like fucking downtown strip. I'm like, you don't. Are you complaining about being here and not downtown where there's a bunch of people heckling you
It's
and
insane.
hassling you?
I like
I
it.
took
Catcalling.
I like it.
I took her to the most exclusive place. in
It's a red
Bahamas.
flag.
And that's a red flag. I hate to, he's right. Timmy's right on that. It's a red flag. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a red flag. She hasn't yet appreciated things. Okay. It's a red flag. Hey, and by the way, I like your
She's
LeBron.
looking you to take her to places where she can upgrade you to a billionaire.
That's exactly
Not a
right.
good idea.
I like your LeBron James / Timmy beard. Okay.
Cause I wasn't even gonna go to that place. Like I've been there a billion times. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I kind of like the Four Seasons here better, but I did want her to have that experience that not really a lot of people get when they come here. Cause it's her first time here, and then she's
Mhm.
just like pissing about. I'm just
Did
like
you
it fucked up my day.
did you pay for her flight? That's the answer question.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, then she has no
Oh wow.
like she should just keep her mouth shut. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like this wasn't like our vacation. This is my vacation, and then I was telling her, and then she was like, "Oh, can I come or whatever?" I was like, "Sure." Like I didn't really plan this vacation for her.
Is
Yeah.
this the one that wants a cam baby?
Yeah, yeah.
Be careful on that, my friend. Just be
Are you
careful.
sure she wants a baby from you or from one of those billionaires
Hey,
downtown?
it better be one of these billionaires. I'm praying.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a
You
little
look
bit
good.
ridiculous.
You look good. I like that beard. I was saying it looks like a
Thanks.
LeBron James / Timmy beard.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
It looks good.
yeah.
I
With the
haven't seen-
tan, I got
Yeah.
a good tan out here.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
See, Timmy's got the same beard. Okay. Oh.
Look at that view.
Anyway.
Paradise. That
Very
lone
nice. Very nice,
palm.
Cam. Very, very nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
Daniel, you write the poem about that view.
Tim, I just finished a poem. Give me some time, okay?
Another one. Write another one.
Later, okay? We'll
Okay. Take a screenshot. Cam, show it again. Daniel needs to take a screenshot.
see. That's a lousy screenshot. Give me another one, Ken. There we
Yeah,
go.
right there.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the lonely tree on the beach. Maybe.
The things that tree has seen, but you know why it's bent that way?
You know, it's a very famous tree. A lot of
Is it
influencers
really?
come and take pictures. Yeah, like people have a photo team just to take a picture at that tree. Like it's
Son
very
of a
famous. Yeah,
It's well, it's like an old, wise, lonely tree
yeah.
that's seeing
Yes.
everything. Something like that.
It's a palm.
I know that, Tim. Thanks for that. For the little lead.
So, Tim, tell me
Yes.
if this is a red flag. So, like she was complaining about the food or whatever, not like eating it. I was like, we have dinner reservations later. I'm like, if you want to leave and get some food, we can do that. And she's like, not even answering or whatever. And then she comes to me and she's like crying about, oh, like I hate that you're making me act so mean towards you because like I'm like the type of person where
Making.
it's like if you have an
Oh.
issue, like
Okay. Sorry. Continue.
she's crying to me about like her being a bitch to me.
But
She's like,
she's the one being a bitch.
yeah, and she's like crying, like she's
Oh,
in
man.
tears, like, oh, you're making me feel this way. I'm like, you're the one like acting toward this towards me, and then you're gonna cry about how you're acting. Like, yes, you should be ashamed.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, she
man,
should be.
Tim, it's good to know early.
You're right. This is a red flag. She's like manipulating. See, she's acting like a bitch, and she's trying to blame the way she's acting on you. You have nothing to do. You are not responsible for how other people act. Everybody's responsible for their own actions. This shows that she lacks accountability.
Yeah. Because it was embarrassing too, because it's like a very exclusive place, and it's like you don't want to be fucking crying in front of all these people.
Yeah, but Cam, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm proud of you for paying the ticket. I mean, she's obviously staying with you, so that's good. All that's good. You know what? You don't have to marry her, so that's good. Just don't have a camp baby. That's all. Okay? You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine. Okay? You're in good
Yeah, I
shape.
hope not. Hope no cam babies come out this trip.
No camp babies in 9 months. Okay? That's all. All right. So let's make sure that she's got some sort of whatever, and call it a day. Okay?
Plus, she's a cougar.
Oh, I like
She's
that.
a cougar.
That means
Yeah,
that
she's like 30.
Oh, that's outstanding. That's good.
Oh, it's over. It's over for
Yeah,
her. I
she's
hate to
like
say it.
30 acting like this, and it's kind of cringe because I'm like 25. I'm like,
Yeah, you got yourself. You know what? It gets better when you get older. Trust me.
uh,
Yeah, this is a big problem. There's a lot of women who can't make up their mind and wait too long to find somebody. It's like I hate to say it, but like it's by the age 30, if she didn't find anybody, she's never gonna find anybody.
Oh,
And
I tend to disagree, Tim. There's a lot of women that have made up their mind that I'm a
uh
loser.
yeah, they'll find somebody, but they'll resent them as a loser. Right? They'll find somebody, and then they're gonna resent being with them because they couldn't find the perfect guy. No, the Prince Charming. It's the Prince Charming doesn't exist. And you know what? Like this was her last chance to make an impression on you by being really nice and sweet. You did such an incredible thing for her. You took her to the edge of the world, into the paradise.
yeah,
Okay,
look at
and
this
she's
view.
acting up. What the? This she's never gonna be. Look. I don't think she's gonna be happy ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
If you're not happy out here, then and you didn't have to pay for it. Like,
if you can't exactly, she's not paying for it. What's her to be stressed about? What's there to be all freaking out
like,
about, crying? You're in the paradise. If I was there next to you, Cam, I'd be drinking sparkling water with a slice of lemon and just
yeah,
enjoying the views, kicking
yeah, like
back.
one thing doesn't go her way, and then it's just fucked. Yeah,
Yeah,
over some fucking cheap ass food that the
yeah.
locals don't even fucking eat.
Well, you know what? This is probably she's acting like this probably because of the her previous relationships. Whoever she was in relationship before this, right? They made her kind of crazy, and unfortunately, I don't think she's the one. Cam,
No,
you're
I
young.
gotta
You
tell
should
you.
find a
I
girl
gotta
that's
tell you
5 years
something.
younger than you, not 5 years older than you.
She's 30 years old. I hate to tell you this. She's already done. She hit the wall. Okay. She hit the wall.
Very
All
true.
right. All right. Because chicks at age 30 tend to hit the wall. They all become like mentally fucked up. So
Oh
basically, she
fuck.
hit.
When I ran the marathon, when I hit the 15th mile of the marathon, I hit the wall, Tim G. But I hear you.
Like
But I hear you. I hear you.
like
No,
like
Daniel, you
sometimes
haven't
I
hit the
I
wall yet.
a lot of the
Yeah.
times I come out here by myself, and like sometimes I come out here with my friends, and I think like the best times I've had has been like either with my friends or by myself.
Well, you know what? All I can say is toast to honor. Get honor and stay honor and have a good time during the
What
vacation.
about finding a
Call it a
girl
day.
here? Are there
Okay.
any normal girls?
I mean, yeah, there's plenty,
There's plenty.
plenty out here.
Why don't
Dude,
you?
you live in Atlanta. There's so many hot women in Atlanta. It's out of control. I would say it's 4 out of 10 good-looking women there.
You want to
Good-looking
know
women.
something? I invite like this was like my last resort. I invite some other chicks, um,
Okay.
and
So
then they're like, oh no, and then when they see her in the Bahamas, they're like fucking pissed off at me for not taking them. Like, all right, for bringing her and
no,
not them. Like, what the fuck?
Oh,
no.
can I throw this in? Now, let me throw this in.
Yeah, okay, throw
Cam,
it in, Daniel.
you're somewhat successful in what you're doing right now. You tell your bosses later, give it a few weeks, that you deserve another holiday because the other one was a mess. And just work something out, get another minute, even if it's a few days, get another holiday to make up for this one that just dived on you. I think you deserve it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Okay? All
Yeah, it
right.
was stress. Like after yesterday, I've just been like stressed out. It feels like work.
Newbie over here is on point. I agree with Tim. I doubt Timmy was roommates Prince Charming, and people settle. It's a bit like Studio Underdog versus Patek. Yeah, exactly. That's why roommate hates me. So don't make the same mistake I did. Find
Yeah.
What?
someone who's gonna love you.
No, I don't think that's. I don't.
Roommate,
I don't.
loves you, Tim. Come on.
Well, she's
Nah.
definitely not showing it.
Well, in any event,
Wait, why are you saying that roommate fucking hates you?
You haven't seen her? She
She's nice.
look at her. She resent. You know, she doesn't like me. She really doesn't like me. I mean, that's just how women are. But
I mean,
you know,
hey, at the end of the night,
if you
you guys go in bed and cuddle and wake
yeah,
up the
but I'm
next day
married
and
too young. I didn't know what I was doing, and the thing is, you don't have to make the same mistake that I did. That Tim G made. See, Daniel, he's a lucky man.
that's
Doesn't
exactly
have to,
right.
you know, he's got the lady in the stilettos there, ready to go anytime he needs her. He doesn't have to deal with the nonsense in the apartment. He can just do
Cam,
his yoga when he feels like doing yoga. He can have
Cam,
breakfast for dinner. He could do, you know, whatever.
Cam, my divorce cost me over $15 million. Over.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
you said what?
My divorce after 19 years of marriage cost me over $15 million.
No way.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Yeah, way.
So just to give you a heads up. Okay.
$15 million for what?
Well, you know, that's what happens. Okay. So that's what it cost. That's what it pretty much cost me.
You know,
God
guys,
damn.
technically speaking, guys don't need to like get married until age 65. Technically speaking, if you take care of yourself, if you watch your health, you're still going to be able to perform. It's not because women, they can only have babies until like 35, I think is the cutoff line, right? But the guys, you know, you could be 65, you could still
Yeah, you know what?
make
Believe
it
it or not,
happen.
it's you can have them in your 40s. If in Massachusetts, interesting law. I know a lot of women that freeze their eggs. It costs them like $7,000 to do the thing. The insurance pays it, and then it costs them $5,000 a year to keep the egg going over the years. I don't know what it is in New York. That's big money.
Not worth it.
But the
Scam.
cutoff point is at age 40 for that. So if you're 41, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, reason why I know this is my dating is between 35 and 45 with these women. So a lot of these women have frozen their eggs. You know, they're professional women that can afford that. That's a
Because
lot
they're
of money.
chasing career, they're probably making money hand over fist, right?
They
They're
all make
boss
they all
women.
make they all
See,
make pretty good dough. They all make pretty good dough.
Yeah, that's the thing. This girl doesn't even make good dough. Fuck.
exactly. Exactly. And she's being all like manipulative with you because that's what it is. Her trying to pin the blame on you. You're making me act this way. No, you're not making her act anything. Okay, this is blame shifting.
Yeah.
Okay, don't fall
You'll
for
be
it.
you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You know what? Enjoy your vacation. You make the best of it.
Yeah,
Enjoy your vacation.
yeah, exactly. Don't let this thing get to you. Okay, don't
don't
let the manipulation games get to you, dude.
don't
The what you could do, dude. Okay, Cam, this is what you have to do. Don't take no bullshit. All right, just you're here to have fun. And you have fun. If she wants to join you to have fun, she's free to join you and have fun with you. If she doesn't want, if she wants to go downtown, whatever, she can go downtown. Okay, you're chilling. You're here.
She
You're having
okay,
fun.
so
Take no
so
shit.
so she just texted me and she was like, she says, I want to do fish fry tonight, like in 2 hours. Somebody told me it's a R&B thing going on. Want to go. I definitely do not want to go.
Tell her you're then go ahead. I'm gonna be here. You know, I'm gonna be here watching the sunset. If you don't want to
yeah.
go, don't do what you don't want to do. You're not her butler. She came here with you, and now she's bossing you around. That's
Hey,
insane.
Cam, you're the quarterback. Remember that. You're the quarterback. Okay?
Yeah.
You're the quarterback. Just remember that. All right? Make sure
Yeah,
that you stay on the quarterback road. Okay? That's all.
that's true. That is
The
true.
minute people get a little bit of whatever, then they'll push you around even more. They take
Yeah.
so if you give them a half an inch, they'll want an inch. If you give them an inch, they'll want a foot. It just keeps
Yeah.
on going. So you know what? You're the quarterback. Make sure you just politely say, you know what, why don't you go and I'll just hang out. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
today, I went to go get my parents from the cruise ships to show them
Yep.
around,
Yep.
and like I tell her like, this is your day to go do whatever you want. Go ahead and get food or where you want to go and stuff like that. Doesn't do it. He wants me to do everything. I'm like, you can just enjoy some of this shit on your own. Like, well,
Yeah. Anyway, enjoy yourself. Timmy, I gotta
Yes.
step out. I got drinks, cocktails, and everything else going on today. I'll be watching though. So it'll be a good show. Cam, you're the quarterback. Just remember that.
Yeah, you're the quarterback. You're not a butler, okay? You came here for your vacation, all right? If she likes you, she's gonna stay with you. If she doesn't, if she wants to go somewhere else, guess what? Then she never liked you to begin with, all right? And this is
because
what.
now she acts like after like I rented a car, so like I could have taken her, and now she
Oh,
acts, and the taxis cost like a fucking arm and a leg out here.
she can take Uber. She's got an
There's
Uber.
no Ubers here. It's just taxis.
Okay, she can take the taxi.
She was supposed to do that earlier. That's what she said she wanted to do earlier, was do fish
So
fry
so
while I was
Tim,
gone with my parents.
so
But
Tim,
she never
Ridiculous.
did.
Tim, if Cam is the quarterback, then he's got to pick another wide receiver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go, Daniel.
See, Daniel knows his football trivia. You watch football, right? You watch American football.
No, I'm just a fan of the Buffalo Bills because they happen to be near Toronto. That's all.
I see.
I kind of like the players on all teams. I like the way that there's a sense of chivalry and goodness in players. I mean, there's a-holes everywhere too in the NFL, but
Sure.
I kind of like them all. But and a great respect to the guy from the Baltimore Ravens, the quarterback. Even though he didn't win the whole thing, he kicks butt. He's a good guy. He deals with the BS of management sometimes. The quarterback of the Ravens. It's not my team, but I kind of respect him. And a lot of people, they're in football that aren't necessarily your favorite team. I kind of like them all. So, anyways,
Yeah, I need to learn more about football. I haven't really been following too much.
okay,
I'm just learning. This year was a big kind of a learning
yeah. Should I
uh,
ask
thing
Should
for
I
me.
ask the girl in stilettos if
Mhm.
if I should demonstrate tackling?
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
in bed.
How good
Yeah.
is this? I'm look. I'm gonna try to make dinner and do the
Okay.
show, uh, but this is not bad run, is it?
El Dorando. Whoa, 12 years aged.
Yeah.
I thought the rule was to get the fresh.
Oh, damn it! I
Non.
didn't know. Damn it! I didn't follow the
That's
instructions.
fine. That's fine, Daniel.
Uh,
It'll be okay. It'll be
yeah.
okay.
All right. All right.
I think I got the wrong one too. I got the Havana Club,
All right.
but I was supposed to get like a 3-year-old. I
Oh,
think this
3-year-old.
one is too fresh.
Oh,
It's
gee. I just got
fine. It
this
doesn't
wrong.
have to be perfect. We're not. Look, Kojak will make the perfect one,
Yeah, yeah,
and we'll make like what the best we could do.
yeah. I'll be pretending that I made the what's it called?
Daiquiri.
The daiquiri for Sir Cam. Okay.
Mm.
Has Cam ever had a daiquiri? Have you ever had one? Oh, he disappeared. No, he's there.
Cam is watching
Oh yeah. Right.
the beautiful view
Yeah, yeah.
there,
All right. Okay.
the ocean, the clouds, the beautiful palm, not being manipulated.
Yeah.
Told that he's a bad guy because he's responsible for how other people act. Just
Oh, by the
nonsense.
way, that guy that you told me that he actually called you from the cat. It was I was
Yes.
at a restaurant. It's a kind of a cafe restaurant. It's breakfast. So yeah, a tall fella, a tall debonair gentleman, whoever he was, and he
Hmm.
got talking watches with someone else. So I kind of said, like, oh, I know about those people when the other guy left.
Who were they talking about? They were talking about some watch people.
Watches. They were just talking watches. Then somehow about
All right, guys.
the rock star.
I gotta go. My phone's dying. So
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
Cam.
Cam,
Be
Hey,
safe
catch
out
you guys
there. Do
later.
be
not.
safe. Okay.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, maybe. Okay, give me
Yeah.
a call tomorrow during the day. I'll be on the
All right.
bus. I can guide you a little bit through this.
All right, great.
Don't
Thank
take no
you.
bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, fuck
Remember,
all that.
do not be emotionally kind of manipulated into thinking, are you doing the right thing? Are you doing the wrong thing? Did you actually make somebody do this? No. Okay. Your
Nope.
Yeah, that's
focus
what I'm
is
saying.
to have fun. Yeah, it's emotional
Yeah,
manipulation. You're
Tim.
here to have fun
Yeah.
and relax and unwind. Okay. You want to maybe read a book, read a poem, read some of Daniel Katz's poetry, maybe. You're here to just kick back
Yeah.
and relax from the stress of life. Okay.
Right.
Because you're working that hardcore job. They're freaking killing you over there. You need time to just not think about anything. Watch the
Yeah,
tree.
exactly. That's the same thing I was thinking. Cause this bitch, I mean, she barely even fucking works.
Exactly. Okay. Don't take shit. Okay. Do not be manipulated.
This
All
is my
right.
time off from goddamn work.
She wants to go somewhere to get attention from some other guys. She's free to go. Get out. Take your taxi and get out and go.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
if
Do
she
fuck it.
liked
do you have to
here's the
sit
thing:
back
if
with her
this
on the?
girl genuinely liked you, she would be sitting next to you on that beach right now, cuddled up next to you, and she wouldn't be going anywhere from you. But
No, I
her
told her.
busting you
I told
around
her
like
not to
this,
come.
yeah. Okay. All right. Talk to you later, Cam.
All right, catch you later.
We lost your audio, Daniel. Your audio went out. Can't hear you.
Tim, how much did you charge? Be nice on. Don't charge too much for therapy, okay, Tim? Please, be nice about it.
Ah. Oh my god. No, it was some free therapy
God,
for
you know how
Cam.
much, guys. I don't know how much I owe Tim for therapy. It may be more than the $50 million that Tim G had to pay out. I don't know.
15 million.
So
Ooh.
whatever.
We got Kojak. I guess he's gonna join in whenever he's nice and ready. Oh, there he is. Hey,
Okay.
Kojak.
Hello.
You
Just
idiots. You got the
you
wrong rum.
fucking idiots. I mean, you got a Fugazi, first of all, because you got a Puerto Rican Havana Club, not Cuban Havana Club.
Oh damn it! I had to get a specific.
Oh,
I wasn't paying attention. Okay.
It's a Fugazi.
All right.
fuck.
It's but
You
that's
want-
because you can't buy Cuban rum in America. So what Bacardi did, they created another company called Havana Club, which is only sold in the United States, and they pull the wool over your eyes. They pull the fast one on you.
Oh, that's messed up. I didn't even realize it. It's a Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican, yeah.
Okay, so then I messed up too, because I didn't pay attention to your instructions. I just went for rum. Okay.
You got really
see,
aged one.
This is what I don't understand. I mean, some might say I'm slightly obsessive about these things.
Yeah.
And I go to the nth degree in telling you guys what rums to get. And when you guys get the different one, other than the one I've listed, I think, are you trolling me? Are you trolling me?
Well, to be honest, you listed like 20 options.
I know, I did.
But the thing is, when I didn't have time to read that
damn
much
it,
text.
man. You had one thing to do.
Dude,
You had one thing.
you gotta keep it simple with me. I read it on the train. Like I left it for the dude. I was so busy.
It's okay. It's okay.
I was so
It's
busy.
okay.
I'm editing videos. I'm losing weight. I didn't have the time. So today, when I had a chance to go,
it's all good, because that Havana Club you got, Bacardi actually bought the recipe from the original family that had Havana Club in Cuba. So it's sort of, it'll be fine. It's not a problem.
yeah,
It's not a
that's
problem.
what I thought. Look, I
Exactly.
wish I could go. It's like getting it's like saying, "Hey, can you buy me a Rolex Submariner?" And I bring in a Blanc Pain. It's not Submariner,
It's more
but it's
like
also a diver. 50 fathoms. It's close enough.
yeah, it's more like a fake. You got the fake Havana Club. You got the fake.
Like made in China.
Yeah,
Submariner knockoff.
exactly.
Kind of looks like it. Looks exactly. It looks exactly like it, but no cigar.
Okay, where did you put it, Kojak? Did you put it in the community, the food group? Where did you put
The
it?
food? No. He put it in
In the
the
drink.
Who Needs a Drink.
Oh, who needs a drink?
Yeah.
Oh, there, damn it, jeez.
It's an entire essay. He wrote a poem on how
Oh.
to make a daiquiri, Daniel.
Okay.
Now you Daniel, you decided to go, which is very unlike you. You decided to go down the route of a moody daiquiri because you've got yourself an aged rum, a dark rum.
Right.
So you can still make a daiquiri using a golden rum or dark rum, but it's not going to have that same crispness and brightness that you get from a lightly aged or a
Oh,
white rum. But it will still be delicious. So
okay.
it won't be, you obviously won't be able to compare it to what we've had, but
Yeah.
it'll still be nice.
Okay.
So I'm just too nice to you guys because I should go like, if you don't do what I tell you to do, I should kick you off the panel.
Right.
But I'm too nice.
Hold on. I did get simple syrup.
Yeah.
I did get lime. I just squeezed it.
How simple a syrup did you get? Was it called Daniel Katz syrup or
Oh, Jesus. I went to reach for something and a spoon goes flying. Damn it. I got this thing, whatever it is, Prospero or something.
Prospero?
Yeah.
So it's sugarcane simple. Is there on the back of it? Does it say something like bricks? Like gives you a percentage?
Golly, it's such small writing here that it's made in Canada, all natural and rich, with a 2.1 ratio or something.
2-to-1 ratio. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's a rich, simple syrup. So just bear that in mind. You, Tim, have got the Monin cane spit syrup, haven't you?
What do I
What
have?
do you have? Yeah.
This is what I have.
No, the syrup, the simple syrup.
Oh, the simple syrup. I have the simple one.
Are we going to be sent to the principal's office, Kojak, or are we?
This is the principal's office. No, it's okay. So
Boom.
does it simple syrup? Does it say anywhere what the ratio is or bricks, BRIX?
Let me see.
I think Tim's a bad influence to me.
No. You managed to. You got to take ownership for what you do or don't do,
Yeah,
Daniel.
I'm taking ownership. Yeah. I'll
Exactly. You're
but
not responsible for what other people do or how they
Yeah,
act.
exactly. You're guilty by association,
Oh.
Daniel. But that's about it.
By the way, can you guys
Yes.
be my just 1 second? Can I digress for just a moment about today
Yes.
or later?
No, you are.
Okay. Here it is, and I'm overreacting to it. I'm walking in the park with all my ingredients and stuff through this park. Tim, you see me in the park, and with all my stuff, and there happens to be a little bit of a like a pop-up trade, like trade art market
Cool.
thing. Okay, so I walk by and I see this guy selling leather pouches. I actually bought one because I was pissed off about something. A little pouch to put my Mont Blanc in. I thought it was kind of nice. But what happened was an older guy.
Lost it on the way. Okay.
A guy older than me, maybe tall, like a retired executive of some kind. But that's my personal whatever nonsense. He starts talking to the guy who owns the booth with the leather stuff, saying, something about this reminds me. Part of the conference, I don't know where, but he says this reminds me of a great swimming team on Lakeshore in the 40s and 50s. And he named the thing. And I said, oh my goodness, I just reacted. I said, oh my goodness, that's where my mom trained under Gus Ryder, one of the top swimming coaches then.
Wow.
And she helped Gus Ryder when she was finished competing. She almost made the Olympics. It was World War II. She helped coach him. He helped coach some of the girls coming up. One of them was the great Marilyn Bell, who swam across the English Channel. Yeah. Kojak's English channel. The first
Okay.
one, was it the English channel? No,
Where?
Lake Ontario. So the guy says
Mm.
nothing. So I apologize. Oh, sorry to interject. The guy says nothing. And then I said, "Oh, sorry to interrupt." And he says nothing, and he starts talking some more to the guy at the booth. So it was just a kind of, like dismiss. I was dismissed, or I offended him because I happened to interject about something that was like such a coincidence. I'm
Very
overreacting,
interesting. Yeah.
but I was so peeved off. I bought the the thing that I wasn't planning to buy. You know, and the guy effed off, and then I told the guy who owns the booth, man, it's really good stuff that you make here, but I actually bought it just to spite the other guy that I was actually buying something because I was so put off.
Did he buy anything?
No, he didn't. And the fella says,
Was
"Oh,
it he was just telling this guy a story?
yeah." And the guy at the booth laughed, and he says, "You get these guys all the time. That's all, you know."
Some people
But
just like to hear themselves talk, and then when you try to add to the story,
yeah,
then they're like, "Oh, this you're taking away from
you're
my
not part
story.
of my. Yeah,
You're
that's
not.
right.
Yeah, you're not part of."
Anyways,
Ooh,
sorry, Kojak. That's my digression. So
yes, very
Okay.
interesting. Oh, and
Um,
I talked to that guy that you met at the coffee shop. He
yeah,
has an Explorer One.
yeah, that he
Yeah.
inherited apparently. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He inherited, he said, 2 watches, Explorer 1, and he said he wants to get a Patek Philippe someday.
Well, he might.
Yes,
He's
but you never own a Patek Philippe. You just hold on to it for
yeah,
the next generation.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Did,
he
did you
inherited
tell
the
him?
Rolex, but he's gonna have to get a Patek Philippe and
Did was
let
it a
his son inherit it.
the text from him, or did you actually call
On
from him?
Instagram.
Oh, Instagram.
He
Okay, cool.
messaged me on Instagram. Oh,
All right.
by the way, you guys want to see a friend of the watch community got a text message from his friend, and his friend said something along the lines like, "Hey man, I know you're into watches. Can you tell me what's this worth?" And he sent him the picture of this watch. And so, what do you say when somebody sends you a picture like this? What's the correct thing to say? Let me get some ideas.
Oh my goodness. My goodness. What the
there's
heck?
nothing. There's nothing there. Can't see what's going on.
Okay, yeah, you can't see the picture. I
No.
just put it up. What do you say? I mean, what is the right thing to say?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, since we're all watch experts here and we can see, but
Well,
is there a
I would
right
say,
thing? Yeah.
yeah, I
What
would
would you
say
say?
that's a Rolex from Puerto Rico, not from Cuba. Jesus, that's bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
terrible.
looks pretty ugly in there, actually.
Yeah. I,
Uh,
I I wonder, like, what's the point here? What was the logic behind making a watch like this? Because it's not trying to pass as like a fake Rolex. It does say it's like a fake Rolex, but that doesn't exist anywhere. They went through the trouble of stamping this dial plate to have Rolex crowns in it. So they thinking, you know what? There's people who are so dumb. They're so incompetent about knowing what Rolexes are, what they look like. They'll think that this is real because and like this is actually because you know what, like when I just got into watches, I remember I didn't know what you know Rolex catalog looked like. I didn't know which Rolex had in their catalog and what they didn't have. So if somebody showed me this watch, like when I pulled up the Rolex website and saw the Panda Daytona, I thought, oh, that's what like until then I had no like in my mind I had no idea what a Rolex watch looks like. I heard the name, I knew that they were some Swiss watches, they were high quality. But when I pulled up the website to actually start doing research, that's when I was like, oh, that's a Rolex. A Panda Daytona is a Rolex, right? Which I think maybe a Datejust is better descriptor of what a Rolex looks like. But like, man, this is just an absolute garbage. Hey, ooh,
Speaking of
Daniel,
garbage, I might try this tonight.
ooh, eggplant. Oh, eggplant. Is it like plant-based
Yeah,
burger?
yeah. Now I like my burgers like meat, like everybody else, but
Yeah.
thought I'd try this piece of replica burger.
Oh, for
Speaking
God's
of
sake.
Ooh.
replicas,
I don't understand it. Look, I mean, like, why can't a
Yeah.
burger just be a burger? If you want it to be a cauliflower steak, that's okay. But things masquerading as things that they are, I don't know, like Daniela Katz or Daniel Katz masquerading as Daniela.
yeah.
It's not for me. It's not for me.
No, are we? Are we still? Are we still talking? Oh, Jack, are we still talking?
Yeah, of course we are. Of course we are.
I
All the
Look,
time.
really, I'm gonna
I'll be
tell
right
you,
back. Give me guys a second.
I really
Hmm.
loved. You weren't with us, Kojak, but I really loved the steak frites in Geneva. I
Oh
had
yeah.
seconds of that, and it wasn't plant based. It was good. I liked it.
Well, the sauce is made from lots of herbs. So
Oh,
I
wow.
think it's
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
chervil, parsley. It's a quite a complicated process they go through to make
Oh, they
that
do.
sauce. Yeah, but it's people why question why it's green, but that's because it's essentially it's a herb sauce, like lots and lots of herbs in there.
How did you?
Delicious.
You just read about it. You did a little research. Okay, fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have that restaurant here. There's two of those restaurants here in London.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So when I've gone there, I asked, and it
All right.
actually says on the menu what it's made of.
And there's no reservations. It's like first come first serve. It's like a lineup, a
Correct.
block long.
Correct.
And
Yeah, I think well, the one in London that I've been to, yeah, I don't think you can do it. Although having said that, the person I was going with knew the owner, so they were able to keep a
oh,
table for us.
by the way, correction. I wasn't really there, Kojak. It was
Hmm.
my alter ego that was there.
Yeah,
And
how do you know what Daniela gets up to? Do you read her journal, or do
a
you?
little bit of
Does,
both. It's kind of smoke signals. I can't get into details here. All right.
got you, got you. All
Yeah.
right. Does she write messages with her lipstick on the mirror
Wait.
so that when
Have
you
you ever?
wake up,
Wait a minute. You've seen the show Severance, right, Kojak?
correct?
So that's what happens.
That's what happens. Okay, all right. Yeah, I've just finished watching the second season
Oh
actually.
my goodness!
Yeah.
I finished the first episode, so I'm way behind.
Oh, okay. Well, the second season will definitely bake your noodle.
Oh no!
Uh, yeah, and you know what your noodle is like at the best of times.
Oh no! Let's
So
not get into all that. But I'm so pleasantly surprised that Ben Stiller is taking this on.
yeah, but there's a long history of comedians who turn to drama. I mean, like look at Tom Hanks, for
Right, right,
example.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You know, he started up as a stand-up, well, as a comedian.
yeah.
Um, so you know, it's
Well, he
it rarely
created.
goes
Steve
it rarely
Carell
goes the other
as well.
way. It rarely goes
Steve-
the other way.
Yeah,
But
Robin Williams.
yeah,
Yeah,
Robert. Well, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Steve Carell, right? He was in The Office, and then he acted in that dramatic film about the Wall Street.
Peter Sellers
Quite,
before your guy's tan. It was Peter
quite a
Sellers.
few, quite
You
a
know.
few.
Yeah.
Mm. But rarely the other way. It's rarely you
Or
see
was it?
serious actors who can really take on comedic roles. Although
There's
Robert De Niro attempted it a couple of times.
Well, there's one that kind of did well. He was always a serious actor, someone that's somewhat forgettable in his roles, but he was very good. From Canada, Leslie Nielsen.
I was going to say that because as soon as
Yeah,
you started saying that, he always played it very straight.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But he was a prankster at heart.
Behind with the grips and the people on set, he was always a prankster. Yeah, but
Yeah.
behind the scenes, but Yeah, the straight laced actor, and then turned in Naked Gun. He became the big hit.
And then there's now the reboot of Naked Gun. It seems like I mention this every week now. I'm not on a retainer or anything like that, and who knows what it would be like.
He
It's
is a good
Seth.
actor, so I don't
The
know.
guy that's doing it is Seth MacFarlane. So he's the guy that did, Christ, Family Guy,
Oh, he
and
did it.
Futurama. And Futurama, we were talking about Futurama
I
last
love
week.
Futurama.
Yeah. So he's in. Is he involved in Futurama? Or am I going Doolally? Maybe I'm going Doolally.
Oh,
They had so much talent
Future.
involved in Futurama. A lot of my comedy, a lot of my jokes here are based on
Oh
Futurama
no,
because I
forget
grew
that.
up on Futurama.
No,
I used
Futurama's
I,
done by Matt Groening, who's the guy behind The Simpsons.
yeah.
right.
I don't know why I thought it was MacFarlane. No, Family Guy guy. Yeah.
Will Ferrell hasn't done any serious drama yet. He's just been.
There's
Oh, wait a minute. He has.
He did what?
Yeah, I forget the name
What?
of it. It's something somewhat recent. You got to go back. If you
the
Google Will
Eurovision.
drama,
He
then
did.
you'll
You
He
mean
did
the Shrink
one.
Next Door?
I can't remember which one it was. It might be. I can't remember which one. I didn't see it. But apparently he held his own. I don't know how well the film went.
He did one a few years ago on the Eurovision Song Contest. What was it called?
What, he plays one of the judges or something?
No, he plays. He wants to win.
Oh.
He wants to win the Eurovision Song Contest.
Really? What? It's a TV,
What
wait,
was
it's a
it
TV
called?
show, a movie based on that?
No, it was a movie. It was
Oh, okay.
Amy Adams was in the Eurovision Song Contest. The Story of Fire Saga. That was about 5 years ago, actually.
By the way, that's another
Oh,
original.
Eurovision. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. But that was
it's
a
hilarious.
serious movie.
Oh, well, no, it's a fucking farce of a movie. That's the thing.
Yeah. I need to watch
but
Blades of Glory again. That's like the
But
best
hold on.
yeah.
The people that
movie
play
ever.
serious, the lines could have the punches and it is a comedy. But for it to come across, sometimes the actor has to play serious. So it might be that in a way he was serious, but the overall theme was a comedy, if that makes sense.
I've been thinking about going serious.
Oh,
Done
really?
with the comedy. After I lose weight, I'm thinking maybe I should just go straight. Just do a straight TV show about watches. No more jokes. No more funny bits in between. No more Daniel Katz.
All right. Okay. All right.
Did you guys ever have? I mean, it was something here we had in the UK called Dennis Pennis. Careful how you spell that, Dennis Pennis. And he played. He's an English character actor, but he played a obnoxious American or Canadian journalist, and he would go on the red carpet and he would embarrass people that he was interviewing, Demi Moore, Charlton Heston, and there was one where he approached. We were just saying, not what was his name? You were just talking about him a minute ago.
Were we?
Not Wilf. Yeah. It's Steve Martin. Steve Martin. Okay. And he goes up to Steve Martin and he goes, Steve. It's like, what? So like, when did you stop being funny? It just completely, because he thought he was being interviewed by a journalist or a fan or something or other. But the guy, if you Google Dennis Pennis and Steve Martin or something like that, then you'll see there's a whole raft of the shit that he used to get up with. I mean, it was like Borat or a bit like Ali G. Like nobody knew he was coming. He got away with asking really obnoxious questions, and then word got around about him, and he got frozen out. He got the tap on the shoulder, and he was told no more celebrity interviews for you.
Look, man, these British comedians, man, they're
Oh,
brutal.
oh,
What is
absolutely.
going on here? I have a low definition version of this. Watch this. Watch this. This is brutal.
Can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah.
Was just a question you must have been asked. Well,
I know that the BBC.
how come?
They're
Please,
like,
one question.
They're not commercial.
How come?
What's the question?
Question is,
You don't
how
even
come?
have a question.
How come you're not funny anymore?
Man, it's so brutal. Whoa. How come you're not funny anymore? How are you supposed to answer that?
Oh, I mean, he did it to
That's
Madonna. I think he did it to Demi Moore. He did it. He did it to loads and loads of people.
mm,
And eventually they cottoned onto him, and they went like, "No, I'm
spicy.
not talking to you."
Oh
But
yeah, they
he,
just block. What, they just block him? Because this is
yeah,
it's not a real question. It's just he's doing a bit. It's
yeah,
good
but
stuff.
he's coming across as a BBC journalist. He was doing this for the BBC,
Ah, I see.
right? So it
Well,
was a
that's a
little
great
bit of,
opportunity. I mean, these bits probably went viral.
yeah.
His bits, yeah.
And he actually sort of said that he would actually get wankered before he would pluck up the courage to do this, because it's not easy to
Yeah.
go up to someone you actually do revere, that you do appreciate, but you just
Yeah.
want to rip them a new one. You just want to
Yeah.
troll. Yeah, he's the original troll, the internet troll before the mass adoption of internet.
Mm. He taught the art of trolling. Like he started the
Absolutely.
trend.
How did Steve
Yeah.
Martin react? Did he just walk away from him or what? Because I have a funny feeling Steve Martin would just walk away from him.
Well,
Yeah.
he never made it. He never made another movie after that.
Oh,
Ouch. Wow.
darn.
It's brutal.
It's brutal.
Jesus.
Okay, listen,
Well-
I'm gonna drop off for a few minutes.
Oh, I'm
just
I'm
to-
making dinner. Take your time, Kojak.
That's true. Yeah, take your
Okay.
time.
Yeah, that's okay.
Send the
Do we
message
know?
to the rest of the group that want to join in to make daiquiris with us if you have time.
Okay, I'll send a rallying call. It'll be Arseholes Assemble.
Yeah,
Okay.
assholes assemble. Douchebags assemble. We need to do we need to do the intro like the
Yeah.
the Voltron, you know?
Oh no, more like Avengers. I was thinking, but
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I thought it was be like the Voltron. You know how
Yeah, could
they
do.
assemble?
Could do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. This is I remember this. This is when I was growing up. We were going to my friend's house to watch this. Arm the head.
Yeah.
There we go. Wowzers.
Okay, Tim, open your mouth. Here.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Good.
Thank
Good.
you.
Was that good?
Thank you. Oh, it's delicious.
Oh,
Delicious, Daniel. I love. It's very refreshing.
oh.
I love watermelon.
And we remember you like swallowing the seeds.
That's right.
So yeah.
Speaking
you
of
don't-
swallowing the seeds, we're gonna talk some watches here. We're gonna take a look at this Phillips auction.
Mhm.
There's some watches that have been sold. It's mind blowing content. Okay, they got look at these. Look at this Hermes clock that looks like a seed. How about that? Atmos clock. Atmos Hermes clock. Oh, it's Jaeger LeCoultre for Hermes. That's badass. You see him?
Very nice.
I know, right? Who owns JLC? It's the Richemont, right?
Richemont.
Oh yeah. They've done a fantastic job. It's a work of art. Look at the illusion that they've created. This sold on the Phillips auction for almost 50,000. Not bad, but I think it's quite
That's
cheap. Yeah.
that's quite cheap. I
Right,
think.
right, exactly. It's kind of a work of art. It's Hermes collab. Hermes is a big deal.
Hmm.
And it looks kind of like a golf ball as well. But man, if you're gonna have a nice shelf with incredible stuff on it, this is one of those things. It's like a must-have. The way Atmos clock works. I was just at the GLC, by the way, and They had a few of them over there, and they were explaining to us that they got a chamber with certain gas that if temperature in the room changes by just 1 degree, it will run indefinitely. If it changes once every day, if every day the temperature changes by 1 degree, it will run indefinitely in that room because the winding mechanism works by basically this pressure chamber expanding and contracting due to temperature change.
Hmm.
Really cool piece of tech, and unfortunately, it's a bit tough to calibrate. So you have to, you have to
Yeah,
bring
but
it to your
you
home.
know what would wind me up, Tim?
What would wind you up?
Real bad wind me up is Cam's date.
Oh, dude, that is ridiculous. That is
That,
ridiculous. She tried to blame him
yeah,
for
that's
the
a
way she's acting. I hate how you make me act. What the? That's kids say that. Literally kids.
yeah.
Not like 3-year-olds.
Well,
This is a 30-year-old woman.
I don't want to. I have a word that I can say, but I don't know enough about her. So
Okay. Yeah. Oh, by the way, before you go, Kojak, I mean, what do you tell your friend who brings you this watch? How do you just tell him, "Hey, that's a fake watch"? What if he comes back to you with, "Oh, my father just died and I inherited this watch from him"? I mean, you don't want to. It's
Well,
a bit of
then,
a sensitive subject.
well, you just say, well, it must mean a lot to you then for that reason. It doesn't matter if it's a fake
Well,
watch.
what if he comes to you and says, "Hey, what do you think about this watch?" You don't know. Do you ask first? Where did you get it? Right?
No,
Wait,
no,
is
no,
that
no,
the
no.
first thing you ask? Or do you just
Uh,
immediately go into that's a fake piece of shit?
well, hang on a second. If he's asking you for the value, it depends on the
If
reason
it
he's
ain't,
asking.
then tell them to bury it with his father.
Well, it depends. Is he asking you because he wants to know the value of it, so for insurance purposes, or is he asking you for the value because he wants to sell the stuff?
So
Sell
so
it.
so are you saying you have to ask? Well, no. Imagine just out of the blue, you get a text
Yeah.
message that says, "Hey, Kojak, you seem
Hmm.
to know a lot about watches.
Thank you
Can
very
you
much.
tell me about this?" And then you get a picture.
Hmm.
What?
I would say, have you had an expert look at it? Because it's not one
Really?
I'm familiar with. Because it's not something that I'm familiar with.
Oh, whoa, dude! But you know it's a fake. You're not gonna tell them.
Well, I don't know every off-catalog piece in the Rolex catalog, do I?
You know this is not an off catalog piece. Come on, man. Who are you?
But on the balance of probability, yes. But do I know for absolute certainty? No.
No, this is not an off catalog piece. There's no shot. Come on, man. It says coaxial escapement on the
But
bottom,
it's but
dude.
it says Rolex.
Coaxial fucking escapement. Rolex doesn't do coaxial escapement.
I know.
You know that. Come on, man.
I would say it is not a watch that I'm familiar with. I don't want to tell you that it's fake because I don't know enough about it. I would go and ask an expert.
But he's gonna say, I thought you were an expert. Don't you spend thousands of hours on the live shows talking about watches? How can you not know about this?
Mostly about Monacos and shitters. So what do I know?
Damn. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. I mean, look, this is one way to answer. I would just, that's the thing. Maybe,
He's
maybe
just lost his father. He's just buried his
you don't
father.
know. No, no,
He's
no, no.
just
I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying
ah.
he did. He
Oh,
did.
okay then. No,
You
then
don't
say
know whether he did or didn't. He just
yeah.
they listen to me again. Listen to me again. Okay. Just
All
so
right.
that forget everything about that I told you up until now. Okay.
All
You
right.
get a
Okay.
text message from a
Yeah.
friend of yours, and he says,
Okay.
Kojak,
Hang
I
on.
don't know
Hang on.
how
Hang on. I'm trying to imagine having a friend. Okay.
okay, imagine
Okay.
imagine you
All
had a
right. I've got it.
friend,
Okay. Yeah.
okay,
Got it.
who's not in the watch community,
He's not in
just
the
a
watch community.
regular, maybe from school or something, long lost
Right.
friend.
Yeah.
Anyways, he just texts you, says, "Hey, Kojak, I heard you were an expert in watches. Uh, can you take a look at this and tell me what it is?
Now, this long lost friend,
Yeah.
does he have a friend with him that is pretending to be a watch dealer, but secretly wants to eat your chicken wings and come back to your flat and steal your watches?
No. No,
No.
no, no,
Okay.
no, no. It's just a
It's another friend. It's another friend. That's not
diff-
Steve Meacham. It's not
slightly
Steve
different
Meacham.
situation.
Okay. All right. So if he sent me this picture and I will say like, I would just say it looks like no relics I ever known about. Um, on my impression, first impression, I think it's a fake, but then I've been known to be wrong before.
Oh, wow. Very, very interesting. Very diplomatic type of answer. I see it.
Well,
Okay.
what do you mean? I told him I think it's a fake, but what do I know?
Right. It looks like okay, yeah. It looks fake, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Okay.
always the possibility that I could be wrong.
Yeah.
It's never happened. I mean, I've always been right, but I mean, I've got to allow
Right.
for the possibility I could be wrong.
I don't know. I don't think this is like an obvious fake, but okay. Yeah. You but you want to leave that in just in case the guy turns on you and says, "Oh, how could you say?" Because the worst thing is that he comes back to you. Oh, if you tell him like, "Oh, this is a fake watch," and then he comes
Yeah.
and where did you get it? You ask him where did you get it? Oh, it's like my father who just died left me this in his will. You don't want him to come back with that,
Well,
and
it
then
doesn't. It
because
doesn't
if
look.
you
Okay.
say like what I did, because this was sent to me and I said, "Wow, what an ugly piece of shit watch,
Nice.
obviously fake. Where did you get this garbage?" You go like
There,
that, that's a little bit heavy-handed.
there was
Uh,
this is not too dissimilar to a situation that occurred to me about a year ago. I went to a liquor store and I was picking up some whiskey and I was having he noticed the watch I was wearing and he asked me if I was into watches and we ended up having a conversation and he said, "Oh, I've just inherited some watches from my grandfather,"
oh
and he
yeah.
started showing me pictures of them because he wanted to try and get them back to working order. And they were all mall, shopping mall watches. You know,
Right. Not
you know,
nothing that's worth getting into
no,
working order.
they were from concession stands that you'll find in cheap malls, shopping malls,
Ooh.
and they looked pretty awful. Now I
Right.
could just say, like I could do what say Red does and says shitters, but
Right.
it, he did say these were given to me after my grandfather passed away.
Right.
So I actually asked him, "Well, how does it make you feel now you've got a piece of your grandfather's um, history?" He's
Yeah.
like, "Well, they're not worth anything. They're important to me for other reasons." I said, well, then that's
Right.
all that matters. That's all that
Exactly.
matters. Doesn't matter that they're shitters. It matters that it came from your. My father never wore a nice watch. The nicest watch he ever wore was a Casio calculator watch, well, on a stainless steel bracelet. That was
Yeah.
the only thing I remember him wearing.
Yeah.
It's not a watch that I really crave, but if he had given it to me after he passed away, it would have meant the world to me.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. It's incredible. Yeah, I don't even know my father, so I get it. I get it. It's pretty.
yeah,
It doesn't matter, if you get something kind of passed down to you, especially with someone who kind of was spent time with you in your life. It's a great way to remember somebody. It doesn't have to be the most expensive watch ever, right?
mm,
Even if
yeah.
it's some Movado or even like one of those Orient, like the Orient watch.
No, steady
Orient,
on. No, no, no. We
huh?
draw the line at the Bambino, please.
Yeah, Orient Bambino. It could even be a Casio. But the thing is,
Yeah,
those watches, they're not gonna last forever. They're eventually like the battery or the module will go bad. Or
yeah.
the cool thing with Rolex is that it's possible to upkeep them for much longer. That's why they cost so much more. But
Listen, if
yeah,
this person came up
the
to me,
price
sent
doesn't
me this
matter.
photograph, I would say, go to Rolex and ask them to change the battery on it. Just,
It's the fuck with.
yeah, fuck it.
uh, you know, I
I
was once in a Rolex boutique, and let me show you something. There was it was actually like a really crowded day. So many people were in there. I don't know why. Um, I think that was after I already had my Submariner, and I was starting to like learn a lot more about watches. I think I was just, at the boutique with some kind of mini party, maybe, or
Mhm.
maybe I don't remember, but I just remember there was a big crowd, and there was this couple, and they're in line to talk to one of the salespeople, right? And this lady on her phone, she has a Submariner in DLC pulled up, like this one, right?
Okay.
And she's waiting in line with this watch on her phone, like that.
Uh-huh.
And I just kind of, and she's there with her boyfriend. And I turned to them and said, "Hey, what you got there?" And she's like, "Oh, I want to ask if they have this watch." So, and by then I already knew that no such model exists. This is an aftermarket. So I tell her, "Oh, this model doesn't exist. That's an aftermarket kind of DLC application."
It's a Bamford.
Yeah, yeah, it's a Bamford watch. It's a Bamford shitter. Uh, and she said, "Oh, really? Oh, okay, then let's go." And then they walked out. They were like, "Let's go to the Tudor across the street," and they left the Rolex boutique, and because they were looking for a blacked out watch like that.
That'd be, I mean, like, I don't, so what do you think was going through that person's mind when they went into that Rolex store? Did they
Well,
just,
what? Yeah,
what,
no,
I mean,
it's simple. It's kind of like this thing, right? Like this, Li- like like you look at this. If you're a non Rolex person, you
yeah,
don't know what Rolex makes or doesn't make.
yeah,
You might look at this and hey, it says Rolex and it's got these crowns. There's skeletonization going on. You might think this is incredible workmanship,
hmm
right? You don't know what coaxial escapement means, but it's
exactly.
something important. If they put it
It's
there, it looks important, right?
it's
So
like it's like buying Havana Club and not reading the fact that it came from Puerto Rico rather than Havana, than Cuba.
well, no, I would say it's like this. It's like going into like a deli or a grocery, whatever you want to call it, and they
Yeah,
got Coca-Cola flavored like pineapple, and you go, "Oh, hold on a second, that doesn't. There's no Coca-Cola flavored like pineapple. That doesn't exist." And like if you're a Coca-Cola follower, and if you check Coca-Cola website and you know all the flavors that there are in production, you go, "Wait a second, that doesn't exist." This is kind of like here, because we're so brainwashed by Rolex, right? We know all the models that Rolex makes or doesn't make, right? You've been
yeah,
to the website, oh, Land Dweller comes in three configurations: rose gold, platinum, and stainless steel. If you see one in yellow gold, you're like, hold on a second, hold your horses. Something's not right. And it
yeah,
kind of these brands, they do it all the time, right? If you go like on Amazon and you try to find like a GMT watch for men, well, what they'll do, they'll be like for example, like, okay, let's check this one out. See, there's an Explorer One, kind of a Pagani design garbage, right? But this is an obvious knockoff of a Rolex. All the three bottles are kind of exist, right? This one is ripping off the older model, right? From the 1970s. Then this one is like a more modern, and there's a Polar. But if we go to like a Submariner, then they get really wacky, right? So they'll have
yeah,
a Pepsi, right? They'll have the new, like, that's the new one that just came out with the gray and the black. But then they'll have weird shit like this, like a Tiffany dial, Tiffany bezel with the white dial. Rolex doesn't make a thing like this.
yeah.
But sometimes, when these guys when these guys fake shit, they'll put a Rolex on the dial, and a lot of people, they don't know that Rolex doesn't make a Tiffany bezel GMT Master 2. But these guys did it because, hey, that's a hyped color. That's something that, idiots will buy. And most people who come across this website, look at this. They're buying this stuff. They're not even realizing what it is that they're buying. That they're buying a knockoff Rolex because they're not following the Rolex catalog. Like, no, like there's people who bought this watch without even knowing that this is a knockoff of a platinum Daytona. You know,
Mm.
like, yeah, like look at this one, like this one, steel with the green dial. That doesn't exist in Rolex, but they're not copying Rolex. They copied the design of the case, and then they're just, they're fucking around with the dials. They're making their own dials. However they want them, whatever will sell, right? They don't care.
Yeah.
It's all about the money for these guys. They couldn't care less.
Mm.
All right. Let me show you another one. Here we go. This is authentic watch. That's the black dial Daytona
Hmm.
2021. It just sold on Phillips auction. You guys want to take a
Okay.
guess how much it sold for?
Well, 20.
20,000.
Well, I'm talking about pounds, so 25K to 30K US dollars.
Oh, okay, pounds. So how much US? You said 30,
In
25.
UK, a TIE fighter, mind you,
Yeah.
this is last gen. It's
Mhm.
probably going to be about 20 to 25.
Mhm.
That sort of ballpark. So that's going to be 25 to 30K dollars.
It's a pretty good guess. 22.8 Swiss francs. So yeah, it's
Okay.
like 25 US, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
what you take away the premiums, that's a $20,000 watch. The seller probably got at the end of the thing, right?
Well, they bought it for, what was it, 14,000 or something like that. They made almost
Well,
double on.
what if they bought it gray market for
Sucks to be them. Sucks to
yeah,
be them.
what if they bought it for
I
30,000?
don't. I really don't give
Great.
a shit. It's
Yeah.
what's the watch is worth what it's worth. You decided to buy it at the height of the market. That is really your problem.
Ooh, that's 27.4 US.
Yeah.
27.4.
Well, I
That's a
said,
lot of money.
smack bang in the range I was saying.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, you got your
Right.
fingers on the pulse.
No,
You got two fingers, or
no,
you're using
nothing.
one finger?
No, it was a conversation I had with Spencer on
Mhm.
Thursday, and we were
Oh,
just talking about Daytonas because
oh,
I was trying to steal Molthred's Daytona off his wrists so I could sell it. But Molthred's a big lad. It's very hard to get the watch off him.
Malfred's got the best Daytona. He was the first one,
Yeah,
probably in UK, to get that. He
that's
got
what
the
he said.
Panda Daytona. What a guy! What a guy! How
Yeah.
you see? That's the thing. Like Malthred, he got the right shit. He really did. He didn't. He's kind of. I think he got
Um,
lucky, huh?
he's also got a lot of not so right shit as well, by his own
What is
admission.
not right? What bullshit did he get?
Well, he's got watches that he doesn't like anymore. So
Which
that,
one?
the by well, he's got that Omega um, popsicle chronograph.
Popsicle chronograph.
Does he not have a popsicle chronograph? He
I
had a
don't think there's a
Seamaster
pop. I
chronograph.
think he has a 1861.
No, he's got no. You're talking about a Speedmaster. I'm talking about a Seamaster.
Oh, the Seamaster. I don't think
Seamaster.
he has that. You think he has a popsicle Seamaster?
He has a chronograph, I think, or he had a chronograph. He's got some other watches which probably are more sentimental to him than you know,
Hmm.
like any Breitling, for example.
I need to see his collection. Like, I need a state of the collection picture update.
State of collection from the Molthreads, yes.
Yeah.
Drop a
Send
link
him
for
a message
Malthred.
when you have a chat, and yours too. Okay, is that a possibility? Because I know you said you don't keep your entire collection in one place, right? You have like
Correct.
some in the bank,
Well,
and your monikers, you just keep those outside on the front porch just in case somebody will want to steal them, so you can claim them on insurance.
no, I just say nothing precious, nothing worth anything stored here overnight, including these Monaco watches. Yeah.
Okay. Just in case there's burglars that want to take them. By the way, I think that might be your best bet to insure the Monicas, and then I don't know, have Malthred break into your house and steal them.
Hang on, has he been? Have you been talking with him?
Get the
'Cause-
footage. No, you should set up the cameras. Okay, set up the
yeah,
camera. Okay, in the backyard, and then get Malthred wearing a hoodie.
yeah,
Wearing a
yeah.
black hoodie. Come in with one of
No, the
those,
thing, no, he'll
with one of
no.
those tires in the middle of the night when you go on vacation. Get him come in, break the back door glass, put his arm through.
First of all, I
And
never,
walk
I
out
would.
with the box of 3
Oh,
Monaco's on video.
first of all, I don't leave my watches in the house when I go on holiday. They're not
Well,
in
you
the
should
house
leave the
ever.
Monaco's.
Okay.
Think
Secondly,
about it. You can
the
if you
secondly, they would be able to know that it's Malta because he'd be
Ow.
the only cat burglar that's wearing Louboutin shoes. Okay. You know the ones that he was wearing at watches in one last year that he couldn't walk in because they were like causing his feet to swell up and bleed and blister. So there is that as well. So
Oh.
and so I don't want to be responsible for Malta getting a tap on the shoulder from the authorities. He's got a family to support.
But look, no, if you coordinate it with him. Look, by the way, this
Uh,
is a joke. This is a skit. I'm not actually giving.
oh,
This is
hang
not
on.
a genuine advice.
Uh,
But this is gonna be
hang on.
clipped. But it is a loophole because, like, think about it. If you had a burglary, okay, and those Monacos were stolen, hypothetically speaking, you would be able to claim them for full insurance for what you bought them for, not
All
for
right. First of,
their current gray market value, right?
I I don't know what you're trying to do here because
I'm just
now
asking a
if
hypothetical
if
question.
if knock on wood something were to happen, knowing my luck, that this like something like this could happen, and then suddenly everyone's going, "Oh yeah, likely story. You got the idea from Tim Wright, and you decided to pull a fast one on the insurance company." First of all, I can't keep all my watches here because of the limitations of my insurance policy. Secondly, I'm paranoid. I
Oh,
don't
you're not
leave.
allowed to keep watches according
Not
to
all of
insurance.
them. Not all of them. Has to be a
Well, you
certain.
can keep the Monicas, right?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
many? How many are you allowed to keep?
I think it's a certain monetary value. I haven't looked at the
Yeah.
insurance
Yeah.
policy.
Well, look, I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, we're talking in hypotheticals right now. It happened
Okay.
to people in the watch community before. A
Ocean's
gentleman.
11. This is Ocean's 14 situation. Yeah.
No, there was a gentleman in UK who was burgled. The thieves got through the back door and stole his Hulk. Now,
Okay.
I don't remember what he got from the insurance company, but he wanted the watch. He said, I think they gave him the money, but he was like, he was fucked off because, yeah, money is good, but you know what? Money doesn't replace the watch with which you had a lot of great time and memories. It's like if my Daytona was stolen, and then insurance gives me money to cover the cost to buy yourself another one. Yeah, that's great. I get the set, but that's not my Daytona. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no insurance will. You get insurance to cover the loss of the item. We don't get insurance to deal with the emotional loss. No insurance could do that. My question would be though, I don't know. I haven't read the policy online, but I don't know if it's the same in other countries. Would insurance pay if you buy? Let's say you bought your watch secondary market. Would the insurance cover you for what you paid for it, what the watch is worth, or what the list price is?
I guess it's like how you listed it, because Hodinky Insurance, they give you what it costs to replace that watch now. So if, let's say if my Panda Daytona was stolen, they'll give me the same amount of money that would cost me to get exactly same one replaced, but that's Hodinky Insurance.
Mm.
Different insurances, they have different way that they're calculating. Some give you retail value, right? It depends how you do it. Oh, is it retail value? Which
Mm.
you should ask your insurance company what they. I'm just saying, it would be so funny. Imagine like, oh, you can't sell these watches. Oh, just have Malthred come in,
Jesus Christ!
break through, take the Monacos, take the 3 Monacos,
I
and
don't know.
then you get. Because
Should
you know what?
Maldred?
I think this is what Timepiece Gentleman did. That's what I'm thinking. Because there was a time Timepiece Gentleman, and actually all of these gray market, there was so many gray market scams going on that insurance companies stopped covering the full price of a watch if it got lost in shipping. Because they would, like, these gray market deals, when the squeeze came to squeeze, and these dealers, they didn't have a buyer for their watch, what they would do, they would orchestrate the watch getting like stolen in during the shipping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they would do
Yeah.
tricks, and then they would have insurance pay up. So, for example, they would buy some ridiculous Daytona for 80,000, and then like, fuck, we can't sell it for 80,000. It's like the price dropped. It's now worth 60, and they don't want to sell it for 60. So they would come up with a scam that they would ship it, and they would keep the watch, sell it on the black market, and then get insurance money to cover it. And that's like what Timepiece Gentleman did, I think, in that video where he got caught by the footage. There's like a police footage, body cam footage,
Mm-hmm.
where he said, "Oh, the watch, I was robbed in Vegas." Right? He had
Yeah.
that watch insured. He has some RM. He said he was robbed in Vegas, and then someone sells that watch to some dealer in a different state. The dealer buys it, and then he goes there. Like, oh, because they listed it, but also like, how did he know that? That, oh, that's the dealer that has, because he knew, like, it was probably his buddy that he gave the watch to. He said, hey buddy, you take this watch, I'll claim it as stolen, okay, and you go sell it to a dealer that we know, and then later he thought he's gonna be clever, he'll go there, and that's when he took the watch, the RM from the dealer, said, this is my watch, that's it, I'm taking it back. You bought a stolen watch. You guys figure out, you get. So he was trying to get the company to use their insurance to get the money back for the watch, and then he gets to take his watch back. He takes the insurance money, and then it's like double insurance scam. It's so insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't do any shady stuff, guys. You're gonna get
I
caught.
can't.
You'll go to jail.
It just thinking about it makes me queasy.
I
It's not
know,
something
right? These great
I can't do it.
the gray market dealers, they're so sick. They're sick in the head. Watch flipping is a tough business.
Yeah, I mean, I try. It's just too much to remember, so
Yeah.
it's far easier just to be as honest as you can, because then you don't have to remember your fabricated story. So,
Mm.
yeah.
Martin Smith, he says he got 3 Daytonas through Timepiece Gentleman worn for 3 years, and sold them for 30% profit. Nice. Congratulate. Look, uh, that I'm pretty sure that you were it's possible because Timepiece Gentleman did sell some watches to the people that I know as well. I know a few people that done business with TPG, and they were good because like he had to when the market was going up, it was easy. Okay, but the thing is, he was making money on flipping watches back then. But the thing is, he was just spending millions, right? He had ambitions of grandeur. That's why he spent like 5 million. He racked up 5 million debt, hoping that he would be able to make it big. And if he made it big, if he created something and made, $50 million, he'll be able to pay these people back easy. Okay, and he would be looked at as a hero today. But because it's like fake it till you make it, he was faking it, faking it, faking it, faking it. But unfortunately, he didn't make it, and that's why he's a scammer. But if he made it, if he became that overnight success, you know, got that that big break. If Hollywood bought the rights to a TV show, actually, if they did and they made a movie, and he got a payout of 50 million, people would call him a genius today. But that's how it
Yeah.
is. It's always with the guys like this. It's always a scam until it isn't, right? It's a scam because they are doing a scam. They're slow. They're paying Peter to pay Paul. They're moving. They're always growing their debt, and they're like able to find the next sucker until they get to a really big thing where they finally get their break. Boom, and then they can go, and then they get so much money they can so easily pay off their debts, and then they actually turn it on these victims and say, "See, why would you ever doubt me? You doubted me, so you're an idiot for doubting me." Right? That's how it always is with these guys.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's see. Let's take a look at more pieces here from the Phillips auction. Kojak, I don't know. You said you need to.
Yeah, I just need the sooner I can jump off, the sooner I can jump on
Okay,
again.
yeah. You can dip out and then come back whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
I've got my rum. I've got my simple syrup, and I have limes.
yeah,
We'll,
that's it.
we'll
That's
make.
all.
And I
I
I
got
have a limit of 2 daiquiris today.
and I got
got
two. I've got my fake burger that I'm halfway through eating.
Cool. Daniel is eating his dinner, so he'll be nice and ready for a daiquiri. Perfect. And I'll go through the Phillips here. We'll take a look at more pieces. We'll see what's going on, and yeah, we're ready
have
for you.
fun. I've let people know. Hopefully they'll be able to join us in about half an hour or so.
Sure,
But I might jump on sooner than that just to get my thirst on.
sure.
If I
Fantastic,
don't choke to death in the meantime. All right.
fantastic.
All right, dudes.
Yeah.
See you
See you soon.
later. Bye,
Take
gang.
care. Bye, bye, Kojak. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at a few more pieces here on the Phillips auction. I wanna show you guys uh, some kind of mediocre stuff, and then some really clever pieces that sold off that are going to revolutionize, and it will tell us about where the watch market is going, in which direction during these tough times, right? So here's a Patek grenade. I think Daniel, you said you met a guy in your building who has a grenade. Grenade as in a Patek Philippe grenade, not as an actual physical grenade.
Okay, not in my building. When I went to UPS,
Oh, in UPS.
it's about few miles from here.
Oh,
He was wearing that with a green dial and gold case.
serious. That's a
Yeah.
serious watch.
Yeah.
Well, one sold here on Phillips for $107 $1,600. $106,600 US dollars.
Wow.
Yeah. Incredible, huh?
Well, he may come from old wealth from wherever country he was, and he just wanted to start a business when he arrived. You know, he's from somewhere else, I think, and he had funds or he inherited the watch. I don't know his story.
Look, there's a lot of very savvy business people. If you have the right type of education, the right type of opportunity, it's it's actually quite easy to make a lot of money in the modern world, right? Somebody who has a doctor's education, Daniel, some doctors they make $500,000 a year. You get promoted into a certain position, you can make some serious money. So, um, this is not it's not surprising. These watches are very rare, though. They're far between, very rare and far between, but a beautiful watch nonetheless. Hopefully, he got it at retail and not a gray market. Okay, so that's 100. These are holding. The grenade is still
I,
holding.
I think he had it for a while.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
seen him before?
Um,
You run into him quite often there.
no, I just got to know him this summer. No, this
Oh,
winter. This winter.
oh,
And he was wearing the piece while putting together some cargo, because he's a partner with this UPS of the franchise, I guess. I think it's a franchise.
hmm
And I think it's a combination of UPS and DHL. And he had no problems just doing, packing stuff up, wearing the watch. It's not like he was banging into anything. So it was like his daily beater.
yeah. It's a great beater. It's a very comfortable watch on the wrist. Perfect piece. No ridiculous complications like this Royal Oak Ultra Thin Perpetual, which is a beautiful watch. Again, another beautiful piece here. This is a titanium with platinum. What a combination, huh?
Yep.
Platinum bezel, platinum center links, and the titanium case. Very elegant.
I'm,
Unfortunately, uh-huh.
this may sound embarrassing. I'm not a total fan of AP.
You're not a fan of AP?
It's top of the line. Yeah, I get it. But
Yeah.
just, I don't know. It's just not my.
I look, I really like AP because of Gerald Genta, right? I would love to someday own AP Royal Oak 16202 or any other 202 family. So like 15202 or any other more vintage iterations of the 202.
Yeah, but that guy also helped with the design of a few other watches. Like
Well, hey, oh shit. He helped design this watch that I'm wearing right now.
there
The
you go.
engineer, the
Yeah,
IWC engineer,
there you go. Yeah, yeah,
it's a Joe Genta design.
yeah,
And that's a beautiful watch.
yeah.
I was at the Cartier today, right? Getting the bracelet size for my mom's watch, and just was talking there a little bit with one of the security guys because they told me, they kept coming up to me and saying, "Hey, hey, hey, no pictures." How many times? So
No, I heard you. I heard you. Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. So I was like, oof. So I was just trying to like just chat a little bit, like just apologize and just be cool. So I was just chatting to one, and he said that he's also trying to do YouTube. And he was telling me like how hard it is. He's like, man, this
Right.
YouTube is
Yeah, I
hard.
understand. But did you apologize to them like you apologized to roommate?
I haven't apologized to roommate yet. Well, I don't. I have to apologize. What am I? What do I have to?
I just threw that in. I'm not giving you context at all. I
Okay.
just thought,
Is roommate mad at me? Did she tell you something?
no.
Well, no, she is mad at me, but I don't know what for.
Okay.
By the way, I had a poll running. Should Tim cut out the comedy out of the show and do serious watch talk only? 77% said no. Wowzers! And but 23% said, yeah, I should cut the comedy. Oh man, but comedy is just
You're
the
not gonna
zest of life.
you're not gonna satisfy everyone.
It's impossible. I wish I could. I can't. Yeah, I can't satisfy a roommate. How could I satisfy anybody else? Roommate seems to always be mad at Tim. Yeah, she doesn't like me. She really, really doesn't like me because she settled for me. You understand? It's kind of like I don't want Cam to make the same mistake. Okay, this lady that Cam's with,
Yeah, yeah,
that's a
yeah, yeah. Well,
disaster.
is that you or someone else saying that?
What? No, that's DG saying that.
No,
Who? What? Saying what?
Cam making the same mistake.
No,
Oh,
I'm saying Cam shouldn't make the same
okay.
mistake as me. Yeah. Um. Okay. So the Royal Oak Ultra Thin Perpetual. That's pretty nice. But let's see it. Let's see a few more pieces, Timmy. Show us something really spectacular. Okay. Let's go to this next one. This is a beautiful piece. I haven't seen this one in person, I think, yet. But it's a world time, very rare combination. Patek Philippe world time with the moon phase. Fuck. That's beautiful. And look at this. It's got those curved and twisted lugs like the Speedmaster. Beautiful moon phase in the center. The hour hand looks like it has a star in the middle. Wowzers. One of the more beautiful Patek Philippe's, and I think it's a limited edition because it's got a very special deployant buckle. Oh, on the back, look at this. It's a closed back platinum case, 175th anniversary. My God, beautiful. Let's see. It says it's a 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe. Interesting.
By the way, is this?
Yeah.
Um, it says here 88,000. Well, it's pretty well 90,000 Swiss, right?
Yeah.
Uh, it hasn't clocked in the tariff, has it?
No, but these were sold in Geneva. So you had to be in Geneva for the auction.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. When the auction happened. So that's tricky. It's very tricky. Um, but yeah, beautiful piece. Beautiful piece. Yeah, 88,900 Swiss francs. Let me see what that's in US. Let's see. Translate. Google Translate. Oh, 88. Oh, it's 106,000. Interesting. 106,000, guys. It's expensive. Apparently, this was Patek Philippe celebrated their 175th anniversary in 2014, and to commemorate this remarkable milestone, released a series of impressive references, all limited editions, epitomizing the horological mastery that has led to the enduring success of this esteemed manufacturer. The reference 5575G was limited edition of 1,300 pieces, featuring world time and moon phase. It was released alongside reference 5975, a multi-scale chronograph executed in white gold, yellow, and pink gold and platinum. Blah 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 blah. Anyways, it's the first Patek Philippe that has a world time and the moon phase that follows the lunar cycle. The brand engineered the entirely new caliber for this watch. Incredible. Incredible watch. Billy says, Tim, you gotta do it again. 106 possible Swiss francs is more than US dollar. No, no. It's 88,900 Swiss francs. That translate. Okay, I'll do it again. Okay, 88,900. 106,629. That's what it comes out to. Tim, do it again. It's more. It can't be. No, that's possible. 106,000. That's 106,000 US. I just did it. Billy, I did it. I verified it twice. Okay, let's see a few more pieces. This is this is a great watch, I think. The World Time Moon Phase. Now we know 175th anniversary, 1,300 pieces, limited edition. Oh, hey, roommate is home.
Wait, does roommate
Oh,
want?
you eating cookie? The roommate
Does,
is gonna kick your ass.
oh, here's a
Hey, roommate,
chocolate chip cookie.
how you doing?
Give it to
Daniel Katz is eating cookies. Tell him not that it's really unhealthy. She says it's okay.
It's okay. Does she want one? Here, I'm giving it to her now.
There you go. Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, okay.
So you mean Swiss francs is less than US dollars? That's unbelievable. Since when? Well, no. Swiss franc is more valuable than US dollar. Yes, since New Year. I think that's since when? Yeah, look. Swiss franc to USD. Here, look. Let's see. 1 year it dropped. Yeah, since basically since New Year. See, over the past 5 years, 2003, see 2002, it was 1.1 and now it's 1.2. But it jumped to 1.2 here after April. It looks like April 2024, it was 1.1. Then in September, it jumped to 1.2. It dropped in January. And then since January, now it's the highest it's ever been. 1.2, yeah. US dollar has dropped in value quite a lot. Oh, I think I doxed. Yes, Timmy, you're right. I just checked. I do not believe it. The Swiss franc is less than a dollar. That is hard to believe. Usually it's more than a, no. It's been more than a dollar for a while. It seems, at least in the past 5 years, it's been over a dollar. In 2020, it was 1.03. Let's do max. Okay, so since 2006. In 2011, that's when it was the highest, 1.22. Then it dipped down to 2017 to 2000. From 2015 to 2022, it was 1 for 1, and now it jumped up. Fascinating stuff. Anyways, this is a fascinating watch right here. What an incredible Patek Philippe double split mono pusher perpetual. The reference 5004R. It sold for 500,000 Swiss francs. Holy shit. That's like 600,000 US dollars. Price of a house. Price of a McMansion. You can buy an entire McMansion for a watch like this. This is Ed Sheeran is wearing a piece similar to this. Unbelievable level of craftsmanship here. Comes with 2 straps. Always find that funny when the watch like this comes with 2 straps. It says it was produced between 1994 and 2010. Reference 5004 is one of the great modern classic in Patek Philippe catalog. It was, see here, oh shit. It was the brand's first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph with moon phase to feature an additional split-second complication. This is like one of the most complicated Pateks they make. This set of complementary complications is deeply rooted in Patek history, tracing back to reference 1518, launched in 1941 alongside the reference 5070, 5970, 5004. It's one of the last Patek Philippe models to utilize revered Nouvelle Lemina. What the hell? Oh, Lemania. Oh shit, it's a Lemania based. Nouvelle Lemania based caliber, further enhancing its significance. How many of these exist, I wonder?
I think I was wandering around with a scooter doing minor chores in my previous life. And,
When this came out?
Yeah. In the 1500s, I just doing chores as going around a little tiny scooter, or like
You had a tiny scooter?
well, you know, you didn't have machines or anything like that with rotors. I mean, like some version of where you push off with your foot,
Mm-hmm.
and you the other foot's on the scooter, something like that, I think.
Oh,
And I used to do chores for these guys. Oh, go get me a coffee. Oh, go get here's 20 pence. Go get this, or here's 50 francs. You know, whatever it was.
oh, you were doing some chores and making money doing chores? That's
Don't forget,
nice.
my last name is Katz. Katz has 9 lives, so you know.
I met a cat earlier today, Daniel.
A cool cat.
I was getting lunch.
Yeah.
And I met a cat.
Oh, you
He
did.
was thick.
He was thick.
Jeez, it was one thick cat.
Oh yeah.
I called him. I called him to say hello. And now, when he was just sitting there, he didn't look too plump. But then when he came over to me, it was one thick cat. Like here, let me show you. See,
He
that's
had
the
like
cat.
Oh yeah, he came over to you.
Yeah. He was very nice. I
Ah.
think he's the guard cat.
Oh, the guard cat. Okay.
Yeah, he's making sure that there's no rodents at the restaurant. But he was barely walking. He was waddling.
Oh, he's waddling. Oh,
He has somebody said he hasn't missed a meal. Very plump.
Yeah. Those cats, they're pretty cool. Those cats. They don't even wear watches, Tim.
No, they don't need it.
No, is that what it is? Huh?
Yeah, it's like Cam, you know. He's on the beach watching, just enjoying himself, just de-stressing, just sitting there, enjoying his life, watching the tree, watching the weather.
He's become more of the Cam we like to see. Hey, he's just become.
He's growing up.
A couple of years, he kind of
He's growing up. He's learning these important things. In life.
And he was treating his parents, I guess, to the Bahamas.
I don't know. No. I don't think he was treating his parents. I think that
They
he
just
told
met.
his parents about it.
Oh, I thought that they came over to the Bahamas. Maybe on their own dime, but maybe they were going to meet him. I don't know.
I thought he said it was other time.
Oh, was that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. I think he mentioned like, oh, the other time. But yeah. But he brought this woman, this girl with him, and
she's she's a few years older, Tim, and you called her girl.
Yeah, I know, right? It's woman, sorry, the strong, independent.
I don't know, gold digger.
Boss babe.
Good boss babe or gold digger? I don't know. Like, mind you,
Maybe a gold. I mean, she kind of got in on his vacation because he told her he's going to Bahamas, and then she invited herself.
Yeah.
And is now bossing him around where they should be going.
Well, you know what happened with not that you follow football, but you heard what happened with the with the guy that used to be the coach of the New England Patriots, Bill Belichick, the most
What
successful.
happened?
He's 72, 73 years of age, and a few years ago he meets a then 19-year-old on the plane who wants his autograph. She was she was an Instagrammer, and then she had it all played out. She won him over in conversation on the plane, and they've been an item since. She was 19 then, now she's 24, and she literally controls him, it seems.
Wow.
And the NFL doesn't like it. The family don't like it. He's maybe a billionaire. Like, he was one of the most successful coaches in the NFL. Won maybe seven Super Bowls as coach.
Oh my God.
With Tom Brady and all those. Not that you have to follow football.
Yeah.
And then he was retired in a way, and then he got this big job offer. Not that he needs the money.
Yeah.
With a university team, and that's where she's controlling him on this, the speaking engagements and all that stuff. Where she has that right to do it, I don't know, but she's a girlfriend. It's sort of like what
I mean, look, it's one thing if she's acting as his secretary, right, doing the scheduling.
No,
right?
this was more than that. No, this was more than that.
Like a manager, if
going-
she's doing like managerial duties and he's benefiting from it, that's okay, that's fine. But if she is like bossing him around, like what's going on with Cam, that's some bullshit.
Yeah. It just sounds similar. I would just bring that up as a parallel. But is any of this true? I don't know. Is Cam overreacting? I don't know. But I have a funny feeling he's not.
No, he's being manipulated. Like she told him, "I hate how you're making me act." Like, what the hell? Who says that?
Yeah.
That's the kind of a cuckoo thing to say. Oh, I hate how you're making me act.
Oh golly.
What does that even mean?
Yeah. That's just the blame game. Is it a blame?
Yeah, the blame game. Oh, I'm not responsible for the way I'm acting.
Yeah.
You're responsible for my.
I had this all the time with Daniela. Daniela did the blame game with me all the time, Tim.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
she did the blame game. I'm like, how come I didn't get to eat any of that food? And
right.
And she said,
it's pretty good food. That steak was amazing.
Keep me in the closet all this time. She came back with that.
She also missed the cigars.
What?
She also missed the cigars.
Oh, she didn't want anything to do with the cigars.
What do you think about this Daytona, Daniel? It's got some kind of a red stone dial.
Yeah. I'm turned on. It's got the diamonds on the indices. Yeah.
Yep.
It's got the up-to-date movement, and I don't like it. I'll tell you why. It's a personal thing. Just a personal thing.
Okay.
And you got the diamonds on the bezel. So this is really decked out, a borderline, to me, gaudy. It's a beautiful watch that's borderline gaudy. It's like, look how rich I am. I don't know. I don't like it. Tom Brady is as successful as he is.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd own this watch. Matter of fact, I don't think he owned that watch that he wore at the Super Bowl. That
the
was
AP? The Jacob and Co.
Jacob and Co.
No, that was just a partnership promotion deal. Promotion.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah. That was free advertising. Because see it, that's the Jacob and Co. is a genius for strapping that watch to instead of paying millions of dollars to put an advertisement in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He got a free advertisement by strapping one of those watches to Tom Brady's wrist. He probably called his buddy, hey Tom, how you doing? That watch, it costs so cheap to make. It probably, under 100,000.
Wait a minute. Did you see? You might be right, but the jewelry is what costs the money.
But still, those diamonds are dime a dozen.
Really?
They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're found in earth for free, and then the beers and these companies, they withhold them right? In order to keep the price market up. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just a big mafia thing.
And then
It's
we
kind
got
of
lab
like
diamonds. We don't know what's lab
it's
diamonds.
the
Yeah.
scarcity manipulation. But the thing
Okay.
is, you know, if you're in on the inside, you can get them boatload in the boatloads.
Oh, and the
Okay,
bolo. Oh, wait a minute. The dots are empty now, Tim.
there might be, you know, those yellow diamonds that are
No,
on
but the
that
dots are
Jacob.
empty right now. I'm just
Yeah, they might be even lab grown. Those yellow
lab
diamonds.
right
We
now.
don't know.
Yeah.
But Tom Brady, you know, he probably said, "Hey Tom, here, you can either, hey, I'll give you 100,000, and you wear this watch
No, whoa,
for a
whoa, whoa,
day."
whoa. That's nothing to Tom. He's a billionaire practically. What?
No, 100,000. He'll take 100,000
Really? Even though he's a billionaire?
for
Okay.
nothing. He could,
Okay.
okay, Daniel. He could either wear his own watch and get jack shit, or he can get 100. I don't know what the
Right,
real deal was, but I'm just saying, hey, Tom could have had a choice: wear his own watch and make nothing, or wear Jacob and Co.'s watch. Who knows how much Jacob and Co. pay
And
him?
it might
I
go
don't
to
know.
his favorite,
I'm saying hypothetically speaking, maybe 100K,
or go to his favorite charity or whatever it was.
and maybe who knows,
yeah, yeah.
to
Okay.
his charity that he
Yeah.
uses them to fly around the world. Yeah,
Whatever.
whatever. Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Exactly. It could be okay. Maybe he got the watch for free, or maybe he said, "Hey, here's your watch. It's your watch. You
Okay.
want it here, your watch, but you have to wear it during Super Bowl."
Okay, but do you remember how gaudy that was? It was so big, that watch on his wrist.
Well, yeah, but it was like in all the pictures, it was just look at me, look what I'm wearing
Yeah.
type of watch.
And
It's just a big middle finger on the wrist. He might as well been wearing a watch with like a.
And I don't. That's why Tom Brady,
Yeah.
even though I don't agree with everything about him, would not wear that watch.
I don't think exactly. So I'm also thinking I don't think he wants that watch.
Because he
I
doesn't
think
need to.
he doesn't. No, he
need
doesn't.
to.
He's got all the money in the world.
And he's got some he likes really nice traditional heavy duty stuff that might be Patek that he owns, heavy duty, but it's based on a tradition, and that's where he goes. I think,
Yeah.
and your typical Pepsi, Rolex, gold, whatever, he probably has that too. But you know, he's got probably a good collection, but that one he doesn't care for. That's my conjecture. And we for once, Tim and Daniel agree for once. How do you like that? So
Exactly.
the blood color. The reason why I don't like the other watch you showed, getting back to it, is the blood color. I don't like blood red, even though it's really nice looking, and it's a touch on gaudy. It's not for me. It's not like what is the watch supposed to satisfy everyone?
You can't satisfy everyone. It's not possible.
No.
It's not one of those things that are possible. You can
And what
only
if I
try and
can't-
satisfy yourself.
And what about what in my older years I suddenly inherit? It's in my poem that I sent you. What if I end up actually inheriting 3 children? Boom, with a woman. I'm done. The only thing I'm going to own is a Seiko.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, we've got some people that want to join us here. Hey, Mike.
What's going on?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Kojak.
Daniel.
Hey.
Timmy, what's going on?
Hey.
Kojak, how are you?
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
All right.
Kojak, thanks for letting me eat my horrible food. My fake burger. Thank you, Kojak, for allowing me
This is
to
terrible. That stuff is horrible for your health, Daniel.
Why are you giving me so much credit that I have such an influence over your life?
But me, it's all just a bunch of senses put together, Kojak. Don't take it.
Oh,
okay.
damn. Mike Lewis is joining us with the blue label.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
That's a proper drink. And we got Manny.
Hey, Manny.
Mike, your internet is, for some reason, is being really crappy. It's cutting out. Maybe.
Yeah, it's blurry.
Yeah, check the internet connection.
Okay, let me switch to Wi-Fi. Hold on.
Yes, exactly. You got to be on the Wi-Fi.
Good idea.
Yeah. And close all the other tabs.
I'll come.
Hey,
Manny,
Kojak.
long time no see. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. hanging in there. I'm
I don't know
going to
about you, Manny,
Napa.
but I'm still coughing from.
It's still when I talk, the cough comes back a little bit.
Just
What the
I went
hell
to the doctor.
happened
Like,
to
what
you?
the hell was this thing?
They think it's there's a whooping cough epidemic that's going around that will give you a cough that will last about 100 days.
Jesus.
But the doctors have asked me to go to the hospital for an X-ray to make sure there's nothing else going on.
Right.
But so apologies to the people in the audience. I will be coughing throughout the show as per usual.
Should I wear a mask, Tim? Maybe I better wear a mask. I don't want to catch it.
It's not contagious.
It's not effective,
Not
Daniel.
contagious.
If I put you here, then yeah, probably you should. But I'll put you.
No. Put him next to me. Put him next to me.
Okay, there you go.
Manny, how you doing?
Oh, you got to go the other way.
Hey, Manny.
I'm good, Mike. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well, thank you.
I'm not doing so well, but hey, I'm losing. I'm like I know what am I saying? Look, I'm okay. I started new diet. Finally figured it out. You know, it's the weight loss. It's all in your head. Now that I had an opportunity to kind of straighten things out in my head, put the priorities in the correct order, I've been dropping weight like it's nothing.
Oh,
I got like 6 or 10 pairs of 32 size jeans.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna start wearing soon. I don't have to buy pants. It's gonna be
Nice.
great. I got all these medium sized polo shirts that I couldn't wear because I'm like extra large right now. So I'm really looking forward to this summer when I drop down in the weight. So I'm doing fantastic. So I'm gonna try to drink 2 daiquiris, and then I'm gonna go on a 2-hour walk.
Nice.
Just as to make up for the calorie lost. Hey,
We're doing the
Kojak,
coont-
welcome to Kojak's
today.
Nightline. What's that?
nighttime
coont.
tinctures. Hello, Coons. Shout out to
Hello,
all the
Coons.
Coons in the
Coons.
I'm
chat.
just making sure
Coons
that it's
that
all
are
in the right.
watching.
Yeah, just making sure it's in the right orientation.
Yes.
so-
Which way? You have it reversed?
It's reversed on StreamYard, but on YouTube it's the right way around. So go figure. I don't understand it, but
There is a button
it
you
is
can
what it is.
reverse it so that you can see it correctly.
There is.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
inversion. It inverts it for you. You go into settings,
Okay.
and then you go to camera,
Mirror
and there's a mirror my camera button.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it doesn't.
Okay, yeah,
reverse
mine is
it.
checked, so that's what it should be, right? Mirror.
Mirror.
No, it should
You
be
can
okay.
mirror it. The thing is, it's gonna be.
Yeah, it looks straight, Kojak. It looks good.
Does it look good? Let me just see on YouTube to make sure that it's the right way around.
To us, it's the right way.
It is.
Yes, looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it not?
Do you have that mirror checkbox?
Yes, it's fine. It's fine. It's good.
Okay.
We're all good. All right. So we're all aligned. It is very good. All right. Hey, everybody. So good to see you. Manny, wait, you've been gone for so long. Is everything okay?
Things are so-so. Some things are okay. Some things are so-so.
Oh dear.
We could talk offline.
Well, it's
Changes.
good to see you,
A few changes.
Yeah.
Well,
any changes to cars? Because you were busy with the cars.
Oh yeah. The Aston's gone. I sold it.
Oh,
you sold it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
So what, did you get something else to replace it or no?
No, just the cash. I serviced it. Remember that Sunday I told you I couldn't jump on because I was underneath it?
Right.
That Monday I sold it.
Oh,
wow.
I serviced it and sold it.
You want to share with us like what the pricing, how much you buy it for, how much you sold it for?
No, not on the stream, Timmy. We could do it offline. Or we could do it in the after show.
Okay.
Manny,
hey Manny,
were you that upset?
I thought you were going to trade it for a new one.
Yeah, no. And I've told
You
some
didn't
other
sell it
stuff
because
too.
You didn't sell it because the Aston Martin visit was cancelled, did you?
No, no.
That seemed a bit petty.
No,
but,
of course not. No, of course not. Yeah.
Well, the promise still stands. You know, like I met up with Molthred and his father-in-law, and he was really apologetic, even though it didn't affect me. But he was mortified with what happened, and he said that we will definitely make it up. Hopefully, the next time you do come to the UK.
I thought it was no big deal.
It was no big deal,
yeah.
Yeah, we
Hey,
really
man,
appreciated that he really tried.
Yeah.
If it fell through, that's okay.
Manny, when are you going to go back to London?
I don't know. When are you going back to London?
Possibly next year. So maybe we can coordinate and then reset the whole thing for the Aston Martin trip again.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give you guys some dates to really consider because the British watchmakers next year.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because I'm gonna be going there as well in 2026. I'm actually signed up for the British watchmakers. It's like a yearly membership. Let me show you guys. Because the thing is, the tickets to get into the British watchmakers, they're like £100 or something, and they get sold out on the day one. But guess what? You can get free tickets to the British watchmakers. You're also supporting a good cause. Let me show you. Go to here. You go to the website. You go to join the club. Get this for £55
for the year. Okay.
For a year, yeah, every year. So you get your tickets, guaranteed. Okay, and then you get this. You get the pin, the British watchmakers pin.
Yeah.
You get 1 year subscription to the Oracle. Actually, every year. Okay. So as long as you have it, you get the certificate. You can put it on your wall that you're supporting the British watchmakers. You get the Oracle magazine. You get the GMT magazine.
Wow.
You get the Eurostar magazine. I already told you that you get the exclusive event thing.
Yeah.
The badge. You get let's see here. You get this. You get their thing. You get the Watch Pro magazine.
Do I get a free trip to Tim's apartment?
You get like 5 magazines. No, you don't, Daniel. But if you want, but with your membership, if you're a member, you do. But if you pay yourself, you have to get yourself here. You can stay. You can sleep on the roommate's $15,000 couch for a night.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good deal, Timmy. That's good for £55 a year.
Yeah,
when is it?
You get, look at this. You get 1 magazine, 2 magazines, 3 magazines, 4 You get this one, retail jewelers, 4, 5 magazines. You get some discounts. Club members get the discount. So if you go to the event and you want to buy watches while you're at the event, you get discount, special discount.
You also get first refusal on any watches that are produced for the British Watchmakers Alliance.
Okay.
So 2 years ago, it was the Fierce Christopher Ward Brunswick when that was first launched. That you had priority to that if you're a member.
Boom. Yeah, it's incredible. It's actually,
was it that one? It was a watch. It was something that was made available to the club members first.
Well, the thing is, people who were members, they get the email that the gimlet was going to be sold. So they get the news of what's going to be happening there. If you just want to get the ticket, and it's like the tickets are included as well. Those tickets are expensive for the event access. If you're going to go next year for the British watchmakers, then you might as well just become a member now. That way you'll get your tickets for free. And you get for a whole year, you'll get the magazines, all the watch magazines.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It makes no sense not to be a member. I should have became a member a long time ago.
I'll get more clutter in my place than I ever imagined.
Magazines, okay? Let me show you. Yeah. But Daniel, a lot of these magazines, they're valuable. You can later sell them if you don't like them. Look, for example, this is the Oracle Time magazine. That's included with the subscription. Look at the quality here.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's
Right?
very
Look,
yeah, nice.
it's
So much-
incredible. Look, like they go into detail. Oh, look at this. They show you how to make a gimlet. The
Oh, no.
recipe, the history of the gimlet.
Well,
You
That's
see
funny.
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Tim, I'm getting the I'm getting the impression you're a salesman, Tim.
Well, no, it's just I didn't realize
Yeah.
that this is what you were getting until Red Shovel, because Red Shovel is a member. When we were at the British Watchmakers,
Yeah.
he had the pin. He had the little pin. I'm like, what is that? He said, oh, it's when you become a member, and plus you get all these magazines. I'm like, you get magazines? What the
Oh,
the
yeah.
hell?
It's a good deal. It's a very good deal.
It is.
And then they check. And then the GMT magazines. I saw the GMT magazine when we were in Geneva Watch Days. Here's
Yeah.
another magazine that you get. And these come out like every couple of months, every 2 or 3 months. Look at this one.
Nice.
Look how cool.
Yeah, it is.
History, reviews of different watches, all kinds of articles. There's articles on different people in watchmaking, the CEOs, the watchmakers themselves, on the factories. Like, what is this? Ugh. What is this? What factory is this? Just a second. Oh,
I think it was
Dubois
Vacheron.
Deprat. Holy
Ah.
shit.
So that's the
Deprat.
modules makers, yeah.
Yeah.
Chronographs.
Keep it in the family. Dubois Deprat. And this you can see okay, this is the family. You get to learn about like who the people are. You can see their facility in Switzerland. It is incredible stuff. Anyways, look, I don't
So
get
cool.
anything out of this. I just want to show you guys good deal. Because if you were to try and subscribe to these magazines individually,
Expensive.
you will pay one of these magazines for a year is worth like $70. But you get all 5 of them for $70. Plus you get the pin, plus you get the free membership. It just makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
British watchmakers, and you're part of the, I don't know. Rolex is originally British brand, so I want to support the Brits. I'm gonna put the link to sign up for
Yeah,
the
put
British
her in the
watchmakers.
chat. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
What
It's in the chat.
do you like? What did you like more? Watch Pro event in November or the British Watchmakers show?
British watchmakers.
Okay, cool.
But I
And that's
like
when is that?
Watch Pro.
No, when is the
Watch-
event? In Great Britain, in England?
Which
So
one?
there's
The
a
Watch
Watch
Pro or the British watchmakers?
The British Watchmakers.
Okay, so this year it was
Wasn't it March?
It's like last
March,
month, yeah, a month or 2 ago.
It was a few weeks before Watches and Wonders.
Yeah.
let's see here. It was March 7th.
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be kind of cool. It'll be kind of cool, the weather in London that time of year.
Yeah, it's not hot,
good.
not cold.
No.
Like look at here. I live streamed with Red Shovel as we were waiting in line to get inside to the. It was a perfect day. It wasn't cold. Like you see it, pretty good
Right.
day. They had like a little shot there outside.
Yeah.
It was very nice.
Well,
very
we can always coordinate it next year. Going to doing London again. Plus, I want to meet up with the guys, from school. Going to get as many of the guys together, so it'll be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I kind of coordinate that, and then I'll see you guys again, and then we can go if Kojak can coordinate something with Aston Martin. Hopefully, this time it will work okay.
Yeah. Or if we have enough heads up, I could do it through my local dealer as well, guys.
Yeah.
Because I did try before our trip.
Yeah.
And they got me in, but it was the Thursday morning. Actually, it was the day we were going to London from Paris.
Mm-hmm.
In the morning.
Well,
so we
I
weren't
think
going to be in London anyway that morning.
I think it'll be more enjoyable if there's a few of us going together.
Yeah.
Than just being one or two, on a trip.
Of course.
To go see Aston, because I think we can have afterwards we can have lunch and we can do a few other things afterwards and all that kind of stuff. So we can make a day that day if we go visit it.
Yeah, we could have pizza with mall thread.
There you go.
There by Milton Keys.
It's really good pizza. So for example, when we know the dates, when like either British watchmakers or the Watch Pro, you can coordinate with your school people either before the event or after event, and that way we could do all the things at the same time.
Absolutely.
James the advisor says, I support the US made. Me too. And I think somebody, and look, James, there's an opportunity to start a US watchmakers alliance, or I think there's already something like that. But let me see, is there such thing? US watchmakers.
You have any idea how many U.S. brands are around right now?
Well, there's RGM, the ones that we know. RGM.
That's the main one. That's the main.
We know Weiss, WEIS, that Tim doesn't like, but they're good. And then there's a whole host of them, aren't there? That probably that I don't know about, like micro affordable brands. Yeah. Monta, I think, is a brand. Do they still exist? Monta, they were a good.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so
they exist.
I think they're based in the States. I'm not sure.
Long Island Watch as well, Mark over there.
Oh yeah, Marco. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
but there is no a U.S. watchmakers event like the British watchmakers. There's no collaborative like that. There's all these groups, right? But there's nobody.
I think there's a lot more British brands, without a doubt, in comparison to American brands. So they can put something together big for them, where it's just a lot smaller, the U.S. contingency.
But we're already getting some big U.S. watchmakers. Like, okay, we got the RGM. There's J.N. Shapiro, Fleming, right? There's few others. Okay, there's not yet. But the thing is, where the British watchmakers have advantage is they have George Daniels.
True.
That's the really big draw. There's 1,000 people that will show up just to see George Daniels and say hi to him and see some of his watches. We don't have anybody like that. So what we need is like John Mayer or someone like that to say, "Hey, I'll be at the event," right? To support, to be a draw for the U.S. watchmakers. He doesn't. The thing is, John Mayer, he doesn't have a watch company, but I think he should start his own watch company, a high-end watch company, or maybe like mid price point around $10,000 watches made in United States as much as possible, or maybe with Swiss movements, but high finish, maybe some beautiful dials. There's a way he could do it, and then he could be the draw for that. But who knows?
Hey Timmy, how about Jacob? Are they considered an American brand?
Jacob and Co? No, he white labels everything from a company
Geneva?
in Geneva. Yeah, it's all Swiss made.
Okay.
But Jacob could do it if he wanted to start his cheaper price point brand. There are a lot. Think about it. There's that company that takes pocket watches, turns them into wrist watches. Hamilton could sponsor it, technically speaking.
Right.
Hamilton was even at what's it? I know
got
that Hamilton
Ball.
as a Time and Tide. How crazy is that?
Ball is American.
Ball, yeah, but they're Swiss now. But originally they were. Yeah, they could sponsor. Also, we have the Horological Society of New York. That's something, that's a really big kind of a company that could benefit from being in a type of an alliance and have presence at an annual meeting that would take place. I don't know where, but there would be a venue would need to be found where where people could come together for the U.S. watchmakers. It's an opportunity. James the advisor, when you get your American made watch company rolling, talk to the other business associates in the business, and try to see if you can start something like that. It would be incredible to see him.
It would be.
Mr. Wonderful could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he would be
Yeah, yeah.
Teddy.
You're
You
right.
know what? I think Teddy
Teddy
possibly
should
could
do
even.
something. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a big name. He could and he did videos with RGM. Maybe Teddy wants to sell all watches. Maybe he doesn't want to go to like exclusively into American, because he's big partners with Grand Seiko, and other brands. But maybe like Christian from Theo and Harris, he's got a bit of a name in the business. But there's a lot of people who could do it. But like I think Teddy would be on board. Teddy could be like a promoter. You know how Bark and Jack actually had a coffee stand at the British watchmakers. What the fuck? Right?
Yeah.
That's talking watches, drinking coffee.
Yeah. Well, we're talking watches and we're drinking hopefully daiquiris today. So
yes.
just to remind people, Cocktail Sunday, house rules.
Let's go.
Camera
Let's go, Kojak. Let's go.
Face is optional, but no weapons allowed. And we are covering the daiquiri, the humble daiquiri today. Do you want to read out the message, Tim? Put the guns away, buddy. So, Gent Advisor, what's that message there? Oh,
no, he's just naming all the American watch brands.
The US brands, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So the daiquiri, what can I say? It's about bloody time. A lot of, we've been focusing a lot of gin and vodka-based cocktails and whiskey-based ones. And I think somebody asked the question a few weeks ago, why no love for the rum? Well, this was always going to be the plan. Once the weather turns a bit nicer, we'll be sort of hitting the rum and leaving sort of the whiskies back in sort of the wintry and autumnal months. So always the plan to come to the rums. And I think the daiquiri is the quintessential rum-based drink. That is probably one of the most famous drinks in the world, mostly drunken abroad in a frozen variety of some description. And hopefully we're going to be able to go through sort of the history of the daiquiri along with some recommendations and some things that we can do to address it. The Cocktail Codex, which is the book by the guys behind Death & Company. This is a really good book. They categorize modern day cocktails into one of 6 categories. The first one was the old-fashioned. Hang on, let me just check. Is it the old-fashioned?
Oh.
The old-fashioned. The second one was the martini. And the third one now is the daiquiri.
Oh,
so
Mike, be careful. Something's going on with.
Who's that?
With your
That's
mic.
not me, is it?
No, I was with Mike.
I think it could be Mike because he's got headphones on. Anyway, the DAC. So what Death & Co tried to do is, you made it. We've talked about things like the flip. We talked about the daisy. We talked about sours. We've talked about all sorts of categories of cocktails. The thing between the thing with these sort of these old style categorizations is a lot of them is a bit of overlap, shall we say. So when Death & Company released the Cocktail Codex, they decided to recategorize drinks. So the old-fashioned style drinks, which included Manhattans, would have included Negronis, would have included, of course, old-fashions. The martinis, which we have done ad nauseum, and daiquiri sort of covers sours as well as daisies. Now, a daisy, for example, the margarita, and a sour, like a whiskey sour or a gin sour or a rum sour, because let's face it, that's what a daiquiri is. The only thing that differs between the two, strict definition, is what form does the sugar take? So in a daisy, it would be a liqueur, like a Cointreau or any sort of type of liqueur, whereas a sour will be typically sugar syrup. But I think that's sort of semantics, because at the end of the day, sugar is sugar, just because you have it in a liqueur rather than in a non-alcoholic version. The lines are getting blurred as bartending is sort of getting more and more advanced, shall we say. So that's why I think now the sours and the daisies sort of sit within the same sort of category as far as they're concerned. You could say the major difference between those two categories, like the margarita and say a sour, is that a margarita is more sort of spirit forward. It's really about the base spirit, with the other ingredients sort of supporting it. Whereas a sour is highlighting the citrus as well as the sugar as well as the base spirit. So we're going to go, they've called it a daiquiri. They could have called it a rum sour. They could have called it a whiskey sour. There's all sorts of things they could have decided to call it, but daiquiri, because it's now synonymous with this particular category of drinks. So first of all, I'd like to ask you guys what rum, if you are joining us, if you are doing it, what rum you've got, and also what watch you've got.
Okay.
Oh.
So let's go Tim first.
Okay.
Oh, man, let's go with Matt. Oh, okay.
I think I already showed mine, but it's just gonna be, since I already have it here, Manny, you get it ready.
Yep.
Let's show it next. I got the Havana Club Puerto Rican rum by accident, but that's what I had, what was available. This was a $23 bottle of it's not cheap, I guess, but it's not very expensive either. Very clear liquid. I was looking for something clear because Kojak said it has to be light and fresh. But look, that's just what I had.
Yeah, and that's where I threw in a twist there.
Okay.
I had this already.
I knew you had that.
Right.
You got the Maldives watch.
Hey, shout out to Maldives.
That's right.
It's actually because of Maldives that we are doing the cocktails. It all started because Maldives asked me to do a cocktail, and we at that time we had no idea that Kojak was a cocktail genius, and then Maldives sent me a set to do the cocktail on the stream, and from there I was like, Kojak's like, oh, well, I'll do a cocktail, boom, and then now we're doing cocktails, wines, whiskeys, everything, almost every single week. There you go. Shout out to Maldives.
Nice margarita coupe there.
There you go.
Nice glass.
Classy, Manny.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Excellent.
And
Daniel,
what watch are you wearing tonight?
Well, he was wearing the Maldives watch.
Oh, the Maldives, right?
Yeah.
Jesus, I'm like, yeah. Oh, and it matches. Actually, it matches. The dial matches the color of the lime, the lime color.
Yeah,
it does.
The dial color. Daniel is bored with us.
I've been sent. I've already been sent to the back of the class to wear a cone on the top of my head after I showed earlier what the rum was.
Oh yeah, that was.
Eldorado 12 is a Guyanese rum. It's a very good rum, but you're in the same camp now as Manny. So we have 2 dark rums and we have 2 light rums, so to speak. And what watch are you wearing today, Daniel?
I'm wearing the Habring, which I'm just addicted to.
Nice.
Very good.
But I'm also, because I double fist.
Double wristing.
Double wrist.
Very nice.
Excellent.
The Habring, man, I can't get enough of Habring.
Yeah,
Daniel, if you ever want to sell it at an extreme loss, I'll buy it. I'm really interested in that watch.
I will offer half of what Tim offers you.
Okay, then he'll sell it to me. But unless you want to lose your shirt as well. Vedster, 10 pounds.
Hey,
Super chat. Shout out to Ved. Amazing stuff, gents. Great finish. to a good evening so far. Just got back from Brian Adams' gig.
Oh, cool.
Isn't that
I think-
interesting? Brian Adams is, I guess, making a comeback. He was deep in photography. He sort of left the rock music business, and
Right.
all of a sudden here we are. He's doing, I guess, a tour.
Holy
another
shit.
Another Canadian, Brian Adams.
And he went into photography?
Big time, from what I understand, like a professional photographer. But you know,
Really?
like his own thing, like Marco.
Yeah.
Like he's doing his own gigs and stuff. But you know, he's good at music, and if he can draw out a big whole field of fans, why not? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Hell
Good
yeah.
stuff. Good stuff.
Incredible. Incredible. Because the thing is, like
Right.
with photography, just like a lot of other skills, it's like your name recognition is everything. Like people love good photographs, but if you have a name to go like with the photograph, it's just worth so much more.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
And plus, with his name, Brian Adams, he probably has access to photographs things that nobody else would get
Maybe.
opportunity.
Like Brian Adams' privates.
Privates, exactly. Sipping
'Cause I don't
on
have
some
access.
Okay, let him make fun of
Pinot
us.
Grigio and watching you fine gentlemen. Cheers, Vedster.
I don't know when he last lived. He might be living in Canada, but he's originally from Canada, Brian.
Really?
Toronto. I think he's from Toronto, isn't
Oh,
he?
there you go. Okay.
There you go. Right. So today I am wearing Tudor Black Bay Chrono.
Nice.
White dial. It's my wife's one that she can no longer wear because of her allergies. So I'm giving it a wear to see what I think of it. It's a little bit loose.
The
'cause it
white
doesn't have
lady.
half links.
Okay, so how long does it take for the great Kojak to see what he thinks of it?
The issue is that it doesn't have half links on this bracelet.
Hmm.
So I'm going to order a half link from Uncle Seiko to see if I can get a good fit.
Gotcha.
Right. And as
Hey,
for
Kojak, is your roommate 100% now after the procedure?
sorry, say again.
She had a procedure done when we were there. Remember? She was
Oh
resting.
yes. We went to the Harley Street surge consultant on last week.
Okay.
I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. There's still a possibility that she might have to have another operation. So it was an injection that she had,
Right.
but she might actually have to have an operation on her foot. I said I would, how much was it? I said I could lop her leg off for a fraction of the price. No one listens to me. And we are joined by, hopefully, Mike.
A fine
just the right time.
gentleman.
There's Mike.
Hey, sorry
Mike.
guys, I don't know what's going on today.
No, well, it's fine.
It's good
If
now.
somebody
though,
call
Mike.
you, it's whenever you get a call, it like screws up the microphone input.
Yeah, I rebooted anyway, so hopefully this should be fine now.
Yeah, no, it's good now, Mike.
I think, Mike, if you're using the speakers on the laptop as well, then sometimes when it goes wrong, then you get that sort of feedback sort of situation.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'm using my iPhone only.
No, but if you're anyway, it doesn't really, it sounds good now. That's the main thing.
Good,
So
good.
we can see that you're sporting. You've got a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label there.
I do.
And what wristwatch are you accompanying that with?
Oh, very nice.
The Santos.
Santos, yep, nice.
It looks like it matches the bottle with the gold
does,
label.
yeah.
Yeah, with the
around
gold.
bezel.
You're right.
The gold.
There was no intention there. Now, come on.
Right.
Just happened to be a coincidence.
Yeah, right. Coincidence. Before we move on to the white rum that I've got, Mike, do you want to give us some insight into next week's wine, just for the good folk here that are watching that have time to be able to get something for next week?
Well, next week we are going to be in Napa, so we're not going to be really covering a particular wine that Sunday, I believe. Right, Tim? I don't think
You know
so.
what? We might
'Cause
be
we'd
able to.
be busy with the we'll be busy getting back on the flight.
You know, I
Can you
think
hear
what
me?
we'll do, we'll join from the airport, and we'll talk about the wines that we had that on that Napa tour.
Yeah, we could do that definitely.
It's a
And then I
possibility.
can follow it up with the following Sunday on a particular wine that I pick. I'm thinking we could do the Bordeaux that following Sunday,
Yeah.
or we could do a Pinot Noir, because now the warmer weather's coming in. I mean, it's already hitting 103, 104 over here in Arizona.
Oh wow.
And yeah, the heat has begun in Arizona already. So we can do the Pinot Noir as the last red for this year till the summer is over, and then we'll start back up like maybe in October in the reds, and then we'll go into whites through the summer period, because really, to be honest with you, it's too hot to drink reds in the summertime, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm
listen.
thinking doing a Pinot Noir or a Bordeaux, up to you guys, the following Sunday, and go from there. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan. Perfect opportunity, because I'm with you. It's gonna get really hot.
Yeah,
And also white wines, they're usually a lot less popular than the red ones. So it's a
true.
good opportunity to learn about the white wines and actually use them for these hotter temperatures.
Right, and we can have something chilled. We can drink something cold, during
Yeah,
the summertime. It'll be more appropriate than drinking something like a red, where you have to, you got to keep it in the cellar. You can't really put it on the table. Even at 78 degrees, 80 degrees, it's too hot, because temperature in the house is still kind of hot to really drink reds. To be honest with you.
Right.
exactly.
So
We got a super chat from Sean, $20. Jens unfortunately can't join Kojak for the Kojak Magic Hour tonight. Great to see Manny is on. Someone please clearly explain the difference between double wristing and double feasting before he finds himself in a weird situation.
No. Let's just watch this to see what happens. It might be fun. So maybe next week. It depends. There may be too many drinks to cover this week. I could just continue to do daiquiris next week as well.
Sure.
But we can discuss offline and sort something out.
Okay.
So,
But before you start, I know I'm a pain in the ass.
so I'm not giving way to the gentleman in the left-hand corner. Sorry. No, go on.
The ice. I don't want to bring out the ice the last minute. Should I bring out the ice now, I guess? Or
No. I need to still show you the rum that I'm going to be using.
Okay.
Right. So, rum. I could use the classic Bacardi.
Throw it in the trash.
Throw it in the trash.
This is the drain cleaner.
The original.
In fact,
daiquiris,
I wouldn't even use it as a drain cleaner. No, I'm joking. I don't know anything.
The original daiquiris were made with Bacardi.
Oh,
but that's when Bacardi used to be in Cuba.
Yes.
So I don't know where Tim's gone now. He's
just checking. I'm just checking something.
Yeah. So Bacardi used to be based in Cuba before they got kicked out because of the revolution.
Yep.
And the government took over the factory that Bacardi occupied and installed Havana Club there instead. So Havana Club in Cuba is what Bacardi used to be. Not that Havana Club. What you've got there is Bacardi. Okay, so because you can't get Cuban goods, so this is really, it's a little bit of back and forthery going on, a bit of jiggery pokery.
Yeah.
So Bacardi relocated to Puerto Rico, where they still are today. Okay. And they make this shit. Okay. They claim this is the same recipe as it's always been, but that's a little bit of bullshit. That's like saying my cat has 4 legs and it's the same as a Komodo dragon that has 4 legs. No, that's where the similarities Or rather, okay, my crocodile is the same as Daniel Katz's zebra. One's got a bit more bite than the other, so they're not the same. I don't care who you are, Bacardi. You can come for me. It ain't the same, and we all know it. Because Havana Club is so ubiquitous with a lot of these cocktails, you can buy it worldwide, but you just can't buy it in the United States due to embargoes.
Embargoes, yep.
Yeah.
Now, may I say something quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Bacardi actually does have a different tiers of rum that are better. They have a Bacardi Añejo, which isn't bad. They got a Bacardi Black, which is pretty good. So there are some other Bacardi that are decent rums. But I agree, the Bacardi that you have in your house, silver,
Blanco,
is crap, basically.
It's there's Especial and the Nejos they're quite good.
Yeah,
they're quite good. It's the Blanco, which is
it's the Blanco, the silver, yeah.
the Blanco.
So
there's an opening in the market in America for Havana Club. So Bacardi launched a sub brand called Havana Club.
Mm-hmm.
They supposedly bought the recipe from Havana Club in Cuba,
mm-hmm.
and so that they can say we're recreating the Havana Club, but in Puerto Rico, and we're selling it as Havana Club, but it's not the same. But it's expensive. So we have options like this Bacardi, but we're not going to use that. We have something like from Jamaica, Ray and Nephew. This is overproof rum. It is 130 proof.
Okay.
63 volume. Now this is Jamaican rum, and it's it's got a very strong, potent flavor, which is ubiquitous with Jamaican rum. So not going to be using that. So the question then is, which rum is suitable for a daiquiri?
Kojak, sorry to interrupt again. Bacardi does make a 151. Are you familiar with that one?
Yes.
An overproof. I think, I'm not sure you can get it in the UK, but I think,
I used to sell it, Bacardi 151. It's probably one of the strongest rums on the market. Definitely.
Wow, okay.
Anyway, I'll shut up now. Let you do your deal.
No, that's okay. No. But look, listen, I will get things wrong. So it's good if I've got somebody here who was in the game.
Hey, Mike, you want a story about Bacardi?
Sure.
My brother's ex-wife's family are Bacardi.
No shit.
Oh,
wow.
Yes.
Wow.
They're not offended. You're not offended by me slagging them off.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have the last name of Bacardi. That means they're somehow related through blood.
Well, it's my brother's ex-wife. That side of the family.
Oh, your brother's ex-wife?
Ex-wife, yes.
Okay.
Okay. That's
right.
Very interesting. That's very interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
So we could go for this is Havana Club. This is Havana Club.
Oh, this is the proper.
Is that is that the Cuban one, the real one?
That is the Cuban one. It's a 3-year aged light rum. So what they do with a lot, just because I say white, a lot of people think that light is white, but it's not quite the same. A lightly aged rum is charcoal filtered to remove the sort of coloration. It's still straw-like, but it removes a lot of the color and also some of the sort of barrel notes from being matured in a cask. But this is your go-to sort of rum that you'll find in most bars around the world outside of the United States of America. So this is why Bacardi decided to fill the void by saying, look, we'll distill Havana Club under license and then sell it to the United States of America and be done with it.
Right.
The thing is that there's always been contentious between Bacardi and Havana Club because essentially Havana Club stole the distillation plant or was gifted it from the state that was used previously the property of the Bacardi company. So a little bit tension there. Okay, so we have Havana Club.
Wow.
It's not a bad, it's fairly reasonably priced. It's about the same price as what you paid for yours, Tim. Okay. The one that I recommended was Veritas, or as it's called in America, Probitas, meaning truth or honesty. The reason behind this is that these guys are making very clear that they have no additives, no sugar, no doctoring whatsoever. It's a pure product. And it's a regional blend of Foursquare and Hamden's. So it's got Barbados and also some Jamaican rum in there. Yeah, Hamden's in Jamaica, which is pot stilled, and Foursquare in Barbados, which is column stilled. So do different styles of rums there, and that's what that's what a lot of people do recommend. About 5 years ago, this became the gold standard.
Wait. It's rum and what else? What's in there again?
It's rum.
It's a blend of different rums from different regions.
Yeah, if you think of if you think of all the regions that make up sort of the rum-making nations of the Caribbean, you have Trinidad, you have Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, Guadeloupe, all these other places. They all have a slightly different profile to the type of rum that they make, depending whether they're part of the British rum-making tradition, or the Spanish rum-making tradition, or the French rum-making tradition. They will all have a slightly different character. Jamaicans are the ones which are pot stilled. So these are the types of stills that would have been used in whiskey distilleries. They produce a lot of funky flavors, that sort of overly ripe banana sort of smell to it. It's not rotten, it's just extremely ripe.
Hold on. I hate to be a pain in the butt, but can you bring the label close so I can take a picture?
A picture of what?
Of the label of that rum.
Shout out to Vedster. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. Loving this bit of Bacardi history. I didn't know this stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Go Veritas.
Thank you.
So Veritas is the master distiller there from Foursquare. He does some fantastic expressions. This is a passion project for him, and it's a really good thing. But guys, I didn't stop there. Okay.
Didn't stop.
So we have Santa Teresa Romanejo Claro, probably the similar sort of style as the Cuban rum Havana Club. That's not a bad drop.
Where's that one from?
That is from Venezuela.
Okay.
Venezuelan rum. We have Flor de Cana Forseco. This is sort of Spanish. These again, most of them are Spanish style in the Spanish style. This is Nicaraguan. We have. Let's do this one. We do 10 to. Let me finish my bit, please. Daniel, before we. Yeah. So we have 10 to 1, which is a blend of rums from Jamaica and the Dominican Republic. This, by rum lovers, they seem to suggest this is the best daiquiri. I'm not so sure.
Okay.
We have. Sorry.
No, I'm just laughing because you got like 10 different rums. This is incredible.
No, that gets far worse. So we have Plantery 3 stars. 3 stars referring to the fact that it comes from 3 different countries.
Okay.
So it comes from Barbados, Jamaica, and Trinidad. So it's a regional blend again. So different elements again with that Jamaican funk in there. Plantation, or it used to be called Plantation, but now it's called Plantery. Okay, and we have Equinor. This is a bit of a weird one because it's a blend of rum from somewhere in the Caribbean. I think it's going to be Barbados. And also rum from Africa.
Oh, wow.
From Mauritius.
Oh, Mauritius.
Yeah, from Mauritius.
Uh-huh.
So quite an unusual one. This I'll fit you into these things a little bit later on. There is this one as well. William George I will be honest, I know nothing about this one. I was at the off license the other day, and they were doing a rum tasting, and I got talking to Jazz, who runs a company that does a rum portfolio only. And I asked him. We were talking about rums, and we were having a heated discussion about it. I asked him what was his favorite rum, and he recommended this from his portfolio. So I haven't tried this one yet. But that one, I think, where is this from?
Kojak, you got a rum problem.
That is Jamaican and Trinidad.
Trinidad.
Yeah, so Trinidad as well.
It's
so that's
from Goldfinger's home.
There you go. And we also have another one from Venezuela, I believe. Is it Venezuela? I think so. Somebody will be able to correct me. Yes, Venezuela. Diplomatico Planash or Planas. Okay. I don't know how you pronounce it. It has a sort of chocolatey, like a white sort of chocolate sort of smell to it.
Interesting.
Okay. So that's good. And also I have here a one from Nissen, which is a rum agricole. This is the only French style rum that I have. And wow. I thought if I was going to get a French style rum, I'd get the best one that's on the market. And they say this paired with this makes a great blend for a daiquiri.
Oh, wow.
So that's part of the reason why I got it. So this is a rum agricole, French style, from Martinique.
Oh, wow.
Have I got any more? No, that'll do.
That's it? Just, why stop here? Why so few?
Timmy, I swear, he's got more rum than I used to sell.
Awesome.
I was going to have another 3 bottles, but when I went into town today to another liquor store, they're supposed to be open on a Sunday. They were actually closed.
Oh my!
And I would have picked up a Brugal, a Chairman's Reserve white label, and what else would I have picked up? A Ron Cubé. Now, Ron Cubé is actually made by Havana Club, okay, but they make it at a sort of higher level. So it's like Havana Club plus.
I see.
So I was looking forward to getting that. Now, depending on who you listen to on the YouTubes about like best rums for daiquiris, some people prefer the sort of funkier stuff, like sort of 10 to 1, but some people prefer the lighter stuff, sort of the Havana Clubs of this world. But those people who like the lighter rums seem to rave about Brugal, seem to rave about Santa Teresa, seem to rave about Equina, and also Chairman's Reserve, and that I don't have, and also Brugal that I don't have, and Ron Cubé. So I don't have those ones. Now, why do I have all these rums? I wanted to know for myself which is the best rum for a daiquiri. So for the past few days, I've been making 4 rums a night, 4 daiquiris a night, to get my wife to taste it, to see which one she liked. So,
ER $100 super chat. What? No cheap ass Malibu rum?
That's not rum. That's coconut liqueur.
That's coconut.
It's a coconut liqueur.
Huge shout out to ER. And just really quickly here, Travis, who's been a member for 12 months. He says, cheers, Tim, panel, and everyone in the chat. Also, E. Stewart Hall, who's been a member for 14 months, says, love the rum education. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Kojak. Dude, this is unbelievable. Also, Vedster, 5 pounds, drinking rum in the morning doesn't make you an alcoholic. It makes you a pirate. Arr. I know, terrible, but couldn't resist.
No,
thank you so much.
Well, this so we've covered a lot of rums over different sections. We've got some British style rums. The Jamaican ones is from the British part of the world, part of the rum making fraternity. But Daiquiri is a Spanish. It's a Spanish rum-based drink, so it stands to reason they would probably work better. But I tell you not, I kid you not, Chairman's Reserve White Label, which is St. Lucia, which is a British rum style, that apparently makes the best daiquiri out of a lot of these rums here. What did my wife hate? She didn't like this. Okay, so that's gone. That's gone. We haven't tried this, so I can't really talk about that one.
They're cut from the roster. Okay.
She said that this was interesting. This has a real sort of. Let me discuss the rum styles, because you may have forgotten this. So when we talk about French, we talk about Spanish, and we talk about English. English are pot stills. They have a lot of esters in there, which have that sort of more funky flavor to it. For the most part, the Spanish and the French style use column stills. They are cheaper to run. They run 24 hours a day. Like you could do continuous. With a pot still, you put in your liquor in there, you let it ferment, distill, and all that sort of stuff. You've got to clean it out and refresh it, and so on and so forth. It's not continuous. Whereas with column stills, they're more efficient, but they produce a sort of a cleaner, more sort of smooth style of rum. Same with whiskies as well. The difference between French rums or rum agricole and Spanish and British rums is, yes, they're using stills, but they use, so that's not French, this is French. They used sugarcane juice to make the rum. So they get the sugar canes, they extract the juice, and then they make rum out of that sugar cane juice.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas 85% of the rest of the rums, 80 to 90% of the rums, are made from molasses, which is sugarcane juice that goes on to make sugar, which a byproduct of making sugar is molasses. And then they use that to then make rum as a byproduct. So much so that the French call this rum spelled R-H-U-M, agricole, so agricultural rum, whereas they refer to all the other types of rums as rum industrial, industrialized rum. So they only use sugarcane for the sole purposes of making rum, whereas everybody else makes sugar and consequently use the molasses to then make rum as well. I don't think one's better than the other. You could say if you're trying to be efficient and use everything, zero waste, that's a good way of recycling a byproduct. So Spanish rums, British rums, they're called rum industrials. They're the industrialized ones. French ones in Martinique, for example, have very strict guidelines as to what you can and cannot do with this style of rum. Everything else you can do whatever you want, pretty much. Outside of these regions, you do get rums that are made or blended in the country, not necessarily where the rum was distilled. So Holland does this, the UK does this, Colombia does this. So Colombia don't actually make any rum themselves; they bring it over from next door neighbor, which I think is the Dominican Republic or Panama. I can't remember which one it is. But so they bring them over from there, and they sort of blend it and distill it and put it together. Right. So those are the styles of rum. So we're getting rid of this for time being. We're going to get rid of this as well. So we need to put it down. As I said, she really liked the Havana Club too. She thought this tasted of nothing, so we're going to get rid of that.
I'm glad I got some type of a Havana Club.
Yeah. She thought this was not bad, but it was like tasted of nothing to begin with and had a bit of a Jamaican funky aftertaste, which she didn't really enjoy that much. But so this is out. And so we're left with these 4. Let me just.
What do you do with all the rums that she doesn't like? Are you gonna just offer it for free somewhere? Or?
No, what I'll do is I'll use them to hit them over the head of somebody who asks me a silly question.
Daniel, he'll make a lot of rum cake.
Oh, okay.
I'm having a street party in the summer, and I'll just be making daiquiris for everybody. No, it won't go to waste. Nothing goes to waste. In this
okay, I'll try to come.
So,
hey, Kojak, question for you. Out of all those rums, do any of them have anise flavor?
No, none of them. Anise is not really a typical flavor profile you'll find in rums, light rums. Okay. And what is interesting about all these 4, that they're not white rums, they're sort of light rums. So they're aged rums. So they all got a slightly straw-like hue to it. Up until today, this was my wife's favorite. But she actually, I think, preferred this one. But it's my show. I'll do what the fuck I like. I'm using Veritas, so fuck you guys.
That's right.
Get that.
Well, I can either make it with Veritas or I can make it with Havana Club. I'm not really bothered either way. Okay, so I'm gonna use Veritas. As I said, it's like a bit of the darling of the bartending world. It is quite high proof. It's 47 alcohol by volume. And that's just, I think, we're just enough yapping. We just need to make a bloody cocktail and be done with it.
But the question now, I have the question: what is the aging of these that you like? Only a couple of years, or a year, or what?
It's obviously down to the individual. I don't know how long these are aged for. Some of them display it, some of them don't.
Oh, okay.
Havana Club. So this is a blend.
Okay.
So it's
doesn't matter.
One of the rums will be aged, the other one's not.
Right. Okay.
Havana Club, 3 years old, is aged for 3 years.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Simple as that. Manny and Daniel have aged rums. You have an 8-year-old Appleton Estate.
Yep.
Which is Jamaican, isn't it? Appleton Estate, I think it is. I've got
it is, yes.
And I've got even older to reflect how old I am.
So your rum is more of a sort of Demerara style type rum, so it's so it has a sort of sweeter profile to it compared to Appleton Estate, which will have a sort of funkier vibe to it. But as I said, you can use any rum you want for daiquiris. It just won't be bright and crisp like a normal daiquiris. So let's get our ingredients.
Okay. Let me get.
Yeah, let's do that then. Enough talking.
All right, let the liming begin. I'm gonna go grab my limes too. Is that okay? Just everybody go grab limes and stuff. I'll play a little 45-second clip here from Vedster. He was at the event, right? Just a little quick video. Here we go.
Okay, people. So we're going to start off with our cheap ingredients first. Now, daiquiris are really quite easy in principle, but in practice can be quite tricky because different rums require different levels of sweetness, different levels of acidity. We're going to start off with the baseline of 3/4 ounce lime.
Yeah, which look, Kojak, I did squeeze my own fresh lime juice.
There you go. Cool. So I'm just going to use an elbow squeezer here to get
That's
some.
looks like 3/4. I'm not going to get nailed if it's not exactly 3/4.
Well, with a daiquiri, it can make all the difference. So if you don't know what it is, then you won't be able to necessarily correct it.
Yeah. So is it 3/4 lime juice or an ounce, a full ounce of lime juice?
3/4 of an ounce. I think that's the starting point. Okay.
Okay.
So 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice.
Yes, boss.
Now, as you, it's normally 3/4 of an ounce of simple syrup, but you guys have rich simple syrup, so it's actually half an ounce rather than 3/4 of an ounce.
Yes.
But if you want to pour a little bit more, Daniel, because you have a bit of a sweet tooth, then I'm not going to stop you.
I don't know why I'm thinking of Silence of the Lambs for some reason, but there's nothing to do with it.
Don't know where Tim has gone. Okay, so that's poured in there as well. And we're going with 2 ounces of your rum of choice.
2 ounces.
All right. So let's do this. Lime juice.
Oh, you know, I used the damn wrong side of this. Damn it. Oh. Oh well.
Okay, so I got my lime juice.
So 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice.
Yep. Simple syrup.
I don't know what simple syrup have you got?
The simple one was the it's called Proserio. It's
No, I'm talking to Manny there. Does it say the ratio? Is it 2-to-1 or is it 1-to-1? Does it have a bricks unit in there? It should say type of sweetness, bricks or a ratio.
Let me see if I see a ratio anywhere.
Or bricks, BRIX.
Ingredients, it's just water, cane sugar. I don't see a ratio anywhere.
Well, if it's listed water first, then I would suspect it's more like a simple syrup. So you probably need to do 3/4 of an ounce.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's too sweet, you'll know next time to dial it back. But I think that might be.
Okay, I'm putting the 2 shots of rum in.
2 ounces of rum.
I think that's what I meant. I just didn't word it right.
All right, and 2 ounces of rum.
Yeah.
I am messed up. I failed already.
Take your time, Daniel.
I used the wrong side of the measuring thing.
Okay. All right.
Whatever.
All right, I'm back. Check this out. Let me show you guys something. I got the limes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got my lime.
You cut them all already. Oh dear.
Why?
Okay.
Why was that wrong? I have more.
That's okay. That's fine. It's just I want it was for something else in the future, but not to worry. Don't worry.
Okay, I have more uncut. I have 10 limes just in case.
Okay, cool. So 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice, Tim.
So I'm liming. I'm juicing the limes right now. Look, this pretty good lime juicer that I have here.
Cool.
Very cool. I highly recommend this one. It's good for limes and lemons. And get this.
Yeah.
So
I need to get one of those. I actually squeezed it myself earlier.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh man, you're gonna love this one.
I need to get that.
It's so great, and it's got a little filter here too. So it's only the juice goes through. I'll send you the link to the Amazon.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Send me the link too.
Okay, Daniel, I'll send you the link as well. This is the best one. I'm
just using I'm just using a Mexican elbow juicer. It's just super quick. It doesn't get all the juice out. It's just faster.
Right.
And again, I've been disqualified because I used the top part instead of the bottom part for the lime. Whatever.
It's okay. It's okay. The top one is an ounce. The other one's an ounce and a quarter, Daniel. So it's okay.
Oh, it's not much more. Okay.
No, it's not much more.
Well, it depends on the jiggers. Some can be double, some can be red marginally more.
Yeah, like this one looks a lot bigger on the other side. You see that, Daniel?
Yeah. Okay.
But it's 1 ounce here and 1 1/4 on the bigger one.
Okay.
Well, a bad workman always blames his tools, Daniel. Okay.
Yeah.
How are we doing there, guys? So have we got our liquids ready?
Yep.
And we're
Ready to
waiting
go.
on Tim.
I got ice here.
Hold on, my hands are sticky.
How much ice have you got in that tin there?
It's almost halfway. Can you see it?
Cool. Yeah, that's all right. That's cool. Cool.
Almost halfway.
Yeah.
Wait, you need more ice?
No, you need half a tin of ice to shake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Boom. I think okay. One last. I got one last lime to juice.
You
Look how much
only,
lime
it's
juice.
only about, you only need half a lime or so. You don't. How many are you squeezing?
5 limes. I'm gonna drink it as a shot for a challenge.
Oh, okay. Well, that's no challenge.
You can drink five limes in one shot.
I do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
Easy.
You know, one of my daughters when they were little, they was stuck on the lime like that. Mickey used to do that.
Yeah.
Nice. Woo! Look at this. They're all juiced.
All
Very
right.
good.
I think the roommate will make like something out of them.
So 3/4. So Timmy, 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice.
3/4 of an ounce.
Yep.
Yeah, of lime juice.
And how much is this?
I don't know.
Okay, 3/4. 3/4. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Here we go. 3/4. Could be about there.
If you've got rich simple syrup, I can't tell because I don't know what
I
you've
got simple syrup, regular simple syrup.
Does it say though how sweet it is? Does it say it's brick
Doesn't.
65?
It's the regular. It's not the rich one.
Okay, so you need 3/4 of an ounce of that as well.
3/4. Okay.
I've got simple mind.
3/4 of some simple mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 2 ounces of the rum.
2 ounces of the rum.
Okay.
Damn it! I think I underdid the rum.
2. Boom. Done.
Okay. What I want you guys to do is when you're shaking the tin, let me just demonstrate. Okay, so I'm creating the seal. Okay. And I don't want to see this up and down motion anymore. I don't want to see this sort of slide. All you need to do is put it horizontally, like that.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just shake it like that.
Okay. Let me mute myself. For how long?
For
5 minutes.
Okay, so it depends on the size of the ice. If you've got standard size ice, up to 15 seconds.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Okay? I did crushed ice. I did the crushed ice.
Then about 12 seconds for you, Manny.
Okay.
10 seconds, probably. 10 or 12 seconds.
Here we go.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna put everybody on.
Do I fail?
Okay.
Damn it. It's leaking out. Shit.
Daniel, you okay?
Okay, I'm just swearing at myself.
Woo. There we go.
Are you doing it, Tim? Are you doing it now, Tim?
Yeah. Cool. Woo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What kind of glass you put it in?
I'm using the roommate Baccarat glass.
I'm gonna use the glass that he doesn't want me to put it in, but
By the way, shout out to Vedster. He said £5. He sent another £5 super chat. He says kudos to Kojak, a master class in rum history and daiquiri making. Thank you so much, Vedster. Really appreciate that. Here we go. Let me take a picture of this thing.
All right, there we go. And I strained it. I put a piece of lime peel there. Kojak, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
All
hear
right.
you now.
So there's no garnish on daiquiri.
Oh no?
Yeah,
No?
you can put, some people do a lime twist or a lime wheel or a lime wedge.
Okay.
If you ever see a cocktail with a lime wedge, don't assume that you need to squeeze it into the drink. Sometimes it's just there for show.
Okay.
Taste the drink first before you then squeeze it. But
Okay.
this is your daiquiri.
Yeah.
There you go. The salute.
Cheers.
I don't want to ruin this with a bad question, but
What's the question, Daniel?
It's very good.
There's no bad questions. There's only bad people.
oh
Yeah.
god, is that delicious! Oh my
It's
goodness,
delicious.
I did it wrong and it still tasted good because
It's
I put
delicious.
lime in it.
And Kojak, I didn't squeeze or twist the lime peel. I just threw it in there.
Okay,
That's fine. We're gonna talk about tweaks to the cocktail anyway.
Can I?
Fuck, that's good.
Look, we're all beginners. Can I ask a question before you continue, or
Of course.
Kojak, this I had down like this. The pour, like this is down
Yeah.
over the glass. Pretend
Correct.
it's the glass. Let's just pretend this is the glass.
Yeah.
As I was pouring, the ice is falling out almost all over the place. So I did something wrong. Well,
You have to press it down.
Yeah, no, but look,
Okay.
You have
Daniel,
to press it down.
Okay, so
I used this
Daniel.
instead.
I so damn silly me. Okay.
Daniel, this is the tin that you're pouring it out of. Okay.
Right.
So you need to put the Hawthorne strainer, and the reason why it has a spring on the inside is it serves two purposes. It sort of gives you a fit for different size apertures,
Yeah.
and also it prevents the ice chips from sort of falling out, the big
Billy,
pieces.
I'm so embarrassed. I got it. Okay.
Then you just hold it in hold it on the top with your finger,
Okay.
and then you're passing it through another fine strainer to catch any ice chips. That's
through
what it is.
another strainer. Okay.
Yes, just to avoid getting ice chips in your drink.
Right.
It's not. It's for presentation purposes.
All right. Thanks. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
This is your classic daiquiri. This is your daiquiri number one. This is daiquiri number one. There are different varieties of daiquiris. This is the daiquiri number one.
Cheers,
Tim,
everybody.
Can you take a picture, Tim?
Take a picture, Timmy.
Cheers.
They took a picture.
One second. Hold on for a second. Okay. There we go.
Why does yours look like a breakfast martini, Daniel Katz?
I don't care. It tastes good. Okay.
Oh, it's the color of the rum. That's why.
Oh, it's the rum. That's right. They
Yeah.
got the wrong rum. Okay, that's all right.
Everybody's colored by look. Mine is like lime clear.
Right.
So refreshing. Oh
Really
my God.
refreshing. Bright,
feels so-
crisp. Yeah.
I'm gonna be having these every single day, and it's low calorie too, because it's I might even put less sugar. I'm thinking, I'll put 3/4.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So I don't know what what syrup you've got. If
Simple
it's
syrup.
too sweet, but it could be rich simple syrup. It doesn't say.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, hey, I could make it healthier by cutting
Yeah, you
down on
could
the
do, yeah.
sugar. I might.
Well,
do
we're going to
this
come.
one. no sugar. I'm gonna try just rum.
Wow.
Oh, what happened? No bueno.
No, we're
Just a
gonna
little bit.
yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit later on. So there are variations, but this is meant to be gulped down in 2 or 3 gulps,
No way. No.
and just like you knock it back and you get on with your day.
Oh,
I
really?
could have
Or
10 of these. Old me could drink
Okay.
10 of these. This is so
All right.
amazing.
Are
So
you
refreshing,
stealing? Are
perfectly
you
balanced.
stealing the leads? Because I'm coming on to Ernest Hemingway, who would drink. He drank the record he drank was 16 doubles
Oh my.
in one sitting.
Oh, wow.
He drank 16 doubles in one sitting.
Yeah.
Could
He
he
would
walk?
he would double fist daiquiris. So he would have one in each hand.
Oh,
Could he
for
walk
Double
after that?
fisting and daiquiris.
Yeah.
Good
There you go.
God.
This is so good. I can't wait
Yeah.
to drink
Delicious.
a second one. I might go 3. I might drink 3 today.
Yeah.
And then do a 3-hour walk.
Timmy, you know what Kojak just reminded me? The drinks we had at the Ritz,
Oh,
at the Hemingway drinks.
oh man. We had with the mint, the
Yes.
mint, the
Oh,
kick
okay.
in. I have a
Yeah.
picture.
Oh boy.
1 second. I'll pull it up.
Is this good?
So
for
let me.
It's good for health,
Well, let
Daniel.
me. Yeah, I mean it's a relatively well. I mean it's got sugar in it. That's the thing. Is the
Right.
sugar is the issue.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Let me give you the story behind the daiquiri, or the revision, the revised story of the daiquiri.
Okay.
Although it was in Cuba, it was actually supposedly invented by an American, Jennings Cox, who was a mining engineer who was a general manager of the Spanish mining company in Cuba. They were doing excavation there post some issue or whatever other. Now, the story goes, now this is obviously through the rose-tinted glasses of history, is that he was serving his guests gin-based drinks and he ran out of gin. And he was so ashamed that the only thing he had was rum, that to mask the flavor of the rum, he asked that it would be mixed with sugar and lime. And that's how the daiquiri came to be. So called because they were based in the village called Daiquiri, which is about 12 miles. I think it's east of Santiago, about 12 miles away. And also it's in the vicinity of where the original Bacardi factory was. Okay. So this is why we think that the Bacardi rum is what they would have used, because that was the local rum. And it became quite popular. Well, it became very popular in Cuba, but it took about, so this was a turn of the century, turn of the 1900s. It took about 9 years before the idea of this drink went back to America. So for several years, it sort of stayed in just Cuba. Even though it was invented by an American, it took a little bit of while to get back to the States and to the rest of the world. My question is, though, did Jennings Cox actually invent the daiquiri, or was he the first person to market it? Because the idea of rum, lime, and sugar dates back hundreds of years. It actually dates back to about 1655. We go to the history of the Royal Navy, the British Royal Navy, where for sailors they were normally given a ration of beer, because they couldn't drink water. They couldn't drink. Oh, do you want to do this?
I watch channel $50
Wow.
super chat. I'll tip the barman for 3 more, Tim. Let's go.
My watch channel. Let's go.
3 more. Cheers.
We will do
to
more.
my watch channel. Okay. Cheers, everybody.
So we're talking about the daiquiri and why we might think that he wasn't necessarily the first to come up with the idea. So think back to a British Royal Navy ruling the waves. The sailors used to have beer rations instead of water, because water would go off very, very quickly. Beer would last a little bit longer. But beer would also go off, and also takes up as much space as water does. So when they ran out of beer, they would typically give them either wine, which would also go off, or spirits, which would stay fresh for a long time. Fast forward to when they're over in the West Indies area, where they're sort of ruling the waves over there, and the invention of rum, they decided to give rum instead of beer to sailors. And we see the first time that happens is in 1655. Now, prior to that, sailors were given 8 pints of beer a day. 8 pints of beer a day. Okay.
Wow.
Now, that was for hydration purposes, but it also might have helped with morale a little bit, shall we say.
Right.
When they switched over to spirits, now spirits is obviously you can store the same amount of booze in a smaller volume because it's more potent. They were given the equivalent of half a pint of rum a day. That's 10 ounces.
Wow.
Imperial, not US, imperial ounces. So that's half an imperial pint a day. And they would knock it back in one go. And so the morale was good, but also their salesmanship was fucking shit. They were just falling about. They were just drunken sailors. Yes, they were drunken sailors. Yeah.
Right.
Was that why they were calling drunken sailors?
Well, what are you going to do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Because they were given their rations first thing in the morning, and instead of pace themselves, they drank the whole bloody thing in one go.
What
Right.
did they on the ships in the middle of the ocean? What did they eat with all that rum?
Whatever they had, whatever provisions they had. But the so one of the admirals, I think it was around about the 1700s. I'm going to say. So, and this rum, by the way, this rum is not this sort of weak ass rum we're drinking now. Oh no, we're talking 75% by ABV.
Wow.
That's 150 proof.
Right.
So they were drinking this stuff for like what? Like instead of water, right? Instead of
they were just drinking it instead of water. They were just drinking it instead of water, man. They were just drinking. I mean, if Mike was here, he'd probably corroborate this because he was saying that Bacardi maker. What's happened to Mike is he had issues with his internet.
He has some kind of
computer issues. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame. So they were drinking immensely powerful stuff. Now, the admiral, one of the admirals at the time, said, "Okay, right, this is bullshit. Okay, right. What we're going to do is we're going to insist that we actually break up your rations into twice a day. So half of it in the morning, half of it in the evening. Plus, you have to water it down with water. So for every 1 part rum, you had to have 4 parts of water. Okay. So you make the drink longer, and also, you make sure that they don't get so wankered so quickly.
Right.
So he also, this guy, I think Admiral Vernon, let me just check to see my notes.
Now they weren't drinking water because the water would go bad, right? But if you dilute the alcohol like rum with water, would that kill all the bacteria?
I think there's an element of that. There's an element of that. So they would, they were mandated to. You need to dilute it. You can only drink half of it in the morning, and half of it in the afternoon, in the evening. They were this Admiral Vernon, and he was known as Old Grog because of the clothing, because of this Grogman tunic he wore. Okay, he said also, if you behave well, you can use some of your salt rations to substitute for sugar and for lime to make the drink more palatable. So that sounds remarkably like a daiquiri to me, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That's 200 plus years. That's over 200 years before Jennings Cox in Cuba invented the so-called daiquiri. So, there is a little bit of revisionism going on. But like Steve Jobs, it doesn't matter who's first; it's who's first to market it correctly.
Right.
Like Apple products. So it doesn't matter whether Titan or HTC were the first to produce smartphones with those keyboards and stuff like that. It's Apple came along and perfected it and marketed it correctly. So Vernon, and because his nickname was Old Grog, they called this concoction of watered down rum grog or navy grog.
Wow.
Okay, and hence the expression "why you're feeling a bit groggy," because you've drunk a lot of rum.
Right.
So it all comes from.
No way.
Yeah, it all comes from the Royal Navy.
Hey, Ronald, welcome to the stream.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, Ronald.
Here to announce some news. And because Daniel Katz is on the show, I am speaking directly to him, and you guys can hear all this.
Okay.
Mr. Katz, I will be in Toronto, sir. in the month of June, from June 6th to whatever the 1 week is going to be. So if you want to meet up in person, I am going to be there.
You're muted. You're muted.
You're muted,
Daniel.
I'm in Greece, Ronald. How long are you going to be there in June? Because I'll be back.
Oh man, I'm going to be
Cancel
there.
the Greece trip, Daniel. You'll save a lot of money.
Greece, yeah. I'm going to be there from basically the 7th. Okay, here's the real one.
You can stay at Daniel's cat's place. He's not going to be there anyways. Free apartment.
If you see a watch that's not yours and one of your watches is gone, you know what happened, right?
Yeah, right. So what's your date?
The date's going to be the 7th to the 14th of June.
I think this is going to work because I'm back on the 13th, so let's make it work. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I can maybe stay the 13th. Let's see here.
Stay at Daniel's place. He's got the new mattress situation thing. You'll be able to test it.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you talk about this offline? Because I can continue with.
Yeah,
this,
we'll talk about it later. Okay, let's.
Thank you very much for the interruption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about this.
So 1740 is when the invention of navy grog came to be, and they also noticed that because they had lime in it, it also showed that the levels of scurvy or the number of people that got scurvy also reduced. So it was, that's how they found out limes and lemons prevented the onset of scurvy. Yes. And that was just a medical discovery by accident, not by empirical data. Well, it's empirical data. And so much so that they actually mandated that people, like sailors, in top of their rations of rum, an officer would get gin. They would also have limes, and hence why British people are called limeys, because when they went and invaded other countries, they would have copious amounts of limes with them because they were drinking they were consuming these things.
Prevent scurvy from whatever.
Correct, to prevent scurvy.
Because you have so something that would give you good vitamin C on the boat, that would preserve the longest, so they'd have limes. I guess you keep them at the bottom of the ship when the water's cold, and then that was the fridge for the limes back then.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that the daiquiri was sort of invented without it being called a daiquiri,
right?
In 1740, by 1740. So fast forward to the turn of the 20th century, the turn of the 1900s. Jennings Cox is the first person to call it a daiquiri. And it sounds more romantic than calling it a rum sour or navy grog, shall we say. Navy grog doesn't really sound that good.
Right.
So maybe on his travels, he heard about this concoction that sailors were drinking. He might have consumed it himself, and it just stuck in his mind. And then when that so-called evening event happened and he ran out of gin and he switched to rum, he said, we need to make it more palatable by adding sort of lime and sugar to it. And that's where, and it's called daiquiri because that's where they were based, in the village called Daiquiri. So that's the story of the daiquiri, guys, such as it is, if we are to believe it. Any questions so far?
No, that's an interesting story, Kojak.
Yeah, it is sometimes the they say fact is stranger than fiction.
That's right.
That's true in a lot of cases. Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I think I like having this drink in the summer. Hopefully, I won't become an alcoholic.
It's easy to do in Toronto. I know you're going to Greece, but you're gonna as soon as you come back, it's gonna be patio
Yeah,
fever all over Toronto, and there's
yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
you know, you can't even count the restaurants. So how can or the patio? So how can you count the drinks? You know?
Yeah.
Well, if you're Ernest Hemingway, you wouldn't have counted them. You would just consume them from time, you know, like one every couple of minutes. They're meant to be quaffed within a few minutes, so like within 2 or 3 gulps.
Right.
So that's it. And then you move on to the next one.
Yep. Ready to go. There we go.
2 livers back then, like a backup liver, they could drink more if they were doing it like that.
I don't know about that. But when it comes to the Daiquiri number 1, I mentioned before that there are different versions of the Daiquiri, and the one that we're drinking is the Daiquiri number 1. In my research, I've tried to find the perfect ratio between rum, lime juice, and sugar syrup or sugar.
Okay.
You don't have to use sugar syrup. You can use, if you want, powdered sugar. Just with sugar syrup, it's more consistent. You know, it's easier to measure than a teaspoon, and also, you know, even if you get sugar which you powder in, say, a blender, you still might be able to dissolve it in cold liquid. It's not very good at that.
Correct.
And for God's sake, nobody use icing sugar because that has a clumping agent in there to stop it from, you know, from dissolving correctly.
Dissolving, yeah.
So, yeah, you can't use icing sugar. So if you wanted to use caster sugar or some sort of unrefined cane-based sugar, by all means do that. Make it into powdered sugar. Use a teaspoon to 1 to 2 teaspoons in the cocktail. But this ratio that I've got on the screen here, 8:1 is a classic ratio. But then there's the countdown ratio of 3:1. Then there's the London formula of 4:1. Difference have a 10:3:2. There's a 6:2. What I'm trying to say is, like, you ask 10 bartenders what your favorite recipe for daiquiri is, you're going to get 10. You're going to probably get 20 different answers.
Right.
And I found that when I was doing a daiquiri using this particular beast over here,
The one you
quite
don't
potent.
like. That's the one you don't.
Well, no, the one that my wife doesn't like. I didn't say I didn't like it.
All right.
I found that if I increased the amount of lime, it actually worked better. So this is where we come to. A daiquiri is actually seen as an acid test of a bartender's skill. So let's say, for example, you're a chef. The number 1 thing that you'll be asked to present your skills is to make an omelette. Now, omelette sounds easy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, I make a mess.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the whole point of the omelette is to try and show your understanding of the ingredients, the heat that you're using, and the end result. Anyone could just slap some eggs in the pan and whisk them, but it takes a chef that understands the ingredients to make something that is truly delicious. The same thing with a daiquiri, because anyone can pour liquids into a glass. What the skill is assessing the drink and seeing what tweaks you need to do to it to make it more palatable. Remember, it is the citrus along with the rum that is working in perfect harmony. You're not having the rum overtake the citrus or the citrus overtake the rum. They are both forefront, and the sweetness there is just to create a bridge between the two. So this is why you have all these different sort of ratios.
No, I'm sorry, I won't interrupt. Carry on.
Go on, Daniel.
Excuse my memory. Thanks for your patience, Kojak. Anyways, but all these ratios, 8:1, 3:1. What is it? What to what? Is the first one the lime or the water?
Oh no, the first one is the rum. The second one is the lime. The third one is the sweetness.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, you're quite right, Daniel. I didn't explain that correctly. So, so 8 parts rum, 2 parts lime, 1 part sugar. Dick Bradsell is the UK-based, London-based sort of bartender that I'm going on about quite a lot.
Tim will write that down. Tim, write it down. Okay.
Well, no. The thing is that what I landed on was pretty much the median of all the recipes out there, which is 2 ounces rum, 2/3 of an ounce of lime juice, and 2/3 of an ounce of simple syrup.
Right.
If you're using rich syrup, simple syrup, you reduce it down to 1/2 ounce. Once you got that ratio locked in, then it depends on the rum that you're using. So that ratio works well with this rum. It might work well with, say, Havana Club 3, but it doesn't work with 10-1.
I see.
So you need to tweak it to take that. Now you only tweak one thing at a time. Don't increase the lime and increase the sugar at the same time, because you're throwing the rum off balance. Increase one or reduce the other until you sort of like get it to where it needs to be. What else can we do? So yeah, it's again, like, it's understanding what are the constituent parts and how we can muck around with those ratios to get ourselves a perfectly balanced, zesty, bright, tart drink. Now, as I mentioned here, this is sort of daiquiri number 1. I'm only going to quickly go over the different versions because there's so many. Daiquiri number 1, we've done. Daiquiri number 2 is using golden rum, like the stuff you guys have been using, but also with a teaspoon of orange juice as well, and maybe a couple of dashes of curacao. So you can use Cointreau, for example. Daniel, you're quite fond of that.
That's such a wonderful idea.
Daiquiri number 4, instead of using Bacardi rum, they're using Havana Club, and they're adding a little bit of maraschino liqueur. Maraschino liqueur, which I've got some here somewhere, is a sort of a almondy cherry. Well, it's a cherry liqueur, but it's using the pits of a cherry stone, so it's more like almondy sort of flavor. And it has a sweetness to it. When it says, and then daiquiri number 5 includes also grenadine syrup. We're getting way off the reservation now with this particular one. It's quite muddy, it's quite a bit messy, but it's still a recipe. Now, all these recipes are from Floridita. Floridita is the cocktail bar where they sort of perfected the frozen daiquiri, and also where a lot of daiquiris were made. By Constantino was the bartender that sort of heralded. And this is the place also where Ernest Hemingway went, which he frequented in the 1930s. He lived in Cuba to avoid, America and the wars that he had been involved in the past. Now, I've skipped over number 3. That's because number 3 is quite close to the Ernest Hemingway special. Now, so sometimes when you see in YouTube, people describe the Ernest Hemingway daiquiri, they're actually describing the daiquiri number 3 because they include sugar syrup in their particular version. Ernest Hemingway went to Floridita cocktail bar, and he went to the toilet. And when he came out of the toilet, he noticed that Constantino had created several daiquiris. Ernest Hemingway, being a bit of an alcoholic himself, helped himself to a couple of versions of the daiquiri, which he hadn't tried before. And he said to Constantino, "That's really nice, but what I would do is I would double the amount of rum and get rid of the sugar." So, Tim, you were talking about sugar earlier on.
Yes.
Ernest Hemingway was the one that came up with the idea of not having any sugar at all in the daiquiri.
Yep.
He's my kind of man.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
That's what I would do too.
Yeah. So the Ernest Hemingway special has rum, it has lime, it has some of that maraschino liqueur. So the liqueur is creating a little bit of sweetness in it. Earlier on I was talking about what's the difference between a sour and a daisy. Well, this is more of a daisy because it's using the liqueur to sweeten it. It's also using grapefruit juice in it as well to give a little bit of a tartness to it. Now, anyone who tries this recipe will probably fucking hate it. They will go like it's very tart, it's very dry, it's very unpalatable. Like the Vesper Martini that Ian Fleming first came up with, that he grew to hate.
Mhm.
So there is a little bit of a caution. That is why the modern day specification of the Ernest Hemingway Special has changed to be more in line with the Daiquiri number 3. So yes, it has the rum, it has the lime, the maraschino, and the grapefruit juice, but it also has a scooch of sugar syrup as well. Not a lot, but still some, just to make it a little bit more balanced.
Okay, stop for a second. What if I took that Hemingway Special? Of course, it won't be after I'm finished with it, and just add more liqueur to it. Then I might like it. Like
You can put Cointreau, maybe.
more Cointreau.
Sorry, so it'd be called a Daniel Katz then. But,
That's right.
You know,
Whatever.
Daniel Katz.
You can call. There's nothing stopping you from creating your own cocktails.
That's
Dan.
right.
You can call it,
Love
yeah.
sharing my own cocktail.
And
Making cocktails is like making poetry.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
we're making love. Only time will tell if it's memorable. Anyway,
Yeah.
so the Papa Doble is another one that sometimes gets confused with the Ernest Hemingway Special. That anecdote I told you about Ernest Hemingway saying, "Get rid of the sugar and double the rum."
Yes.
It's not entirely clear whether or not he actually said that, or whether he was actually drinking double fisting or double fisting daiquiris. But if you look at the Papa Doble, he was known as Papa.
If you're
Ernest
taste
Hemingway-
testing, I could see him double fisting because he's probably
Yeah.
testing stuff
Yeah.
that other people made. You know, I was like, okay. You know,
Well, no, his record at Floridita was 16 double daiquiris in
Wow.
one sitting.
Wow.
So that's the equivalent of 32 daiquiris in one sitting.
Wow.
Okay.
Definitely a sitting and not a standing. I think.
Yeah, definitely a sitting, maybe a sort of full. But
Yeah,
because of his by that age, he had the sort of like he looked like a bit like Father Christmas. He had a sort of like a beard, so
Yeah.
he was known as Papa. You know, like Ernest Hemingway's Papa, and Doble is double. So the Papa Doble was a cocktail in his honor, which is probably closer to what he wanted, which was almost double the amount of rum, a little bit of lime juice, a little bit of grapefruit juice, and 6 drops, mind you, of maraschino liqueur.
Wow.
Now, I think this drink would be incredibly challenging for anybody out there to drink, but it's there. It's in the Florida. So if you Google Floridita cocktail book, you'll find a free PDF, and you'll find this recipe in there. So you're free to make it if you want.
Is it now? I guess I'm going to lose Kojak as a friend because I'm asking too many questions. But
Too late.
is this drink not just to get drunk, or did he find it tasty, Hemingway? I mean,
Okay, so Ernest Hemingway. There's a lot of. Okay, so again, with YouTubers,
Is there a YouTuber after drink 25?
Ernest Hemingway had an aversion to sugar.
Oh, okay.
Now, a lot of YouTubers have taken that to mean that he was diabetic. So you'll hear this. He wasn't necessarily diabetic. He had a health condition which could have led to diabetes. His father had suffered from the same condition and diabetes, and this was his attempt to try and stave off the onset of diabetes.
Okay, fair enough.
And cancer. But he wasn't diabetic at the point at which he was requesting this. Now, if you imagine drinking 32 daiquiris in a day, and you're drinking, like 2 teaspoons of sugar in each one, that's 64 teaspoons. That's a hell of a crazy amount of sugar.
It is.
But let's not forget, alcohol is sugar that's turned to alcohol. There is sugar in alcohol.
In alcohol as well.
Or grapefruit juice or in lime juice. It has, it has natural sugars in there.
Yes.
So, your body doesn't know whether sugar is in the form of sugar, refined sugar, or whether it's coming in the form of fructose. It's still sugar. As far as your physiology is concerned, it's still sugar.
Right.
Yes.
But look, the Papa Doble is a very challenging drink to drink. It's very dry, and it's crying out for a little bit of sweetness. But that's Ernest Hemingway for you. You know, he was larger than life character, and he liked to drink.
Story,
Yeah.
guys. I'm gonna drop early because Tim. I'm always working on something, but Daniel, I'll get your contact information through Tim if that's cool.
That's right. I'm back on the 10th. Correction. I'm back on the 10th.
Oh, that's great. Okay. All right. Have
Okay,
fun, guys.
Ronald.
Have a drink for me.
See you, Ronald.
Ronald, when I'm back in June, we're gonna work on the website when you're back in full time. Okay.
Perfect, because I'm gonna have mine done by then too, so that it'll be your turn.
Fantastic. We're gonna kill it. Okay.
All
In
right.
2025, we're going to the moon.
Wait a minute. As long as you don't kill me, Tim.
No, you're gonna be alive.
All right.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, we need the remaining fans. You guys can't croak on us right now.
No,
On
don't
Tim,
die,
really.
guys. Hang in there. Do what the Hemingway did. Cut out the sugar. You just need the alcohol and the lime juice.
Signing
The
off.
rum. I'm gonna try the Hemingway way to do it. The daiquiri next.
Okay.
Oosh.
That's not my fault.
So
I'm really.
I've had about 20 daiquiris in the last 3 days. So I haven't even, because I've been testing them to see which one, and I've still got some more testing to do.
Oh, by the way, Kojak, an intellectual question. Can you walk in a straight line?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thanks for that concern. Anyway, so what can we do to tweak the daiquiri one to make it a little bit more palatable? So we're using rich simple syrup, for example. Now, I don't know, cast your mind back a fortnight ago. I was making something called oleosaccharin, lime oleosaccharin. Now, this sugar syrup here is lime oleosaccharin in a sugar syrup. So I took I took 12 peels of limes.
Okay.
12 peels of lime, 2 cups of sugarcane demerara sugar, and I sort of put it together and I let it sort of macerate for up to 24 hours. And then I added a cup of boiling hot water to rinse the limes from the sugar and also dissolve any sugar crystals that hadn't dissolved yet, and strained it. And that's what I got. So if I smell this sugar syrup, I can smell limes coming from it. Now, why do we do this?
Nice.
Well, lime peels, lime oil gives you that lime flavor, but not the acidity. So you're punching up the lime flavor by doing this sort of sugar cane, this lime infused sugar cane syrup. Now, this is demerara sugar. That's why it looks that color.
Okay.
But you could have used white sugar or whatever. As long as it's a sugar cane product. Makes sense, doesn't it?
It does.
Rum is made from sugar cane.
Yes.
The sugar that you put with it should be sugar cane as well. In
Yes.
America, a lot of your sugar products are actually from beets.
Yes.
Slightly different flavor profile.
Yes.
So try to keep things together. So sugar cane with sugar cane based drinks.
Okay.
You can actually get rum which is from beets as well, but there's very few places that do that. So that's one thing you can do. Okay. Now you don't have the time to do that. I get it. You're busy people. You want your next drink, don't you? So what can we do? We can do something called a regal shake. So what I invite you guys to do is in the next daiquiri we make now, is we also take a peel from a lime.
Yes.
We're going to take that off and put that in the shaker tin.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And we're going to shake it in the tin.
Yep.
And all spritz, do the expression
Yes.
in the tin.
Yes.
And then pop it in there.
Mhm.
And then we'll shake it up and see if that makes it different. So we're going to do exactly the same ratios, or the ones that you're happy with.
Yes.
Do that. And let's see if that makes any tangible difference.
Okay, I'll try
Okay.
half the sugar this time. I'm gonna reduce the sugar and I'll add the peels. I'm not gonna go full no sugar. I'm gonna do because I'm doing 3. My watch channel, donated for 3 daiquiris, so I'll do 3 daiquiris today. I'll cut off the peels, and we'll get fresh ice. I'll
Yep.
be right back in a
Yeah,
second.
you just want just one. So you know, something like this, like an OXO peeler, you
Yeah.
just need one sort of strip of this
Yeah, I
to
have
be
it here.
able to, yeah, just to
Yep.
sort of give that, just something like that.
Yep.
That's all you need.
Yep, I
And
got
we're
it.
going to. I've got that prepared. Let's get the rest of the stuff ready, lined up, and then we'll build up our drink. And I'll show you what to do with the peel. All right?
Okay, let me go get more ice now.
Cool. Let's do that. Oops. So that's 3/4 of lemon juice. Oh, sorry, lime juice. This is this is the lime with the lime in it. This is the one without. So I'm going to put in 1/2 ounce of this rich demerara based syrup. Let's move this glass out of the way so you guys can see. Lovely. And we're going to put 2 ounces of your rum choice. There you go. So Tim, I would put 1/2 ounce of sugar syrup in yours, yeah? Not 3/4.
All right, here we go.
So guys, 3/4 ounce of lime juice. I think 1/2 ounce of the sugar syrup you've got, because I think you've all got rich syrup. I don't know how you found yours, Manny. You did half before, didn't you?
I did half, yeah.
Yeah, so that was okay, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, so I'd stick with that.
Okay, and
then
then
2 ounces. So yeah, let's. So we have our 3/4 ounce of lime juice, 1/2 ounce of simple sip of syrup, and 2 ounces of rum.
Yes.
Now we're going to take our peel.
Yeah.
We're just going to express it.
Okay.
Yeah, just squeeze it. Nothing extraneous, and then drop it into the drink.
Okay. Yep, did that.
So it's in there, and then we're going to bring the shaker together.
Okay.
And again, shake it for the same amount of time you did last time.
Okay.
So yours was 12 seconds. Okay. So let's put it on mute.
Here we go. I'm done. I'm just gonna pour it back in the glass, in the same old glass. I'm just gonna drink it from the same glass. No point of doing a new glass. It's fine. I think. That should be fine. Maybe it's a cardinal sin, but who knows? I'll take a nice picture of this daiquiri. That's looking wonderful. Get a nice picture here.
Right, let's give this, see what happens when we strain this out. So we're creating about, this dilution that we're doing with the shaking adds about an ounce and a half of water. You do need that water to dilute it. Some people will actually put a little bit of more water in it, chilled water afterwards as well, if it's too strong.
Kojak, this is so goddamn good.
So have you noticed the difference then with the lime?
With the lime peel, I feel Manny, you're muted. I can feel the little bit of bite. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could definitely taste the rind. Plus, I put 4 pieces of rind. I juiced it
For
up.
God's sake, you're crazy.
Yeah.
You can also taste a little bit of the bitterness though as well. There will be some bitterness from because you've got the pith in there, and that adds some bitterness to it.
It does.
So some people will use, some bartenders will use a husk of a lime once they've squeezed it in the drink. That's too much.
Too much.
What you just did, 1 or 2 peels. I don't know, Manny, what do you think? I mean, yours got it as an aged rum. It might not be so evident.
It is. It actually made a difference.
It has made a difference.
Yeah, I like it. I like it better like this.
There you go. Now, this is quite similar to what I created before with my lime infused syrup.
Right.
So this is just a quicker way of doing it.
Timmy, you know what it did? The lime peel.
Yeah.
Removed some of the sweetness of the syrup.
Oh.
Just by doing that.
Yeah.
Now you kept you already went on the previous one with half the syrup, right?
Same, yeah. I kept the same ratio, so I did 2 3/4 and half.
I reduced the amount of syrup, and I added the peel.
Yeah.
But you know what? The sweetness, I feel no difference. Like the sugar,
really?
I went from 3/4, to half. I feel no difference. I think I could go no sugar. Maybe I could go 1/4 of an ounce of sugar.
Well, okay. So when it comes to tweaking the recipe,
it's so good.
It's going to be like almost like a fall off a cliff. So it will go like almost feel like it's tweaking it down, and then suddenly feel like, where's the sugar? It's gone. Why is it so tart?
Yeah.
So this is why you need to change one thing at a time until you get to the ratio that works for you and the rum that you enjoy.
Yes.
So, if you ended up using, let's say you're using this stuff here, which is almost 70%, 63% by volume, you might have to tweak it because it has a different flavor profile to the rum that you've got. But it's a lovely, light, fresh.
It is. It's really nice, actually.
That's so amazing.
Now, some people will say instead of doing a lime peel, do a grapefruit peel. So do a grapefruit peel because it has a different flavor profile, which sort of helps it. So that's another thing you could try. If you have a grapefruit, you can try that instead of a lime peel. It has a different flavor profile, and it sort of enhances the flavor of the daiquiri.
Like the bloody red color. We lost Daniel.
No, George. We're just talking about the peel of the grapefruit. Just the peel of the grapefruit.
And you had, because you also had a recipe for one with the grapefruit juice and some other liqueur. I think that was the Hemingway one you said, right?
The Hemingway.
Correct. Yeah. So the Hemingway, the daiquiri number 3, makes use of grapefruit as well as.
Guys, I
What am I
chickened out
looking
from
for?
doing the rest of it. It's digestive. So
No, you don't have to drink the whole thing, Daniel. You're good.
Yeah.
Just
You're
the
okay.
taste.
You're okay, Daniel.
the peel's gone. I threw out the peel. I was dumb.
You can't do the peel.
No, I can't do the peel.
Okay,
leave
that's
it-
fine.
leave it
It's a
on.
different.
I'll try
It's a
it
more
next time.
tart taste.
So
Yeah.
I'll do it next time. It's just not going to happen this time. So
Yeah. Okay. You can do
That's
one
okay.
more without the peel. You can do another one, maybe no sugar, just lime juice and this one, because that's what I want to try as well. I want to try just the rum and the lime juice.
ah, fuck. Okay.
So I've got it in here on the Daiquiri #1 recipes. I've got my standard specification,
Yeah.
which is the 2 3/4 and half, and then it notes you can use, as I used in the first instance, lime oleosaccharum syrup, which is rich simple syrup with lime extract. We've just done the lime peel. In the shaking tin. That's called a Regal shake, and it's used by certain bartenders. Instead of a lime peel, you can use a grapefruit peel. That will give you a different, slightly different. I've got grapefruit in the fridge. I might do the next one. I might do that instead. And the other option is to use something like a Daiquiri's bitters. Which remember, Tim, you sent me all those bottles of bitters.
Yes.
So one of them is a Daiquiri's bitter. So I thought the next one I'd make would be using this one to see what it has. Now this one has it has mint, it has grapefruit. What else does it has? It has quite a few things in it. A few things you wouldn't necessarily associate. Pineapple.
Wow.
As well.
Wow.
So
Pineapple.
So yeah, I mean that could definitely work with a daiquiri. It just gives it a different dimension to it. So I'm looking forward to trying a daiquiri with that. I think that's the thing is once you've found your ratios,
Yes.
then feel free to experiment.
Experiment.
Yeah, use a Demerara sugar, use a Muscovado sugar, use a caster sugar, or what we know, use different sweetness, or tweak the ratios to your liking.
How about my humongous bottle of bitters?
Right, so
should I use the Lady in Stiletto sugar? Never mind.
So Manny, I told the gang this story last week. Do you know why the label is that size?
Uh-huh.
Do you know the story?
No, why?
You got the chef bottle.
So there were two brothers. One was responsible for making the bottle for Angostura bitters. The other one was responsible for the label. And they got the dimensions wrong. So the labels were way too big for the bottle was way too small for the label.
Right.
And because they'd already made all the bottles and made all the labels, they just stuck with it. And it became such an eye-catching thing that it stayed with them since then. So it was a fuck up that's become an accident.
It became a trademark.
It became their sort of like their thing.
Shtick.
Yeah.
Wow,
became a shtick, yeah.
So
it's a fuck up.
That's a way to make lemonade out of lemons.
That's right.
You know what they say about large bottles of Angostura, Manny?
What's that?
You don't keep it for yourself, you keep it for the next generation.
That's right.
But Patek.
That's right. you keep it to share, right?
No, you keep it for the next generation. So you give it to your children and they can give it to their children's children. And it will last for several generations, I suspect.
That's a lifetime supply.
That's right.
Nice.
So now, when you use the bitters, could I use that Angostura?
No. This you would need to use. I mean, I don't. I'm not. I'm going to try this, so you don't have. You don't have to.
Okay.
So this is Bob's Bitters in conjunction with Difford's, they made a daiquiri bitters. Now, I haven't tried this. I will try this, and I'll give you my honest feedback.
Okay.
And bearing in mind, this will obviously have a different impact depending on which rum I'm using.
Right.
But I'm going to stick with the rum that I've been using so far.
Yeah.
And so we have a control.
Yeah.
And see how that goes.
Yeah, honestly, Kojak, I really like this one. The peel made a big difference.
Made a bit more sort of grown up.
Yes.
A little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have the peel, so I'm immature.
So we serve this drink straight up. But if you go to Floridita, or if you go on holiday, you will typically be served either frozen, which is probably what most people are familiar with, especially the bastardized versions of the daiquiri with the different flavors, or frappe. Frappe is just, it's served over ice chips. So it's just like pebble ice or ice chips. So it's the same recipe, more or less, although with the frozen, you might want to increase the alcohol content a little bit.
Right.
The reason why we're adding sugar to drinks is that the colder something gets, the more suppressed the flavor is. So we have to end up boosting the flavors. So I don't drink sugar in my tea and my coffee, but if I'm having an iced coffee or an iced tea, I would typically have a little bit of sweetness in it because just to help with the flavor. The same thing with cocktails. When you're suppressing the flavors, you need something else to be able to wake it up a little bit. And typically it's going to be sort of sugar. So if you have the same drink at a higher temperature, the sugar would be way too much, would be way too overbearing. So you would have to scale it back. But because we're drinking at cold temperatures, we need to tweak it accordingly.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Jeez. Okay.
What's up, Daniel?
No, I'm just.
You made another one?
I spilled. I got a little bit more leftovers, but without the peel. Next time I'll know to put the peel in the drink, mix it, and then I can be more mature adult again. That's a more mature drink, as you say. But this is what I got, Tim.
It's okay. It's okay. Cheers, Daniel.
I'll be a total drunkard.
Cheers.
And
the thing is that you don't necessarily need to be making this drink yourself. It's actually when you're going to a bar and you see these techniques being used, you'll be that much more impressed with the skill of the bartender.
Exactly.
Yeah? So you'll go like, oh my God, that guy's actually doing a regal shake.
Yeah.
Or this guy's doing this, or this guy's doing that. And you're going like, this is actually someone who's crafting a cocktail rather than someone who's just assembling a cocktail.
Hold on. Speaking of that, I go to this jazz poetry cafe. I'm not knocking them, where they got all the lemon stuff. It's all pre-prepared because they're in a rush. They're dealing with a lot of customers at the same time, right? So they're throwing it all together. So you're not really seeing some of the. Well, no, you're what you're talking about actually, Alex, is even if they have the limes all juiced out and everything's all preset, there's still a technique that I can watch and see if they're doing it right or.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they were making, so a punch base would typically have an oleo saccharum in it, the sort of stuff I talked about a couple of weeks ago, where they essentially draw out the moisture from the citrus fruit by using sugar as sort of like a drawing agent. And you won't see them do that a la minute. They'll have done that the day before. It takes 24 hours to do. So you don't see that. But if you see in the recipe that they say, they explain this is made by this and this and this method, then you go like, well, this is somebody that actually has gone above and beyond the stick it, a few ingredients in a glass and shake it around and serve it. This is someone that's realized that, it takes a little bit of finessing. It takes a little bit of artistry to produce a drink that is a bit more elevated. Right. Now, listen, if you like drinking beers, then this conversation is lost on you. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong. You might like a Corona with a lime stuck in the neck. Yeah. Okay, that's your version of a regal shake. You've still got sort of lime in it, so that's fine. But what I'm hoping to do is that those people that are interested in sort of the how we can, with a simple tweak, elevate something. It's not complicated. It's not like I'm asking you to go and pan for gold. I'm just saying, put a little bit of a lemon peel in it. Suddenly, it changes the profile of the drink to make it a little bit more grown up, a little bit more sort of.
Isn't that something, Tim? I just tweak Danielle a little bit. I can develop a whole new character, right?
That's right.
Correct.
It's like giving her blonde hair instead of black hair.
Or different
Yes.
lipstick.
Exactly.
That's
Yes,
right.
at the lipstick.
By the way,
Everybody wanted to see the stockings and the high heels.
No.
Well, I'll tell you
It's
what.
no big deal, Daniel.
That's
That's
right.
nothing. Come on. The stilettos, that's what people will pay big money
Yeah, I know.
for.
About this later.
Stocking
it's
stilettos, and you gotta wear the stuffed bra.
No, leave me alone for now. I
That's
feel
called
bad.
a cocktail for a reason.
Daniel, I have a. So I forgot to tell you, right? As nice as the gesture was from Danielle and the cats a couple of weeks ago with those knickers that she sent me, I did return them to sender. However, what happened was I got a visit from the hazmat squad, bringing them back here and saying, "What is this fucking biohazard sort of waste material that you're sending over to Toronto? What the fuck are you doing?
You weren't
Kojak?
You weren't penalized, were you, or whatever? You weren't.
That's why you haven't seen me all week. I've been in a detention cell."
You got charged by hazmat.
Yeah, it was like the counterterrorism unit
Tim, a
got
toast
me.
to that, Tim.
They got a tap on the shoulder.
I need to make one more.
Okay, wait.
Yes.
Young man. Wait, young man.
Hold on. I got a question. Look, Kojak, I just realized that I've got all this equipment, but I forgot to get the glass to go with it because I used this that I had at home and the water was leaking out. Like there is a glass that fits this container that I can get at the store, I suppose. Okay.
It's a special glass.
It's a pint glass.
All right.
It's a pint. It's a pint glass. That's all it is.
Okay.
But not a Guinness pint glass. It has to be a straight-sided pint glass.
Yeah, it's like this.
No wonder.
So this is, for example, a pint glass that will work with it.
Yeah.
This as is this.
And the strainer works on the metal part too, Daniel.
No, that I got. I finally got.
Yeah.
My skull. After Tim and Kojak explained it to me, I finally got it through my skull.
Yeah.
That's all I had to do with that. I just need to get the glass. That's all.
Yeah.
And in terms of the shaking technique that I demonstrated to you, is that easier now? I mean, Tim, I know that you normally like to show how virile you are by yeah, exactly.
Stop, man. Oh, restricted. You have to edit that.
Oh, we're gonna get a strike.
But you get the same effect with. It's all about working smarter, not harder. Sometimes.
No, it's the wrist.
Exactly. But it's all about the rhythm. Sometimes you want to be a power bottom. Sometimes you want to be a power top.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Anyways,
that's it. Thick in the ear.
My fiddle dancing beam table is all messed up, by the way, just to let everyone know. My gymnastic width table, because I had the wrong glass to shake with. But it will still work, Kojak. It still worked.
Good.
To some extent.
Okay.
I'm feeling great after too. By the way, I just want to comment something here, okay? Just because, like, doing the cocktails with Kojak has given me a newfound appreciation for drinking cocktails. In the past, I didn't give a fuck. I would order a cocktail, they would bring it to me, and I would slam it, and that would be the end of the story. Now it's completely different. Okay, I want to see the bartender make the cocktail. How they do it? Are they skilled? The steps that they're taking? I'm watching because I'm understanding now. I'm not just paying for the drink itself and the ingredients that go in it. I'm also paying for the little show that goes on into making it.
Tim,
Okay,
hold on,
it's
Tim.
part of
Tim,
the experience, the
I know,
cocktail
but
making process.
yeah, but you got a 3,000 people they're serving at the same time. Some of them are just slamming it together, half-assed version of
I
it.
know, and that's what I'm trying to tell my viewers is that when you order the cocktail, you have to understand when you order the cocktail, it's not just the drink that you're paying for; it's the artistry that goes into making it.
No, if you can
Okay,
get it, if you can get it though.
if
But
you can get it,
Well,
of course,
yeah,
if you can get it, yeah. But you know
yeah.
what?
And
Even your
a
local
skilled
bar.
bartender will make it look effortless.
okay.
But it's a when you see Japanese bartenders at work, the way that they shave the ice to fit they will get a square piece of ice and make it into a sphere.
Yes.
They chip it away. They love that ceremony. They love sort of like the artistry of it. Now, at the end of the day, it's booze going in and bullshit coming out of your mouth. You're getting wankered. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But I liken cocktails to watchmaking as well.
Yes.
We could all put a G-Shock on our wrist.
Yes.
We could all put a shitter brand on our wrist.
Time. Yeah.
But some of us like to have Pateks or like to have Monacos or have whatever it is.
Or a Rolex. Or an Omega Speedmaster, Man on the Moon.
Exactly.
Or a Tudor.
Exactly.
The White Lady.
They all tell the time. They all tell the time.
But
some of them have a story behind how they tell the time. That's the romanticism about it. And it's the same thing with cocktail making as well. Now, okay, am I being wanky? Yeah, some of you will criticize.
I don't think so. I don't
well,
think
no,
so.
but it's some people will like it. Some people go, I don't give a fuck.
People who don't get it. There's people who don't get it.
No. I don't look down on people that don't.
Well, this is not about looking down.
It's not.
This is about
exactly. For those people that appreciate it, they can look out for these sort of telltale signs to see whether or not they're getting. Because if you Google videos on YouTube, and you might see. I can't remember who did it, but they did 12 different versions of the daiquiri with 12 different bartenders. One would be a Japanese style bartender. One would be a speed cocktail maker. One would be a steakhouse bartender. One would be an artistry. One would be a flair. They all have all their difference. And you go, which one do you like?
Right.
Do you like the flair? Do you like the sort of artistry? Do you like the get it down, drink it? Like tequila has a bad reputation as being something that you just take shots of.
Yes.
Tequila is a lot more sophisticated than that. It's a real artistry in producing good quality tequila. This very week that's gone by, one large producer of tequilas, like a corporate brand, is being sued because there are accusations that their 100% agave tequila is actually not 100% agave. It's been cut with other alcohol.
Right.
And they're being sued for millions.
Wow.
Right? But they are trading that their brands are luxury items. Now, we see luxury goods being made in China and finished off in Italy and France.
Yes.
Why would it not also happen in the liquor world? And we're talking about Casamigos. We're talking about Don Julio.
Mm-hmm.
These owned by Diageo. They are in big shit at the moment because they're going to get their asses handed to them in the courts if the accusations are proved to be true.
Correct. Yeah. But at the end of the day, yes, it's the skill, it's the artistry, but it's the quality of the product. Quality over quantity all day long.
There is that. But last week, was it last week or the week before? Might have been last week when Sean opened up his bottle or shared with us his bottle opening of Dictador.
Yes.
Now, Dictador is a supposed Colombian rum, and there is no such thing as Colombian rum. The Dictador gets it from either Dominican Republic or Panama, and they finish it. I haven't got a problem with that because, as I said, Britain does the same thing and the Netherlands does the same thing, but they are transparent about it. They should be proud that they can take something from another country and add something to it to make it better.
Yes.
The problem is that they are advertising it as 100% Colombian rum when it's not. And they are claiming that it's pot stilled when it isn't.
Yeah.
But irrespective of all that, you can intellectualize booze for all you like. At the end of the day, does it taste nice?
Exactly.
And it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, for Sean, that vintage was really important to him because it echoed when the year that he came into the USA. That was important. It tasted delicious.
It tasted
so
delicious.
The fact that it tasted delicious. So the fact that it wasn't they weren't transparent and stuff like that, it was a little bit of an irrelevance.
We're in a world. Manny, go ahead.
It's like saying a Swiss watch is not actually 100% made in Switzerland. 60%.
I know, like you said, there was a year significant. We were together when we opened it. We all tasted it.
Exactly. It tasted delicious.
It tasted like heaven.
Same.
Yeah.
Who cares about the other stuff, right?
Exactly.
And to add to that, this will open up into a Pandora's box. I do not want to go there. But everything from cars, automobiles, to some extent toys, to whatever it is, like we'll use the car as an example. The windshields, windshield wipers made in Toronto or in Oakville, Ontario. Glass is made somewhere else. The body is made somewhere else.
Yeah.
And there's a place that assembles all that. So it's an international affair. So that's with even the rum, I guess. And they could have been a little more honest, and it tastes great from what I hear. You guys.
Exactly. It tasted delicious. It tasted not just on the night.
You need to fly to LA, Daniel.
Yeah. See,
here's
another example.
Worth it.
There you go.
Here's another example.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Dude.
Again, we know where the movement is from.
Right.
Yeah.
We know it's assembled in Britain.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the memories.
Exactly.
That come with this, that are priceless, right?
Yeah.
And you know,
we were
it's
all
a great
together
product.
when I bought this.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, I spoke to Armel last week because he asked me to come down for the Studio Underdog, the new Studio Underdog.
Yeah.
And he is saying, how is Manny? How is Sean?
Oh, that's cool.
How is that Canadian lunatic? But they have such fond memories.
Yeah.
Because they didn't expect us to buy any watches there, and the fact that you guys went en masse,
right?
And you just like, oh, you get a watch, you get a watch, you get a watch. Right. It's just like bang, 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 bang. It was. I mean, they were just so blown away with your guys' enthusiasm. You guys were rocking Breguets or Rolexes and stuff like that.
Yes.
But you understood their concept of you can have fun at the shallower end of the pool.
That's
so
right.
They're really, really appreciative of. They had such a fun time helping you. Less so with Daniel. They had such a fun time dealing with you guys.
Yeah, I might drown. I might drown at the shallow end of the pool. As a matter of fact. Even Epsom salt water 4 inches high in the bathroom,
exactly.
I could drown,
Yeah.
That's right.
So actually talking about shared experiences, I went to the cinema the other day at Selfridges. They have a cinema downstairs. And what's lovely about it is the seats recline. They have little tables for your drinks. And they also have a cocktail bar as well. So it's not like your archetypal sort of multiplex sort of thing. It's you can have a little bit of fun there. And I noticed behind the bar they had a few. I was looking at the menu and I was going like, nothing really takes my fancy. And I looked behind the bar and I saw they had mezcal. They had a great tequila there. And I said to the bartender there, do you know how to make an old Oaxacan? And they went like, no, I don't know what that is. So I said like, would you be interested? They said like, yeah, sure. he fucking loved it. He said, like, after I go off duty, I'm drinking the fuck out of this drink because he doesn't like mezcal, he doesn't like tequila, but he loved that combination. Let me just, I'll share this with you, Tim. The entranceway to the cinema, and we were talking about daiquiris as well, and we were sharing stories and stuff like that, and we just like bonded over, like just how we bond over watches.
That's right.
I ended up bonding with him over cocktails.
Over some
What do you
daiquiris.
bring this up for?
No, this is just I had this open.
That's Hemingway's cousin. That's awesome.
This was at the Hemingway where we had those martinis.
Right.
And this is the cinema at Selfridges. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So is that in central London?
Yeah, that's at Selfridges itself, which is on Oxford Street.
Okay.
It would be about 5 minutes away from the Dunhill house that we were visited.
This is like the premium lounge version of the cinema, or is that the way the cinema is here?
No, the cinema itself is a small cinema. It has reclinable seats, massive armrests.
Right.
Also, additionally to that, you have a little table to have your drinks. You can bring your cocktails in with you. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of civilized.
Yeah.
You mean you don't have the chair in front of you from the customer collapsing onto your lap? You don't have.
No, you've got so much space.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's reflected in it's slightly reflected in the price.
Right.
But I mean, we went to see some bullshit movie. I think it was, what was it? Thunderbolts. We went to see the Marvel movie.
Right.
You know, we went. I'm not proud of it. It was just a bit of fun. It was okay movie.
Yeah.
But me and my wife haven't been to the cinema for quite a while since COVID. We used to go all the time, and since COVID, we sort of got out of the habit a little bit. We went to see No Time to Die, the Mission Impossible movie, Top Gun movie.
Yes.
But there's not really been much in the way of really sort of something that we would go out of our way to go and see in the cinema.
Yeah.
It was. We'd been there. Shall I do an unboxing, guys?
Oh, you got an unboxing? Hey, Alex. One movie that's coming out that I want to watch soon is the new Mission Impossible.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
So, have you seen the trailer for the Naked Gun reboot? Don't show it again, Tim.
I see that.
You have seen it.
I have seen it. Yes.
It was a good one.
It was a good one.
An angle. I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise in general, but did you see something in the trailer that you liked, or what?
I'm a huge fan of the Mission Impossible. As a matter of fact, I own really 2 DVD series.
Okay.
Wow.
One of them is the Daniel Craig 007.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The other one is the Mission Impossible.
Oh, okay.
And the new one, the last one or the new one looks really good, Daniel.
I shouldn't do this, but I get caught up in Tom Cruise's Scientology nonsense, and I
know.
And the way he treats his staff sometimes, because he's producing them.
Yes.
And sometimes he,
there you go. Look, you got the Neil.
I got chocolates
Have you
from
eaten
Neil with all the 007 covers. Shout out to Neil, everybody.
Yeah. Nice.
He was so helpful. I spent a lot of time before you guys came to London. I was on the phone to him, and he was saying, "Have you thought of this, Alex? Have you thought of that, Kojak? Have you thought of this?" And he was just such a fountain of knowledge.
Yeah.
Really nice guy, and really generous with his time as well. So shout out to. So shame he couldn't join us for afternoon tea at Harrods, but
I know.
it just wasn't to be.
You know what I really liked about the afternoon tea at Harrods? That's because of the drink I had. Afternoon, I can't even speak right. Is Kojak watching my mouth and correcting me to get stuff off my mouth?
and then getting on your feet and you drop the chocolate on the floor.
Yeah. How did you repay me, Daniel Katz? You repaid me by dropping chocolate pudding on the floor and letting me step in it Thank you very
All
fucking
I
much.
had to do was pick up the bloody thing and put it into my mouth. No.
Or
do a,
or you could have told a member of staff, I'm sorry, I've had a bit of a whoopsie.
yeah,
Can you
yeah.
please clean up the mess?
Yeah.
You left it for me to step in. Thank you very
man.
much.
No, but Neil was great meeting us at the train station. That was fun too.
That was fun. That was
Yeah.
fun. So I have an unboxing.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Is it chocolates? It's chocolates.
no, it's not chocolates. So I don't know if anyone wants to. Okay, first of all, it's not for me. It's for the wife.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can tell from the color of the bag what it is. You want to hazard a guess?
I like it. It's terracotta tiling.
I can recognize those colors.
Terracotta tiling look bag. I wonder what that is.
It's Hermes.
Oh, wait a minute.
The Hermes, the famous orange bag that every lady wants
Oh, it is
to
Hermes.
get as a gift.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
That's a good one,
You're
Timmy.
good at this.
Yeah.
Recognizes that. Now, it's Hermes.
Yes.
That's all I got was a paper bag from Hermes. That's all I can afford. No, it's a little something that she had her eyes on.
Does she know you have it yet?
Yeah. Have she seen this yet, Kojak?
Yeah, she got it herself.
Okay, good.
She doesn't listen. I don't fuck about. She doesn't fuck about either. She says, "By the way, this is what you gave me for my birthday."
Right.
And I go like, "Okay, I guess I'm getting this for your birthday."
Yeah.
What is it? Doesn't matter. You'll see it in your credit card bill soon enough.
Yeah. You know, Alex, that makes it easier though.
Yeah, exactly.
It makes it much
But
easier.
she's also expecting me to arrange a spa day at the Lanesborough.
Yeah.
And she's taking 3 days off for her birthday, which is next week.
Well, hold on. Are you going to go to the spa too, or just for her?
Why would I want to ruin her day by being there, being present? No, that's my gift to her. Is to not be there.
Okay.
No, I'll probably be in the bar. I'll be the one looking at the.
All
Can
right,
you show me how you make this drink? How you make
That's
that?
right.
Drink?
Or
So,
you can smoke a cigar downstairs.
Listen, I can't. I am not allowed to smoke a cigar until this fucking cough goes away.
I know. You're right.
That's true.
You're
right.
And I'm concerned with supposedly somebody coming to London soon. It's gonna be it's gonna be touch and go. Mike Lewis is saying, "Is this a scarf?" No, it's not a scarf. It's not a scarf.
Yeah.
Sorry that Mike. I don't know what happened with you, buddy.
Yeah, what happened to you, Mike?
Whoops. Mike Lewis is saying, Kojak, next time Daniel will throw the cake at you.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm out there to look out for him.
Yeah.
You know, I helped him with his luggage in the
That's
airport.
true. That's true.
I helped him when I noticed that there was some food in his teeth and just pointed out to it very subtly, by the way.
Yeah.
Very subtly pointed out to him.
Yeah, he said.
And how does he repay? How does he repay me? By making me walk in his cake. Unbelievable. Van Lux.
Hey, you can say it was a cakewalk with Daniel.
Cakewalk.
Hey! I'm here all week.
All right, let's watch this here. Let's go.
So we got a few guesses in the chat. Mike Lewis asking, is it a scarf? We've answered that question. Van Lux is saying, is it a belt? It could be a belt.
Ooh.
I'll tell you what, they were very keen for me to look at their watches and for her to look at their watches. Funny that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mike Lewis is saying he's having issues with his internet. That's a damn shame, Mike. Hopefully you'll get it sorted out for the next.
I'm trying to get the new internet as well. I saw a really good deal on the internet right now. There's a promotion going on. I think when I'm back from Napa, I'm gonna sign up. I was gonna do it yesterday, but I figured, there's no time. Or maybe when I'm back from. Oh, it's hard. It's just everything is hard.
It is hard. My watch channel is asking, is it a horse's bridle? Maybe for a very small horse, perhaps. No, I don't think so. Shall we? Do you want to do a reveal?
Opening itself.
Shall we do a reveal?
Anticipation.
Something
Yeah.
a little different. Why not?
Let's
Okay, very
see.
nicely packaged.
Hermes is the best.
My wife has not been dropping me any hints. She's just sending me pictures of what it is that she wants.
Right.
And so I contacted the personal shopper, and she arranged it for me. So I went to go in and pick up. Oh, boom! There's a little pouch there.
A little pouch, yeah.
Oh,
multi pouches. Let's see.
Oh,
is that a horse bridle? Oh, ER is right. It's the belt buckle.
It's the belt buckle.
Nice.
Very cute.
For as Van Lux was saying.
So it was a
messed
belt.
up. Now.
Beautiful.
People might say this is very expensive. It's expensive. Expensive. But it's reversible.
It's like two belts in one.
Yes. It's like a Chelsea reverser of belts.
It is a reversal.
Wow.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
god.
it's tan on one side.
Yeah.
And,
it's like a
dark
classic.
chocolate.
Chocolate. Okay.
I'm just wondering,
nice.
Kojak. You know, it's reversible, but I think it also can strangle my neck.
Well, yes.
You can do the asphyxiation trick, Daniel.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you next time you're in London, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a go.
Of course.
Yeah.
We'll give it a go.
We're gonna do it.
For science.
That's right.
For science.
Yeah.
Science.
It's lovely.
How tough are the Hermes belts? Do they last?
Oh, it's forever.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
You know? What a bargain, says Mike Lewis. Yes, a 2 for 1. Mike Lewis, being a fan of the JLC Reverso, he has the Reverso Chrono.
Chrono, yes, he does.
Fantastic watch.
Got a beautiful piece.
My watch channel saying so much more class than the belt Tim has.
You want to see my belt?
Was it a piece of string?
Oh, it's
piece of rope. Piece of rope.
Piece of rope?
Yes. That's nice.
By the way, I had permission from the wife to do the unboxing. She said, "Please, by all means, do an unboxing."
Yeah.
God knows I haven't got anything else to unbox other than Daniela's underwear.
That's right.
Let's see your belt, Timmy boy.
Now, guess what? Now it doesn't actually fit me anymore. It never fit me. In fact, I bought this belt. Get this, guys. I bought this belt years ago, maybe 5 years ago. And what happened was I bought it small because I was saying I'm going to lose weight. And it's going to be perfect size for me. So I bought it smaller than actually I was. I bought it my dream size.
Yeah.
But guess what? Now that I'm on a weight loss journey, a transformation, in a couple of months, I will actually have an opportunity to wear it.
And you've never worn it?
I never worn it. It's unworn. It's brand spanking new. Look at it.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's never used.
Yeah, but
it's a Gucci belt.
I thought it was one of those things that people use their razors to sharpen on the barbers because it's so big.
Look, even if I
no, not the belly. Not the belly! No! Ah! Forever and clean! Forever and clean!
It's gonna be gone soon.
Yeah.
Look at this. The belt doesn't see it? I can't wear it. It's too small. It's too small for me. Not even, and this is me trying to hold in the breath. I'm like that far apart.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
But you'll get there. What size is that, Timmy?
The size here
is it a 34?
I don't think it says.
It should say somewhere. It should be embossed somewhere.
I think who's it from? Good. I think they do them in small, medium, fat bastard, extra fat bastard size.
I should have got. If I known, I would have gotten an extra fat bastard. You know what? It doesn't really say. You know, there is some numbers here.
Oh, good. We got the general picture here, Tim. That's gonna fit and all that.
It says 90.36. I don't know what that means. I'm not. I don't want to say it's 36 because I don't think it is. Because my pants are 36. I think it's like a 32 actually, or a 34. I mean, no. I think it's a 32 because when I got this,
well,
it's not 38. It's not. It's not 36 now.
It wouldn't be a 32. I'm a 32 size pants, and the belt is always 2 sizes.
Oh my god, the guys! This belt doesn't even go halfway around me. It's so fucking small. I'm so flat.
Okay, all right.
So Tim, is either a 34 or a 36.
Here, I'll measure it. Is it like? What if I measure it with a thing?
You should be able to.
Is that? Should I be able to? Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna measure it. Is it in inches?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that I measure it to which hole?
No, just go all the way through.
All the way to the end?
Yeah.
Okay. So this
to the first hole.
To the first hole?
To the last hole, the largest.
To the last hole. Okay.
Yeah, the last hole. Not the first one, but the last one.
So the last hole is at 35.
So it's a 36 then.
Okay, it's a 36 then. All right.
Because you saw 36 imprinted in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which means you.
It says 90.36. Oh, maybe 90 centimeters, 36 in.
Yeah.
90 centimeters, 36 inches.
Which means you could wear that with a 32 or a 34 size pants.
Right. So
Yes.
I have to. So there you go. So when I was wearing 34 pants.
Yes.
I wanted to be 32. That's why I have like 6 pairs of 32 jeans.
Yes.
This was supposed to go with it.
So I hear what you're saying, but if, like Manny said, it's a size or two above. If you're 32, you're wearing a 34 belt.
Or a 36, yes.
With more holes.
Correct.
But I hear what you're saying, Tim, and what you're trying to do. I hear you. Now, I'm getting a bit worn out, guys. I don't know if I'm going to stay much longer. All this stuff, again, this is a really dumb question, but this does not have to go in the fridge, right?
What is that?
No.
Okay.
No.
The hard liquor does not have to go in the fridge.
No.
Hard liquor does not need to go in the fridge. It will last a lifetime on your shelf, or in your case, at 6 months. Have you tried the rum just neat? Have you tried it to see what it tastes like? Is it something that you like?
You're asking me? No, I haven't tried it just on its own. Let me see.
I actually have the same rum here.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. No, I've actually got the 15. What is it, a 12 or the 15 you've got? I've got the 15.
I've got the 12. The 12.
The 12, yeah, I've got the 15. So
it's nice.
12.
I thought I didn't like rum, but actually it's not bad. As a kid,
rum is a very, very diverse product category. It's just because you don't like one doesn't mean you'll not like something else.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
You know what? As a kid, I got to go to what was Grossinger's years ago. It's one of those boring, I don't know what you call it, retreats, but it's like a hotel out in the country, the Catskills, north of New York City.
Catskills?
In the Catskills. Yeah, that's what it was called. The hills are called the Catskills, about an hour away from your city. And a lot of people used to go there from the burbs, rich people, nouveau riche with no class. And my dad went there with us kids. We were lucky. And the first time I was sort of introduced to rum and Coke. Well, that just didn't go for me.
Well, this is what I'm saying, Daniel, is that tequila has got a bad reputation because it would be taken as a shot.
Right.
Rum has got a bad reputation because it's normally just put in a Coke or Cuba Libre.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
That if you get and I was ringing around today because I was trying to. I'd gone in. I traveled into the central. You know where you guys were staying, the Grand Hotel.
Yes.
Yeah.
I went. There's a liquor store called the Whiskey Exchange, which has everything, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I went there because I wanted to get these three other rums, and they're normally open on a Sunday. And I called them ahead. I couldn't get through to them. Turned up, and there was a sign there that said we're not open. I'm kind of bloody hell. I came all this way, and I couldn't find what it was that I came for.
Right.
But I rang around a few other places, and I visited a few other places, and they said, no, the only white rums we have will be things like Bacardi.
Okay.
You know, the sort of basic stuff, the stuff that, you know, sounds snobbish, but, you know, connoisseurs, that you've seen the amount of rums I've got.
Yes.
I've got about 13, 14 rums here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're a far cry from this bullshit
Right.
over here.
Yeah.
But if you ask 99 times out of 100, people will just say, I will have a Bacardi and Coke.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. Because for them, anything else above that is superfluous.
Right.
So that will be perfectly fine in a rum and Coke, because the purpose of this is to inject a bit of alcohol. And sometimes this Bacardi is known as a suitable substitute for vodka. It's got a slight flavor to it compared to just plain vodka. So that in the rum world, you've got stuff which is almost akin to vodka, all the way to stuff like Smith and Cross over there. I'll put it down because you can't see it, which is bringing the funk, bringing the soul.
Yeah.
You know, it's Jamaican pot stilled. It smells of ripe bananas. It's like banana bread. It's glorious,
Mm-hmm.
but it won't necessarily make a great daiquiri.
It's-
Anyway, shout out to my roommate. Happy
Yeah.
birthday.
Congratulations to your roommate.
Yeah,
Congratulations to her, even though she's fast asleep. Congratulations.
yeah. I had a permission to show it off.
Yeah.
Part of one of her presents.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So was her birthday recently, Alex?
No, it's not. It hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
It's the week after this week.
So
it's
you'll be presenting something that she already bought, all wrapped up.
Daniel, she went in and picked this up herself.
That's what,
So there's no surprise. No surprise.
surprise.
that's what I mean.
Right.
No.
So you
Yeah.
only do that. You go through the ritual. Okay.
We have a very open and transparent sort of relationship.
Oh, that's
and
fine. That's fine.
what I mean by that is she has access to my bank account, so she sees exactly what I'm buying. And she even sort of texted me, "Why are you outside that particular liquor store?" Because she has the Tesla app and it shows her exactly where I am. I couldn't cheat on her even if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Oh, I drove in your Tesla. Thanks for driving us around your Tesla. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's her Tesla actually. But...
Oh, well.
So we're going to make another drink, I think.
Are you?
Yeah. You said you were.
I'll watch,
you-
but I'm getting.
Tim needs to drink 3 daiquiris.
I got the yeah. By the way,
it's-
I can show you one more belt, guys.
Okay.
I have one more belt,
Okay,
me
Tim.
get
As
rid of
long
this.
as you don't give me a belting.
and then I'll give Daniel Katz a belting. I'll give
No.
Daniela Katz a belting. Look at this.
Oops.
So check this out, guys. This is a very special belt that
Do you
I got.
guys know how
This
much
is
this cost, by the way? Do you want to know how much this cost?
That one, $1,000 minimum.
So they actually priced the buckle separately from the belt. Can you believe it?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's $1,000.
You see, I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
Because that's you know what you can get for $1,000 from Ferragamo. This
Mhm.
is $1,000 Ferragamo belt right here that I never used. I cut it to size and then I gained weight and I couldn't wear it anymore.
Yeah,
So the
yeah, but
master guys.
yeah, but Mrs. Kojak has got the Bentley belts.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
Ferragamo is not quite the same level of brand.
Yeah.
No,
But
it's the same. It's the same. It's the same.
no,
It's
it's not.
equivalent.
It's
It's
not.
equivalent.
It's not. Let's not muck around. But it is great. This is great quality. I wouldn't say this
Yeah.
is of a lesser quality, but as a brand, Hermes is just a better brand. It's a better known brand. It's a more heavy hitting brand. But just like yours, this one is reversible. It's got the color. It's very subtle, but one side is black and the other one is brown.
Okay.
I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah,
Brown,
I can now. Yep.
black,
hmm
black, brown. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the belt, and this is the buckle, and the buckle
Wait a minute.
comes with a pusher. It's got a pin pusher like a Patek Philippe, and you can push out.
Went on the floor.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's rude.
Don't ding it. Okay. You can push out these pieces.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And it comes with different colors. So you can put in brown. Boom.
Oh, I see.
So for example, you want to wear it brown and you want to wear it customized to your brown side of the belt.
Yeah,
Here,
yeah.
actually, I've got this piece here. This is that's a black. Oh, that's the brown. So you can go brown with brown,
Yeah, yeah.
or let me push these out here. Just a second. It comes with 4 different styles that you can wear it as. So brown. Then there's these ones. Oh, these are so cool. This is like they look like that, but look like a mirror polish.
Oh, look at that.
Huh? How cool
Yeah,
is that?
cool. That's very
Whoa.
cool.
We got another big super chat
Whoa!
from ER.
Wow.
$100. Timmy, I'd better get into some work. Been fluffing with you a lot all morning. Thank you so much for the
Oh,
gesture, Tim. But seriously, look after yourself and the roommate. Like I said, give yourself until the end of the year losing weight. If not, I'm happy to buy them. Cheers, ER. I offered to gift ER the belt, but she said she doesn't want to gift. She
love to
wants
hear.
to,
Love
wants
to
to
hear.
buy it if I can't do it. But I promise that I will lose the weight. This time, it's completely different from every other time that I talked about losing weight, because I understood the most important thing that it comes into gaining weight. It's not the diet. It's not the exercise. It's the mindset. Number one, and I'm giving you this guy's secret. It's like there's every person has an internal priority list. It's a thing. It's in the back of your mind. There's this internal priority list, and as a human being, you set the priority to different things. And when I set this my health as the top priority, boom, I know that it's gonna happen. Just let us know which song you would like us to play for the outro. If you have any requests, we're gonna play it. Let me just show you guys one more modification here. I love this belt. I can never wear it, but you know what? Now that I'm gonna lose weight, I think you guys will see me wearing this Ferragamo belt a lot more often. There was that mirror one, and then it's got this one, Manny. Full stainless steel.
I
Look
like
at
that.
that.
That's cool.
Right? You
Would you
like
like to
this
see?
belt?
Would you like?
Yeah.
Want to see another unboxing?
Yes. Let's do it. What is this? Wingstop. Oh, dude. No.
It's
not the Wingstop.
it's what's it called? Hot honey glazed tenders.
Ooh, that looks
Really nice.
delicious.
Yeah. I didn't know you had wing stops over there.
No, they've gone gangbusters over here.
Huh.
Really nice. So hot honey. I know you like hot honey.
Wow. Oh, I do. Mike's hot honey. I love it. Lovely.
Right.
Let's do one more, and then I gotta go to sleep because I have to go for a walk, and then I gotta go to sleep because tomorrow I'm going to Philly.
Yeah.
So
So my question to you is, what shall I make? Because maybe we don't have to do it this time. It could be next week. I could do a Hemingway. I could do a Hotel Nacional, which is the one that you guys went to that bar, didn't you, where they did the Hotel Nacional in Miami? Tim?
Hotel Nacional.
Yeah, it was that bar you went to when you had the BMW had the broken seat in it. You went to a bar there. And also there's the Chernobyl the nuclear daiquiri, which is
Chernobyl daiquiri.
The Chernobyl daiquiri, as I like to call it. But I could save that for another weekend. Maybe sort of like I'm waiting to get those other rums in, and so I want to sort of I might do a matrix. How about I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 daiquiris next weekend and see which one is the best. Which one is the best.
Hey, if you want to do that, we'll be at the airport and we'll join
I'll be
in.
fucking dead. I'll be dead by the end of the show. That's for certain.
Yeah. You'll know what it's like being Hemingway.
Exactly. So, what do we want to do for this last one, Tim?
I think. I'm gonna do the one with no sugar at all.
Really?
Yeah. I want to give it a try. The Hemingway daiquiri.
But you don't have
maraschino. No, it's not a Hemingway.
You don't have a.
You don't have maraschino. You don't have grapefruit juice.
Grapefruit.
Yeah.
I don't have grapefruit either.
I'm just gonna do lime and rum. I'm gonna see what that's gonna taste like.
Whoosh. Why don't you do a Papa Doble then? Just do a double like a Papa Doble, which is double the rum, no sugar, same amount of lime juice. No, that's too much.
Oh, that's too much. Yeah,
don't double the don't double the rum.
I gotta wake up in the morning to go to the bus station because I'm going to Philly in the morning.
Right. Okay. Do a normal daiquiri.
Yeah.
But without the sugar. But then without the sugar. So you won't like it. I'm telling you that for nothing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it. I want to give it a try.
You can always.
I started drinking coffee black, and I'm loving it.
I'm gonna make a version of it with
the bitters.
With the bitters.
Okay.
See what that's like.
Okay.
And and then I might recommend this. So
okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make mine exactly like the last one with the peel.
Excellent. Right, let's get
let's get going. Okay, let me get more. Let's get going.
I'm listening, but I'm cleaning up.
Okay. You think on the balance of probability, Daniel Katz would get the cocktail right just once, but no. Guys in the chat, how's it going?
Got 60% right. Leave it alone.
60%. That's like saying, like only 60% of my body works, doctor. Surely that's okay. Who have we got in the chat? We got E on the chat. Thank you so much for the super chats, by the way. You are an absolute star. We have Mike Lewis, and we have Sean and Grandmaster Chime and Travis. Travis, actually, somebody mentioned earlier on. It's probably worth. Mike saying congratulations to Mrs. Kojak. Yeah, Travis is saying, drinking tequila is a minefield. Many bad tequilas out there. With a little research, you'll find amazing tequilas. Absolutely right, Travis. I concur with you. There's a website called Tequila Marketplace, actually. And if you go on there, it will tell you, it will give you a rating of the tequila, but also tell you how the agave was processed. It will also tell you whether or not it has additives as well. This is the big problem with tequila. Tequila, for it to be called tequila, it has to be 100% blue agave. And for it to be, but even though they say 100% agave, blue agave, they mean 99% blue agave and up to 1% of additives, being sort of sweeteners or colorings or caramel or whatever other agents. And this is, I think, what is down to people having hangovers with tequila. It's not the 99%, it's the 1% of the chemical shit that some producers put in them. Don Julio is guilty of it. Casamigos is guilty of it. Patron is guilty of it. There are quite a lot of them. So when you do get a good producer of a tequila, take it fucking seriously. And I'm thinking of El Tesoro 8. That's a really good tequila. It's difficult to get good tequilas in the UK. We're not a huge market compared to, say, the rest of the United States. But the 8 refers to the number of years it takes for them to grow the agave plants, and also the number of weeks or months that they mature it for. It ends up for a really delicious tequila. Now, a lot of the companies that belong to large conglomerates like Diageo or Pernod Ricard or other ones, they are on a bit of a battle at the moment to try and say, no, it's okay to have additives. It's totally fine. Of course, at the end of the day, it's up to you guys. Even Espolon, which is considered to be a bit of a darling, has additives in it. Even Alto Octos has additives. But something like 8, who's the other one? Oh, I can't remember. I'm going to have to do it another week.
Here's the thing. It's okay to put a Chinese movement.
Fortaleza is another great brand, but it's £100 a bottle of tequila. So good tequila is expensive tequila. There's no way around it. But check out tequilamarketplace.com. That will give you all the information you want from the tequilas that you are interested in. Thanks, Travis. That's a good question. That's a good comment.
I think it's okay to put a Chinese movement in the watch sometimes, as long as you're not paying ridiculous prices. But the thing is, with tequila, putting additives in, it's not good because you're putting it into your body, and those additives, they're no good. They're not good for your health. Anything that you put into your body, on your skin, etc., you want to make sure you're getting all natural and stuff that's not going to have have some bad effects on you. I just mixed it, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, you already...
This is my... Yeah.
I'm done as well.
Oh, damn it.
I got 9 minutes to go here.
Okay, don't worry. I can...
It's all good.
I made 4 tequila. I can make 4 daiquiris in about a minute. So shut the fuck up.
All right. So here's the challenge, Timmy. Pure lemon juice or lime juice. You ready?
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've got it.
You ready?
Oh yeah. Here we go. I got my lime juice right here.
Where the hell is the juice? Where's it gone? Oh, there it is.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs the sugar, mate.
Vicious. This is some vicious stuff.
Okay.
Wow.
Let me just make this up. I don't need the lime. I've got enough lime juice in there. I was going to put some of the daiquiri bitters in here.
So how much of that do you put in?
They say 8 drops.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. Maybe another couple. There we go. All right. Thank you very much, Bob's Bitters. Okay.
Bob's
and
Bitters.
we have ice. And we're going to give it a shake. Now, when you're shaking, there's only 2 things you're allowed to do. Either look down or smile into the camera. Nothing in between, because you look like a fucking retard.
No, that doesn't. Nice. Cheers, Manny. I'm gonna give it a try. Or
Cheers,
we'll
cheers.
wait. Let's wait. Let's wait.
Let's wait for Kojak. Yeah.
Let's wait. Let's see. How is this going to look? There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby.
Okay,
Very nice.
get
By the
my
way,
fat
shout out to
balls.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare. Bob's, hey, dude, Bob's. Let me send you a text message. I hope you're able to come out on Thursday for dinner with us. Thursday, we're having dinner in San Francisco.
Nice.
Okay, let's strain this out.
I sent you a message on WhatsApp. Just make sure you can see it.
Okay, there's that, and there's that. There we go, guys. Salud.
Salud.
Cheers.
Cheers, Timmy.
To Kojak,
Cheers, Kojak,
and
to Kojak.
ER and
to ER.
My Watch channel for their incredible support. And Daniel Katz without pants.
No, I got pants. Stop it.
Oh, God,
okay,
please,
okay.
no.
Well, the pants are on. What are you talking about? They're falling off though. Body.
Cheers, don't Marcelo us. Careful.
Okay.
Okay, cheers.
Don't Ray us. Don't Ray us.
Cheers, everybody. And to everybody on the chat, too.
Cheers. ER, Maldives, My Watch channel, all the legends who support the show and make it possible for us to come together every single day, every single week to do these programs for you guys.
Hey, Danny, why is there smoke in your screen?
Why is there steam going?
House is on fire.
What's going on there?
What? Me?
Why is there steam on your screen?
No, that's just vapor.
Oh, okay.
That's not what you think it is.
Okay.
Is it the smoke coming from your... Daniel, is that the smoke from your crypt? Is that coming from your coffin?
If you want to believe that, fine. But, you know. There we go.
Anyway.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
So Tim, how did you find that last version of the daiquiri?
That's right. You didn't put any sugar, right?
No sugar at all.
So how is it?
Actually, I don't think it's too bad. It's actually, no sugar. But you know what? I think the calorie difference actually makes it. Let me see. Let me do. You know what? This fucking rum is so good. I don't think it needs sugar. Maybe it's just the rum that I have.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I find it fantastic.
Good.
Right. The next time you're in London, Tim, you'll have to come round to my place and we'll have to do the matrix of rums.
That's right.
And Manny, you're welcome to come along as well. Daniel, no. Daniel, no.
Yeah, what? Well, next time you're in where?
In London.
No,
London.
nothing. I'm not.
So Kojak says next time we're in London, we're going to meet at Shakoni's again.
Yeah, we're going to do that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, if I show up in London, he's concerned that he's got to take care of me again or something.
That's okay. I have a little box room for you. Anyway, you're supposed to be going to Mulford's place. We're waiting for your We're waiting for your medical clearance, your injections and your vaccinations to be approved by the government.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because Mulford's expecting you to move in with him.
Right.
Shout out to Mulford.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mulford.
See, and Travis is right. Depending on the rum is already sweet. This one already has some nice sweet hints to it. So I think it adds it. That's why it doesn't need that much sugar.
Well, okay. I'm going to say it. Rum shouldn't be sweet, really. Only if they have additives added to it. And if you look at websites, they will say, have they got added sugar to it?
I see.
Sugar turns to alcohol. It loses that sweetness, but there is an inherent sweetness to a certain extent with rum.
Right.
But that's like saying whiskey is sweet or tequila is sweet. There is an inherent sweetness. But in cocktails, when you're chilling it down, this is what I was saying earlier, you do need to boost the sweetness to deal with the fact that it's cold. The colder something is, the less flavor there is.
Yeah.
So you need to sort of compensate for it.
Yeah.
But yes, Travis, you do have a point. Sugar not necessary in a daiquiri. The sugar is not there for the rum. The sugar is there to balance out the tartness from the citrus.
Correct.
That's what it's there for.
Yeah. And Mike is right. This is a sipping rum.
Yeah.
And even though it's not sweetened, it basically says it has hints of honey, vanilla, and their signature orange peel.
So that's the notes you're getting from not just the esters in the pot still, that Appleton Estate are famous for, but also the character that it's picking up from the barrel. So like an aged whiskey,
right?
An aged rum will also get some character from the cask that it's in. So there's some element of that as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Bob's Nightmare says, no Captain Morgan body turquoise yoga pose. Captain Morgan is okay. Listen. If I had to stick with Havana Club 3 years for my daiquiris, I'd be okay with that. My wife would be okay with that. Okay,
yeah.
It's a very affordable rum. If I had to choose a cheap gin, it would be a Beefeater. It would be Beefeater. Affordable. Yes. The thing is, it's made in the traditional way. Gordon's gin is fucking bullshit. Just as Bacardi is bullshit. Just as Captain Morgan is bullshit.
Yes.
These are products that are produced at a price point and whilst maximizing profits. So they will try to, like Gordon's used to be sold at 50%. Now it's sold at 40, 37, 38, 39%. But they're still charging as much as they are because it's still a known brand.
Right.
Gordon's has that international market presence, just as Johnny Walker has international marketing presence, just as all these brands. You've got to be able to differentiate between brands that are true to their DNA, and the only changes they make are minor, don't change the core product, versus other brands that effectively try to rip you off.
Right.
Johnny Walker Red Label now. Johnny Label Red Label back 30 or so years ago probably tastes like what Johnny Walker Black Label tastes now. So they have diluted the brand itself because they're taking advantage of their market dominance by saying, we're just going to shove shit at you and you're going to like it because you don't know any better.
Okay, just out of curiosity, you said it before, but the shitter that it is, the Bacardi, what is it that they did that's so bad? I'm just curious. Like
They're producing. So Gordon's is produced at a price point, as is Bacardi, as
Yeah.
is certain brands,
Right.
and they don't care about quality. They just care about profitability.
Okay.
When you have when you have a Captain Morgan as well, when you have a monopoly on the marketplace, you're not worried about what the competition does, because you may have Beefeater doing the best they can do to hold to the traditions. But when you've got 95% of the market based on your Gordon's bullshit gin, what is the what's motivating you to produce something better?
Right.
It's not. Just like in the 80s and 90s when Sony started to outsource production outside of Japan to Korea or to China or whatever, and started making TVs that didn't last very long, that were very bad quality, but they had such a strong brand name that it would like people would buy Sony just because it was a Sony, not because it was actually inherently good.
No, I hear you, but it sounds like a very Nietzsche kind of, like, it's just simply for profit. Once you don't have the competition, there's no conscience. Maybe that is in the world of business. I've been naive, but
that's the business, Daniel. That is the business.
all right.
This is what like a lot of businesses like delis will do in New York. What they'll do, they'll come into the community, and because they have so much money, they'll undercut all the competition, run every other local business out of business, and then they will jack up the prices.
Sad
let me give you an insight into the drinks industry, Daniel.
Yeah.
If you look at their marketing budget, now all drinks manufacturers have subscribed to this idea of drinks responsibly to deal with alcoholism. Okay?
Right.
Alcoholism is a very big problem in all countries. Yeah. The amount of money they spend on marketing is thousands of times higher than the amount of money they spend on drink awareness. Why is that? Because it's the dirty secret. They don't give a fuck that they're killing people. They obviously they don't want to kill customers, but there are plenty more new customers coming along. There are plenty more
mathematical calculation.
It's a mathematical calculation, and it's just like it's the cost of doing business. And if they have to spend 0.001% of their marketing budget on drink awareness for their corporate social responsibility, then that's baked in. That's baked in. Now, what can they do? If they are serious about, no drinks manufacturer. Let's say, for example, you market tequila. Do you give a shit if your drink is being consumed as shots at vast quantities? Because your business is based on volume sales. It's not based on Trustpilot ratings or customer appreciation ratings. It's based on volume sales. Yeah, volume sales.
Right.
So if that's what you are beholden to, and it's a privately trading company that's listed on a stock exchange with some description, that company's market cap is going to be based on financial results, based on growth, and based on results. So what's the impetus of a company to say, do you know what? No, we're going to actually produce quality, not quantity. Now, Johnny Walker, Smirnoff, Gordon's, various other brands that I've mentioned, they are all they are pretending to be luxury goods, but they are being sold out of volume. That's what they're interested in. If you go on holiday, no matter where you are in the world, Johnny Walker is a recognizable brand.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that. And as far as Diageo is concerned, as far as Johnny Walker is concerned, it's the fact that I can sell you a red label, a black label, a double black, a green label, a gold label, a platinum label, a diamond label, a blue label, a King Edward the King Edward the something label, and expressions. They don't care. All they're interested in is volume sales. Their red label is their number one seller, actually black label is their number one seller. black label and red label are sort of fairly equal in terms of sales, because people don't give a fuck about quality. They care about, I want a whiskey and Coke, or whiskey and ginger, or whiskey and soda.
Right.
They want to get their buzz on. They don't necessarily care about the quality of it.
You know,
But
there was a big scandal and like a big lawsuit that happened when there was a recall. There was like a car recall, and there was it was some kind of a ignition thing where the car would get stuck, and I think it's a GM or some other car. It's an American car company, and after they were sued, it came out in discovery that they made a mathematical calculation. How much? Okay, they found out that, hey, people will die because they won't be able to stop their car from like, they won't be able to like turn on the brakes basically, and people will crash and they will die. And they found out, well, what is the chances that somebody will die because their key is kind of stuck in a thing, and how much is going to cost them to pay out in lawsuits against the customers versus how much it's going to cost them to recall all the cars. And they found out, okay, well, it'll be cheaper to pay out the lawsuits from all the people dying and suing them versus recalling all the cars. It's very unfortunate.
That's how insurance works as well, isn't it? Actuaries
Yes, it
work
is.
out the probability of something happening.
Yeah.
And, you know, in our various walks of life, we deal with businesses and we deal with business processes, and we go like, well, they're like, we follow probably the 80-20 principle, which is you can get 80% of the way there. And for you to get to 100%, you'll end up doubling the amount of money you spend to get to that last 20%. And is it important enough? Well, if you're building systems which are, I don't know, let's say air traffic control, or anything like a electricity power plant that supplies power to a hospital, you want to make, that's a life and death sort of situation. If you're, if it's just like, okay, your bank doesn't work for a day, so what? They bake it, they might give you compensation, or it may be a regulatory, maybe statutory requirement that if you can't access your account for an X period of time, you get potentially compensation. It's baked into the business model. And Firestone, there was a massive lawsuit against them, between them and Ford, about who was responsible for their tires exploding. Was it the car? Was it the tires? And they played this game. They played against each other, and they essentially said, by the time what we can do is we can keep it to the long grass, and by the time people eventually get to the point where they get a payout, most of them will have died off anyway.
Yeah.
Travis made a comment. Fortaleza, quality or quantity? That's a more difficult tequila to find. Fortaleza is quite an expensive tequila. It's here in the UK. It's about £100 for reposado, but it is considered one of the best ones. Travis, I'd be interested to know what's your opinion of Fortaleza, because I was thinking of springing for a bottle for my collection. Are you saying it is quality or is it quantity?
How much is a bottle of that, Coach?
It's about £95 to £100.
Okay.
And I think this, when all these bottles of tequila, they're between 23 and £35.
Okay.
Let's say each of those bottles is about a cocktail of Lanesborough.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I justified it myself.
Right.
And the thing is like, look, my wife likes very nice cocktails, and she loves it when I can make them. Mm-hmm. So I reckon, okay, some of these will work, some of them won't. And the price of these bottles is the cost of experimentation and finding out what is good and what isn't good. And also because I'm sick and tired of YouTubers Sorry, no, I'm not referring to you, Tim.
Oh,
YouTubers
that's
do.
okay.
Yeah. A lot of YouTube, you can sometimes tell the product placement from a mile away. You know, they cover plantation.
That pisses me off as well. Dude,
Absolutely.
they sell out. There's just so many
Right.
YouTubers because YouTube. When I think about it, my YouTube channel is like I joined YouTube almost at the inception of the YouTube. I've been watching YouTube since the beginning, and it's always been where kind of enthusiasts came in and they shared personal experience with stuff, and then it turned into this big business. And a lot of YouTubers they built up their channels giving really good advice, and then they pivoted and then they start to monetize. They sold out. They basically sold out to this audience. The audience continues to think that they're the same person that continues to give good advice, but they're just they're just selling product, and it's very disappointing.
Before we continue on this topic, I just wanted to bring up Travis has sort of qualified his statement, which he's saying about quality.
Yeah.
In that he paid $80 for Fortaleza Blanco in the US. It's the real deal. It was available for half the price before it became well known.
Wow.
Well, that is more to do with supply and demand. That's just supply and demand economics. But yes, the thing is, it's like, is it down to supply and demand? I think that when you're buying quality ingredients for a cocktail, is $80 too much? I think it is very pricey. It is very pricey. So this, and like, Tim, I absolutely agree with you. Like, how do you, even before the internet, I used to buy hi-fi magazines. I used to buy AV magazines. I used to buy computer magazines. And you go, and you thought that these guys were independent, they were journalistic, they were objective. Yeah. No, they weren't. They were recommending whatever fucking brand that they were being paid to shill.
Correct.
So the YouTube is exactly the same methodology that was used to be in print media.
But there was some good print media back in the day.
Yeah, there was some good print media, but it was also you only need one weak link in the chain.
Right.
If that weak link in the chain is the editor in chief of that particular magazine.
When the magazine gets acquired by like a
exactly. So I remember reading art. I remember we doing hi-fi when I was a kid. Me and my brother, we would read this, and it was like, how come they're giving the best AV receiver to Sony of all fucking companies compared to Arkham, compared to Marantz, compared to Denon, compared to Yamaha? What the fuck? Sony was giving them major fucking coin. That was the reality of it. And I remember me and my brother bollocking them at a trade show and saying, like, why the hell are you saying stuff like, oh, it's mega bombastic? That's not really a journalistic phrase to use when you're talking about the bass response of a freaking subwoofer. Right. What the fuck are you talking about? So it's just like, it's so, and it's the same. The thing is, drinks companies have followed this sort of 110, 100 principle. One brand ambassador for 10 influencers to 100 followers. So if you get a brand ambassador to and then for 10 influencers to echo what that person's saying, and each of those influencers have 100 followers, 100 really vocal followers, you create this pyramid scheme of marketing bullshit. Yeah. So it's old as the hills
who don't believe in anything.
Exactly. Okay. So this thing, for example, 10 to 1. I remember seeing a video of it was called 5 bold flavored daiquiris, and this came top. This is fucking bullshit in compared to some of the other ones. Okay. So this one. Words. Right. So this compared to that.
Yeah.
This came 4th out of 5. This came top. Now, the thing is, they were talking about in terms of, the rum flavor, this and that. But are they actually forgetting the fact that it's a daiquiri? And a daiquiri is supposed to be easy drinking. Yes. Tim, You could drink 16 of these fucking things, couldn't you?
Yes, yes,
Right, Manny, you could drink 12, a dozen of these.
yes.
Daniel, you'd probably, I don't know, end up in
Three.
A&E before you got to
Yeah.
dozen or so. Yeah,
But I
'Cause you just-
four if I didn't, or 4 or 5
Yeah,
if I didn't
exactly.
get drunk or sick. Yeah.
It's supposed to be easy drinking. It's not meant to be challenging.
Yeah. It's
This is you drink one and that's it. Maybe
Mm.
2. This you can drink a dozen.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me get back. I didn't quite ask the question right. You told me about the whole thing with the help of Tim, the way just the disinterested business, just about volume and sales. I'm talking about, in a way, there's a talent here of making a Bacardi rum so bad, or this other wine rum so bad. What did they do to it is what I'm asking, to make it so bad. That's what I'm asking.
They don't care about quality.
Oh, they just rammed it together, some stuff, and there it was. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the top sellers of wines in the UK was a brand called Blossom Hill.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually look at the label, the word wine is not actually on the label anywhere. It's wine drink. It's sort of like, it's not actually proper wine.
Oh, okay.
It's just it's just a spirit that is a light spirit that is flavored with some distillate from a wine. So these Blossom Hills, or not 19 Crimes, because that's not that bad comparison to these other ones. There's some cheap wines which actually aren't wines themselves. You've got to read the label. The label is your contract, by the way.
Yeah.
What it says on your label is your fucking contract. If it says something on there and it turns out not to be the case, you can sue them. So you need, if you're picking up a bottle of wine and it doesn't say wine, it says something else, then they have to legally tell you that.
Okay.
So you know that what you're buying is bullshit. Now, if you're a wino, if you're an alcoholic, if you're Nicolas Cage from Leaving Las Vegas, if you're Nicolas Cage in Leaving Las Vegas,
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, where Elizabeth Shue says
you can, right? The waiter.
Yeah, Elizabeth Shue says you can fuck me in the ass as long as you don't come in my hair. You know, then that sort of, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah.
You know it, but people are, and some people are quite happy to buy. What's that shit brand? It's advertised in New York. You buy, you get 3 for the price of 2. What's that loud brash brand? Tim, you know. It begins with a V.
Victoria's Secret.
No, not Victoria's Secret. That's what Daniela Katz sent me.
So Daniela Katz, yeah.
We need to see Daniela Katz in Victoria's Secret.
Oh no, not too
Garment.
But no, but you know, like Parmesan, like Pagani Designs. There's another brand which sells watches for $99 for 3 watches or something. It's really nasty stuff.
Oh,
what's it called?
Zeno or whatever.
Invicta.
Invicta.
Garbage.
Invicta. Yeah, but it tells you the time. If that's all you're interested in. I remember seeing somebody was wearing an Invicta watch. My brother told me this. He saw this guy outside a store, out of Watch Switzerland. He was looking at a Rolex, and then he was like looking at his watch and going, it was an Invicta watch. He was going like mid chef's kiss at his watch. Because as far as he was concerned, he had the look that he wanted for 1,000th of the price of a Rolex.
Correct.
Yeah.
It all comes down to values. But the thing is, watch, you're not putting it into your body. Wristwatch is more about like the status or your values than about like with the drink. You are drinking this rum, right? If it's got all kinds of chemical additives, that they put in. Who knows what the fuck kind of chemicals they put in there? They're saying, oh, it's going to taste the same. Well, here's the thing. Okay, it's one thing with the watch that I'm not putting the watch into my body. With the drink, I am doing that. So, influencing the taste, it's totally different from wearing the watch because, but then again, also maybe like maybe drinking pure good rum might be unhealthy, but drinking one filled with chemicals is even worse, or with like additives that it's just it's horrible for you. And but wearing a cheap nasty watch, maybe it doesn't harm your body, but it harms your soul. Okay, that's what it
Exactly.
harms.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
If
cheap. So
cheap
drinking cheap.
nasty knockoff
Yeah.
watch says, what does it say about you, your values?
Let's not pretend. Okay.
Yeah.
Alcohol is a poison.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Alcohol is a
but in
poison.
moderation, it's not. In
Let's
moderation,
face
your
it.
body is
No,
designed
no.
to handle
Listen,
a certain amount.
if there's a fight at a football match or an American football match or whatever, people aren't stoned.
I said
People are-
moderation. Moderation.
Yeah.
People drink
Yes,
way
but let's
too much
face
to
it,
go
the
above
majority-
board. Yeah.
But people go overboard with alcohol, and it's far
Right.
more prevalent in society.
People go
than-
overboard with watches. They go fucking crazy. Their ego blows up. They think just because they got a bunch of watches and a Richard Mille shitter, they think they're fucking God or something.
This
it's
is where I
insane.
disagree. So I disagree with Sean here. Cheap watches won't harm you. Yes, they bloody will. Tell that to my bank balance. I've got so many shitters in my collection. They need to go. Those fucking Monacos.
Yeah, but again, to each his own, right? But like for example, my dad has
We're joking.
My dad has a bunch of Invicta, and they're huge monsters, right?
Yeah.
And I showed this to you guys when I went down there last year and we did the live stream. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
Right. And I bought him. I bought him a Seiko, right? A automatic Seiko, and he loved it. And I said, this is much better watch than all these Invicta.
Invicta, absolute fucking knockoff trash.
I know all these quartz that you have that are monsters. They're humongous.
And look,
Okay.
not everyone who wears Richard Mille, not everyone thinks that that they're God. Not every person that wears Richard Mille.
Yeah.
There's a certain individual, like if you are weak kind of minded, it could actually put certain thoughts in your head that it's just for certain people's egos, they can't handle it. They don't know what the hell it's like doing cocaine. If you never tried any other drugs, you have to build your way up to cocaine. You can't just go straight into just go crazy on cocaine.
Let's address the issue that Sean just said here. But maybe an expensive watch is all someone can afford. Let me replace the word watch with hooch or alcohol.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Inexpensive alcohol is all that someone can afford.
Right.
But if that comes at the cost of additives and other things, then that's not a good thing, is it, Sean? So yeah, I know the point you're trying to make. We can be a bit, if you can afford decent alcohol, then why would you buy shit alcohol?
Oh no! Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Whoa. Let me just clarify.
But if you
inexpensive watch, it's not about inexpensive watch. It's inexpensive watches that are trying to pretend to maybe be more expensive than they actually are. Because look, Rolex is not a watch. It's like a status symbol, and it does have actually really good quality. Actually, quality-wise, it's hard to beat the quality of Rolex by any other watch. Maybe Tudor comes close, but that Rolex printing is a status symbol more than anything else. And but like when somebody wears like a Steinhardt, which I resent, it's not. They're not getting an inexpensive watch. They're trying to fool people into thinking that they're wearing a Rolex when they're not doing that. If you want the watch for $1,000, you can get a Fourline Marie that's not pretending to be a Rolex. That's just pretend that it is its own thing. What? No, stop. I
I'd
have your
like-
Steinhardt still, Daniel. I'll throw it in the river.
But
Shut
you
the
know,
fuck up, Daniel. I mean, look, Sean.
in my case,
Sean,
guys,
come join us. Come on, buddy.
That's
Come
right.
on,
I gotta
buddy.
go. Oh,
I know,
unless you
quick,
want to keep doing the stream.
Let me make this point. In my case, with my dad, it was about education too, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, you buy what you could afford. That's fine, and everybody, we respect.
Yeah.
It. But from an education standpoint, he's used to just quartz watches.
Yeah.
Right. So when I was there last year, and I showed him the Seiko 5 Marine and with a blue dial, right? He's like, I love that. So I went and picked it up, but it's also an education for him to understand about mechanical watches, about automatic watches, right? Which, for him is in his condition, it was tough, and it's still tough to make him understand that.
You know what? I also, Manny, I wouldn't hold it against someone.
Oh, no.
They bought a Steinhardt because they saw a YouTuber saying, hey, this Steinhardt is a high quality watch and you should buy it. And they just said, oh, I trust this review. I'm going to buy it. But
Okay, we are perhaps confusing watches with, say, food and alcohol.
Correct.
Okay, food and drink. Okay,
it's very similar.
Yeah. Well, no, but you're not. No one's going to die of poisoning. Let me ask you a question.
I mean, your wife is allergic to the wristwatch.
Yeah, well,
there you go. You can get poisoned from a watch.
Yeah, she could die.
Yeah,
it is a medical
could
emergency.
die from a watch.
But,
correct.
But she doesn't have to wear a watch.
Yeah.
But if you're consuming food or liquids, and they are deliberately designed in a way to harm you, other than over and above alcohol being an unnecessary poison anyway. If you went into a steakhouse and you bought a steak that cost you $1, and it was like a 32-ounce T-bone steak, you would go, "There's something not quite right."
Right.
There's something not quite right there, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Versus the steak that costs you, say, $1,000 because it's gold, it's covered in gold, it's Nuzart, it's salt Bane, with the salt sort of bullshit that he does with the gold plated. The reality is somewhere in between, isn't it? And you have a sense of where that is. Quality versus quantity.
Yes.
No one wants to buy chlorinated chicken if they can avoid it. But if your budget is so tight that you've got no fucking option, maybe that's the only option you've got available to you.
Correct.
I don't know. It's a very harsh route. This is taking a really dark turn. Maybe I need another daiquiri in me.
Very dark. I mean, this is what happens when you have a couple of daiquiris in you. You start spitting some truth here.
I guess what I'm trying to say, guys, is if you can, then it's no. Let me put it this way. Okay, the price difference between, say, something like a Bacardi and something like a Santa Teresa is probably about $1. But it's not that much more expensive. I mean, forget the size of the bottle. On a like-by-like basis, the price difference is not that massive. But the quality on something like this is pure profit for Bacardi. This is actually something that they're crafting for quality's sake. So sometimes you get a lot. So sometimes when you let's say you go to a restaurant, you order the house wine. There's nothing wrong with that. They've gone to a lot of the restaurant itself or the hotel itself has gone to a lot of effort to select a house wine that is going to be palatable and appreciable. You're better off sticking with the house wine than going for the second or third cheapest wine on the list.
Right.
Because those ones they rely on that sort of psychology to say, oh, no, don't be a cheap ass and buy
Yeah.
this sort of house wine. Buy something that's a little more expensive. You've probably got a better quality wine, the house wine, than the one that's like second or third bottom from the list.
Right.
Unless on average, I mean, it depends on the establishment you go to. It depends.
You know what I want? I want the best quality at the best price. If there's, I don't want no shortcuts. If
Yeah.
I want tequila, I want proper tequila, not the tequila that was taken, with shortcuts, diluted. They're done some mumbo jumbo bullshit. Okay, if I have to pay a little bit more, okay, but I want to pay the least that I have to pay for the best. Not the best, but like for properly made. It's not about the best. Like I don't even care about like the best of the best, because that's that's
exactly.
crazy. But I want natural.
There's diminishing
Yeah.
returns, Tim. There's diminishing
Yeah.
return.
Yeah.
So you can,
exactly.
Yeah, so like this is the 80-20 principle, which is like you can, like to get
Here's the thing.
ultimate.
I think the way I would describe it is I don't want to pay less to get a fucking bullshit product that they had to take certain steps to cut the quality.
Yeah,
right? I want proper quality.
Yeah, I understand. We all understand. Here's an example of a bullshit product.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm in a auction for a bachelor auction, and I was left on the shelf at the end of the auction because I was bullshit quality.
Oh, we'll try to auction off Danielle a cat.
On that we can all agree.
For charity. We'll see how much we can fundraise.
For the sake of Sean's relationship with his wife, Manny is giving some very sage advice.
Yeah,
Sean was saying, that the problem is I'm listening to you guys rather than actually spending time with my wife.
Guys,
Sean,
we gotta go. I gotta go.
You gotta go. You gotta spend time with the wife. We don't. If you're available, that's great, but spend time with the missus. Anyway, listen. This is me. I've not just drunken 3 daiquiris. Three daiquiris. Daiquiris. I've not had 3 daiquiris. I've had 9 daiquiris today. So this is okay. So for science,
dude, legend. Good job. You do it.
You guys had fun, Annie. I hope you guys had fun. Yeah. We're gonna return to daiquiris.
Yeah.
Maybe next week.
Let's do next week. I think next week will be perfect because we'll be at the airport and we can basically, me.
You can do a daiquiri. Surely you can get a daiquiri at the lounge.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, dude.
That's it.
Dude, that's it.
The show writes itself.
We can order drinks at the airport licking lounge. We can ask the bartender there. We can task him, and it's all complimentary.
You do like a freebie, don't you, Tim?
No. It's not that I like a freebie.
Whether it's a sandwich or a cake or
it's not that I like it. It's that I can't, dude. There's nothing brings me more pleasure than treating people to.
You are generous.
If I could, I would be paying for everything.
Yeah,
but while I'm still not yet a baller, I like to experience, as much as I can of different things. And if it's free,
fish and chips,
I want to experience everything. Yeah,
and you know what?
Exactly.
And just case in point, through Geneva, Paris, and London.
Yeah.
Tim treated me to a nightmare.
And you returned the favor by using his toothbrush whilst teaching you how to brush his teeth.
Inadvertently, yes.
Unbelievable. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Manny, thank you so much for joining us today. Daniel, thank you for sticking through all of it, even though you're not allowed to sit anymore.
Yes.
Kojak, fantastic night with the daiquiris. Guys, upvote if you haven't yet. support the show, become members, subscribe, tell your friends, join us next time. And well, I'll be back tomorrow. Kojak has got a long journey planning the next Sunday show, and we'll be joining from Napa when I can. When I can't join from Napa, I will be recording with a big fat camera, and hopefully I'll have some time to edit videos for you and pump them out. So
Okay.
see you guys
All
soon.
right. With all
ER,
love.
my watch
Goodbye.
channel, and everybody who super chatted today.
And thumbs up to roommate.
Thumbs up. Double no double thumbs up. Triple thumbs up.
To roommate too.
Oh yeah, shout out to the roommate. She hates me though.
No, she doesn't.
It's hard.
She's a pain in the butt to you, that's all.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Cam. He joined us earlier.
Oh yeah, Cam, you're there.
And I don't see you anymore. I would not leave you in times of trouble. We never could have come this far. I took the good times, I'll take the bad times. I take you just the way you are. Need to know that you will always be the same old someone that I knew. Oh, what will it take till you believe in me the way that I believe in you? I said I love you, that's forever. This I promise from the heart. I couldn't love you any better. I love you just the way you are. I don't want clever conversation. I never want to work that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are.